Chapter 1, Earth 1999999 IE, The Marvel Cinematic Universe, 2008, United States, New York City, Manhattan Island, Clinton District. The Clinton District is commonly referred to as Hell's Kitchen. On a bustling commercial street near Clinton Park, a young Asian boy, around 18 or 19 years of age, hurriedly darted into an alleyway. From the pocket of his jacket, he retrieved a set of keys and unlocked the back door of a small shop. This boy, of unremarkable stature and appearance, bore a golden tattoo on the back of his right hand, depicting 5 pentagrams sewn large star accompanied by 4 smaller ones mirroring the design of the Chinese flag. Upon entering the store, the seemingly Chinese boy swiftly bolted the back door shut, turning eagerly to descend into the basement of the establishment. After securing the door once more, he hastened to the center of the basement, shedding his backpack. He extracted 6 crystal orbs, each the size of an apple, and placed them with utmost care upon the floor, as if they were treasures of great significance to his very existence. Upon closer inspection, these 6 transparent orbs were identical in size, yet distinct in their interiors, each housing a varying number of golden pentagrams, ranging from 1 star to 7, with the 5-starred orb conspicuously absent. Once he had arranged the crystal spheres, the boy, his face aglow with excitement, spread his arms wide and shouted, "Arise, Shenlong! Grant me my wish." As a breeze wafted through, nothing transpired. Disregard the detail of the basement being devoid of wind. After a moment of bewilderment, the boy slapped his forehead, crouching down to align his right hand, adorned with the 5-star tattoo, alongside the 6 crystal orbs. He cried out once more, "Arise, Shenlong! Grant me my wish." This time, before his words could fully dissipate, the overhead light flickered erratically, ultimately plunging the basement into darkness. In the following instant, amidst the pitch-black void, 7 radiant beams of light erupted from the floor. The 6 crystal orbs, alongside the 5-star tattoo on the boy's hand, radiated brilliance, coalescing into 7 dazzling orbs of light. These luminous spheres ascended and, in the blink of an eye, merged into one, forming a serpentine creature that glowed with an ethereal light. The resplendent being, resembling a dragon, possessed the likeness of a snake, antlers akin to a deer, scales reminiscent of a fish, claws like a phoenix, and paws resembling a tiger, truly embodying the Chinese totemic beast, the dragon. "How small?" the boy scoffed, somewhat disdainfully muttering to himself. "Is it really only a few meters long?" In the Dragon Ball anime, Shenlong's size is planetary. The dragon paid no heed to the boy's grumblings, coiling its form in midair, raising its majestic head, and, in a mechanical tone, stated flatly, "Speak your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one." The boy's spirits lifted, brimming with hope as he inquired, "Is it true that any wish can be fulfilled?" The dragon responded, "Indeed." "Splendid." The boy clenched his fist tightly, his face alight with fervor, and boldly declared, "Shenlong, please send me back to my original world." The dragon replied, "I am sorry, but that is impossible." The boy was left dumbfounded, regaining his composure after a moment of shock, and in a fit of frustration exclaimed, "What the hell? Why do you boast about being able to grant any wish?" The dragon stated, "Your body belongs to the Marvel Universe. I cannot send it away. However, I can return your soul." Upon hearing this, the boy raised an eyebrow and, revitalized, made another wish. "Then please send my soul back to my original body." The dragon replied, "I am sorry, but that is impossible." The boy, struggling to contain his burgeoning rage, managed to stammer through clenched teeth, "Why?" The dragon explained, "In your original world, you are deceased." The boy retorted defiantly, "So what? Reviving the dead is your specialty, is it not? In the Dragon Ball world, no one truly dies." The dragon replied, "However, you do not hail from the Dragon Ball universe. I can only resurrect individuals under the cosmic rules of that realm." The boy fell into a long silence, still unwilling to concede, and asked, "Then, if you were to send my soul back, could I not occupy a dying body, just as I did when I arrived in the Marvel Universe?" The dragon answered, "That is not possible. Your soul has merged with the 5-star Dragon Ball. To return to your original world, it must be forcibly separated, which would inflict great harm upon your soul." A damaged soul cannot occupy any body over time. It will ultimately dissipate. The boy was engulfed in despair, collapsing to his knees with a thud, murmuring in a broken voice, "I can never go back, truly never. Mom, Dad, I'm an unfilial son," he cried out, overwhelmed with grief, as he was not only a stranger to this world, but to both the Marvel and Dragon Ball universes. For him, they were mere fictional realms birthed from film and animation. He had never imagined that one day he would arrive in the Marvel Universe with the 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world, existing solely as a soul. Originally from China, Gu Run found himself transported to the Marvel Universe, where he had crossed oceans to arrive at the heart of malevolent capitalism. Fortunately, the body he occupied, though on the brink of death, still belonged to a Chinese individual. Although initially disoriented, he quickly adapted to his new identity upon grasping fragments of the original owner's memories in Youngster, a second-generation Chinese-American whose parents perished in a plane crash, leaving him a modest Chinese restaurant in New York. Gu Run, or rather Youngster, initially believed he had merely traversed time back to a decade prior, until he encountered a promotional clip for Captain America and a gossip article on Tony Stark, which jolted him into the realization that he resided in the Marvel Universe, a place teeming with heroes and villains alike. Living in the Marvel world, particularly in New York, was perilous enough, compounded by the fact that Youngster's home was located there. New York. From what Youngster knew of the Marvel narratives, how many tragedies had already unfolded in New York. Iron Man's clash with the Ironmonger, the Hulk's battle against the Abomination, Captain America's confrontation with the Winter Soldier, S.H.I.E.L.'s war against Hydra, the Avengers facing extraterrestrial threats, and the Defenders clashing with the hand-countless events. Upon realizing he was destined to reside in New York within the Marvel Universe, Youngster felt a deep yearning for death. Yet, by chance, he recalled the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand, which reminded him that he had brought along the 7 Dragon Balls. According to legend, gathering all 7 would grant any wish. During his transition to the Marvel Universe, Youngster's soul had fused with the 5-star Dragon Ball, rendering them inseparable. Thus, it sufficed to gather just 6, and through tireless effort over the span of more than half a month, he managed to locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered nearby, ultimately summoning Shenlong. However, reality proved that Youngster had been overly naive. In the center of the basement, Youngster knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down his face as he thought of his parents, separated by an entire world, knowing they would never meet again. At that moment, the long-forgotten Shenlong spoke once more in its monotonous tone. "State your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one. Make your mother sell her body." Disappointment engulfed Youngster as he heard the phrase, "any wish can be granted." Overwhelmed, he erupted in fury, shaking his fist at Shenlong. "Die, you boastful piece of garbage." This mini Shenlong, though appearing real, was merely an illusory energy entity. Youngster's fist passed through it, as if striking air, and with his excessive force, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The dragon remained unfazed, reiterating, "State your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one." Turning back, Youngster felt the veins on his forehead throb, gritting his teeth in frustration. With violence proving ineffective, he resorted to silence, declaring, "Be quiet. Let me think." The dragon repeated, "State your wish, any wish can be granted, but only one." After a moment of contemplation, Youngster chose to ignore the dragon's incessant repetition and began to seriously ponder what wish to make. Regardless, life must go on. In the perilous Marvel world, nothing was more paramount than the ability to survive. Thus, immense power became the clear choice. After deliberation, Youngster tentatively voiced, "Shenlong, please bestow upon me the power of a Super Saiyan." The dragon replied, "I am sorry, but that is impossible." Although he initially held little hope, Youngster couldn't help but curse. "Waste of a dragon. What the hell can you even do?" The dragon replied, "According to the rules of the Dragon Ball world, strength can only be cultivated, not obtained out of thin air. As a creation of the Dragon Ball world, I cannot violate this rule. However, I can grant you the physique of a Saiyan without altering your appearance." Ancient curled his lip. The fact that he wouldn't grow a tail was indeed a relief, sparing him the worry of transforming into a rampaging great ape. Yet, the true strength of a scion lies in their boundless potential and their seemingly unfair rate of growth. What use is that physique without the methods to cultivate it? Nevertheless, since he could transform his physique without changing his appearance, Ancient's eyes brightened as he addressed the dragon. Then please bestow upon me the physique of Majin Buu. Majin Buu, the ultimate boss of the Dragon Ball world, possesses abilities that are immediately apparent as long as even a single cell remains. He cannot die or be destroyed. He can survive even in the vacuum of space. With such an abominable physique, the Marvel Universe would be but a fleeting cloud. He would fear nothing, even the destruction of Earth. However, the dragon responded, "I'm sorry, that's impossible." Ancient felt utterly defeated, too weary to even inquire about the reasoning. He quickly opted for a less powerful alternative. Then what about the physique of Perfect Cell? Self has minions, survives in space. As long as the core remains, one can live. The dragon replied, "I'm sorry, that's impossible." With resignation, Ancient downgraded again. What about the physique of King Frieza? 3 transformations, survives in space. As long as the head remains, one can live. The dragon stated, "I'm sorry, that's impossible." Ancient rubbed his aching forehead. If he were to downgrade any further, he would be left with the physique of Demon King Piccolo, which, although possessing decent regenerative abilities, was ultimately quite weak. Comparatively, it was inferior to that of a scion. After contemplating seriously, he changed his line of questioning. "If I wish to acquire a person's lifetime of knowledge, would that be possible?" The dragon replied, "That is quite simple." Ancient smirked, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. At this point, he regarded the dragon's words as mere bravado. "Dragon, please grant me the entirety of Son Goku's knowledge acquired throughout his life." With that, Ancient fixed his gaze intently on the dragon, anticipating its inevitable response of "I'm sorry, that's impossible." To his astonishment, the dragon nodded. "Your wish has been granted." Ancient raised an eyebrow, watching intently as the dragon, after uttering those words, immediately split into 7 streams of light. One entered his right hand while the remaining 6 dispersed, effortlessly passing through the walls of the basement and vanishing from his sight. Clearly, in accordance with the rules of the Dragon Ball world, after fulfilling a wish, the dragon would reconstitute into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the world until it absorbed sufficient energy to transform back into the dragon. Where's the promised knowledge? Ancient's eyes widened as he pondered aloud, half in disbelief. Did it really give it to me? He attempted to close his eyes, immersing his consciousness within his mind, and immediately sensed a change. The most apparent difference was that he could now feel chi. Chi, the life energy embedded within all living beings, constitutes the very foundation of the Dragon Ball world. From daily cultivation to the destruction of planets, it relies on human chi. Evidently, upon acquiring the complete knowledge of Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Ancient instantly learned the most fundamental practice of chi cultivation. In addition, Sun Wukong's immensely rich combat experience was also assimilated by Ancient. Of course, at present, he could only utilize basic fist and foot techniques, with his Battle 5 scum level of chi, not to mention the renowned Kamehameha flight technique, Kaioken, or even instant transmission. Without practicing for at least 10 days or half a month, even the simplest Kame-Sennin-style martial arts would remain out of reach after a moment of drooling with his eyes closed. Ancient opened his eyes to find the 5-pointed star tattoo on the back of his hand had turned gray. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, that dragon might be somewhat useless. Yet it remains quite reliable. I wonder when I will be able to make a wish again. Due to the fusion of his soul with the 5-star orb, Ancient instinctively understood that in the Marvel Universe, the recovery time of the Dragon Balls is proportional to the speed at which they absorb energy, unlike the fixed 1-year recovery rule of the Dragon Ball world. In other words, if he could obtain quality energy replenishment, the Dragon Balls would recover swiftly. Without it, they would never restore. Fortunately, the 5-star orb was indeed in his possession. Even if the 6 scattered Dragon Balls were not located in energy-rich areas, Incent could actively seek energy for the 5-star orb to absorb. The 7 Dragon Balls were originally one entity. The energy gained would be evenly distributed, so if one restored, they would all restore. That it was premature to ponder such matters now. The pressing issue confronting Incent was his lack of funds. During his half-month sojourn in the Marvel Universe, he had focused entirely on locating the Dragon Balls. Not only had he neglected any legitimate business, but he had also spent a considerable amount of money trading for Dragon Balls picked up by others. Believing he could return to his own world without a thought for saving, his savings were nearly exhausted, and he was on the brink of starvation. I think I should rob a bank. Incent, with his head hung low and a lackluster demeanor, exited the basement, muttering pessimistic thoughts. Although he had acquired Sun Wukong's lifelong combat experience, with his current abilities, he could handle 2 or 3 small-time thugs wielding knives without issue. But against armed assailants, he would be kneeling in an instant. After thoroughly rummaging through the first-floor Chinese restaurant and the second-floor living quarters, Incent managed to uncover a total of $135. Combined with the few bills in his pocket, bringing his total assets to $242. Glancing at the locked store door, Incent began to contemplate whether he should reopen for business. The problem was that a Chinese restaurant with few patrons to begin with would likely attract no customers after being closed for over half a month without reason. Perhaps I should cultivate for a few days first. I am simply too weak at present. Incent shook his head anxiously. Although it was only 2008, and the news of the Hulk rampaging had yet to dominate the airwaves, Thor was still happily reigning as Prince in Asgard. And Captain America remained quietly sleeping beneath the Arctic ice. The entire Marvel world seemed quite tranquil. However, Incent understood that a certain super playboy named Tony Stark was about to be crowned as the superhero Iron Man in front of the entire world on a certain day later this year. While he couldn't recall the exact date, he was acutely aware that from that day forward, the Marvel world would become increasingly perilous, with superheroes and supervillains emerging like mushrooms after rain, and a myriad of extraterrestrials landing on Earth in various forms. He had at most a few months to strengthen himself for self-preservation. Fearful for his life, Incent decided to immediately retreat for cultivation. He glanced towards the restaurant kitchen and murmured to himself, "There is still nearly a full bag of rice. And quite a bit of meat in the freezer. I won't have to worry about food for 10 or 20 days. 7 days later, Incent stared at the completely empty rice bag and the barren freezer. And with a cry of despair, he lamented, "I am not a scion. Why have I become so gluttonous?" 7 days of seclusion had resulted in the consumption of vast amounts of food, and he had only progressed from Battle 5 scum to Battle 10 scum. If he continued to sequester himself, he would truly starve, so Incent decisively took his wallet and stepped outside, using his last $242 to purchase rice, flour, and ingredients. He then cleaned the entire restaurant inside and out, preparing to reopen Lee's Chinese restaurant. The establishment inherited by Incent was situated at the intersection of 10th Avenue and 54th Street in New York. In the Clinton area, renowned as Hell's Kitchen, making it a reasonably good location, with a crime rate not too high, a suitable place for a novice street hero to level up and slay monsters. Now utterly broke, Incent had already devised a plan in his mind. If business proved dismal, he would have no choice but to don a mask at night and rob the rich to aid the poor. Robbing a few street thugs to benefit myself, the impoverished. Incent shook his head to dispel those errant thoughts. Once everything was adequately prepared, he opened the doors that had been tightly shut for nearly a month just before the lunch rush, placing a newly crafted sign outside. "From today, this establishment offers Kung Fu Barbecue." This enticingly gimmicky sign surprisingly attracted customers almost immediately. With a ding, a handsome young man with curly blonde hair entered, his face brimming with curiosity. "Welcome," Incent exclaimed, his spirits lifted. He put forth his utmost effort in warmly greeting the first customer. "Please, take a seat. May I recommend our latest dish, Kung Fu Barbecue?" To Incent's astonishment, the young man, clearly of European descent, spoke fluent Chinese. "Boss, when you say Kung Fu, are you referring to Qi? Can you use Qi to barbecue?" Incent was taken aback, momentarily stunned before replying in Chinese. "Your Chinese is excellent, and you even know about Qi. This truly surprises me." "Haha," the young man chuckled proudly, extending his right hand. "Hello, I am Danny Rand. I lived in China for 15 years and just returned to New York. Incently, a pleasure to meet you." "Mr. Rand." Incent introduced himself and shook Danny Rand's hand. maintaining a composed exterior while experiencing tumultuous waves of thought within. If he was not mistaken, the individual before him was the heir to the Rand Corporation. Not merely a billionaire, but also the strongest warrior Iron Fist, meticulously trained in the Kunlun of China, who would later become one of the four titans of the Defenders, though he felt confident in his deduction. Incent, exercising caution, decided to confirm his suspicions that he secretly activated his new school's chi sensing ability and, indeed, discovered a powerful chi within Danny Rand's body. While the two types of chi were distinctly different, they shared many similarities, akin to two streams emerging from the same source. There is no doubt, this must be the Iron Fist learned from Kunlun in China, which explains his familiarity with chi. It seems he has not been away from the secluded Kunlun for long, as he exudes an innocent naivety. Boss Lee, you still haven't answered my previous question. Apologies, I was simply too astonished upon hearing this. Incent regained his composure and readily nodded, affirming, Indeed, I can use chi to barbecue. Danny Rand regarded him with skepticism and asked tentatively, If possible, may I see it for myself? Of course. Incent nodded lightly and gestured towards a table in the restaurant. Please have a seat. This dish is prepared right before you. How many pounds would you like? Danny Rand readily sat down, picked up the menu, and ordered in authentic Chinese fashion, 2 pounds of beef, half a pound of white wine, and a plate of side dishes. Right away, coming right up. Incent entered the kitchen, sliced half a pound of raw beef, expertly cut it into thin slices, seasoned it, plated it, and brought it back along with the wine and side dishes. Noticing Incent had not brought any charcoal, Danny Rand could not help but ask, Boss Lee, how do you barbecue without fire? Incent smiled and placed the plate of raw meat on the table, speaking with significant meaning. Mr. Rand, you should be well aware of the power of chi. It surpasses fire. Danny Rand was taken aback, about to inquire further, when Incent extended his right hand, hovering over the plate of raw meat. As he moved his hand, the air beneath it began to warp dramatically. Immediately following, a soft sizzling sound emerged quietly from the dining table. Under the astonished gaze of Danny Rand, the slices of raw beef on the plate were rapidly transforming into a golden, curled state, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air. With a mere flick of his right hand, Youngster had miraculously turned the raw meat into a cooked meal in the span of just a few blinks. This astonishing ability was a fundamental skill known as chi emission from the turtle hermit martial arts, which simply involves releasing chi from within the body to generate high temperatures through the release of energy. Wow! Danny Rand exclaimed, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, his eyes widening in wonder. This is simply unbelievable. Please, enjoy. Youngster replied with a satisfied expression, having mastered chi emission in just a week. He felt a sense of pride, though the weakness of his own chi limited the range of his abilities to mere centimeters. Please wait, Danny Rand called, halting Youngster as he turned to leave. Rising from his chair, he performed a solemn fist salute, clearly showing that Youngster's skill had earned his respect. That I apologize. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun. Kunlun. Youngster, having already surmised his identity, feigned surprise and returned the fist salute, concocting a background for himself. I have long admired your name. I am Youngster Lee, a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School. Pleased to meet the contemporary Iron Fist. Turtle Hermit School? Danny Rand, of course, had never heard of this otherworld-esque Turtle Hermit School, and his expression grew somewhat awkward. Brotherly, forgive my ignorance. Not at all. Just call me Youngster. Youngster waved his hand dismissively. Weaving a tale, in truth, our Turtle Hermit School, much like Kunlun, has long remained reclusive, even more so than you might expect. It is entirely normal that you have not heard of us. That I see. Please just call me Danny. He replied, nodding with understanding, and then, filled with respect, he inquired, Youngster, you are so young, yet have mastered the art of chi to such a degree. Are all those of the Turtle Hermit School this powerful? No, no, no. Youngster quickly shook his head, speaking candidly. Danny, you misunderstand. My chi is rather weak. If you were to summon your indomitable Iron Fist, I would be no match for you. The implication was clear. If Danny Rand did not invoke the Iron Fist, Youngster could still hold his ground, as the disparity in their chi stemmed from the Iron Fist bestowed upon Danny by Kunlun. Excluding this factor, their strengths would be evenly matched. After all, despite Youngster's current weakness, when it came to the development and application of chi, The Dragon Ball world was far ahead of Kunlun. It is no exaggeration to say that with the knowledge gained from Sun Wukong, Ainshur stood on the shoulders of giants from the outset, making it entirely reasonable for him to triumph over the strong with his lesser abilities. However, Danny Rand failed to grasp the underlying meaning. Casting a glance at the grilled meat on the table, he expressed skepticism. Ainshur, you are far too modest. I believe if I practiced for another decade, I still could not replicate the skill you just displayed. Had it not been for the knowledge of Sun Wukong, I would not stand a chance even after 10 more years of training. Ainshur muttered under his breath, then stated, it is not modesty. In terms of technique, I may have the upper hand. However, from what I can sense with chi perception, your chi, when combined with the Iron Fist, is over 10 times greater than mine. No amount of technique can bridge that gap. Chi perception? Danny Rand's eyes lit up, eager to continue the conversation, but was interrupted by the ringing of a bell. A customer had arrived. Ainshur made an apologetic gesture and turned to greet the newcomer. Welcome. What would you like to eat? A portly white man was about to place an order, but Danny Rand stepped in front of him, handing him a $100 bill. I apologize, but this establishment is closed for today. The man glanced at the bill in his hand, noticing the amount was sufficient for 10 meals, and promptly turned around and left without a word. Danny Rand closed the shop door and hung up the closed sign. Turning to the somewhat displeased Ainshur, he presented a black credit card. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I have a matter I wish to discuss, and I hope you can spare a moment of your time. For this, I am willing to compensate you with a month's salary. Well, is money everything? Ainshur squinted his eyes, feeling quite displeased, rolled up his sleeves, and accepted the credit card without hesitation, swiping a full $10,000 before handing it back, stating, in addition, you must help promote my barbecue. Absolutely. Danny Rand nodded readily. Continuing the previous topic, he asked, what do you mean by chi perception? Ainshur pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before explaining, every living being has its own chi. Chi perception is a technique that involves focusing one's mind to sense chi. It is akin to a biological radar. This is a unique skill of our turtle hermit school. I can only share this much with you. Upon hearing this, Danny Rand nodded thoughtfully. Then, after a moment of silence, he openly admitted, in truth, I left Kunlun without completing my training for the immortal Iron Fist, and I am not very clear on many aspects of chi. If possible, could you share some non-confidential knowledge with me? Ainshur considered this, weighing the value of $10,000, and asked non-committally, what would you like to know? Though Danny Rand was somewhat naive, he at least understood the saying that secrets should not be shared with just anyone. Seeing that Ainshur did not refuse outright, he was filled with joy and boldly asked, I noticed how fluidly you controlled your chi while grilling meat. However, I often take a long time to communicate with my internal chi, and sometimes I even fail. Is there a way to enhance my control? There is. Possessing the knowledge gleaned from Sun Wukong, Ainshur found no difficulty in addressing theoretical matters. Under Danny Rand's hopeful gaze, he calmly uttered 2 words, get hit. Get hit? Danny Rand questioned, bewildered. Ainshur shrugged, spreading his hands. The more you get hit, the faster your defensive instincts will develop. Eventually, it will become instinctual, and controlling your chi will naturally become fluid. I see, Danny Rand reflected, a reminiscent expression crossing his face as he muttered, no wonder my master, Thunder, always hit me back in Kunlun. Ahem. Ainshur coughed lightly, rousing Danny Rand from his reverie, and pointed to the table with the grilled meat. Danny, let us sit and talk. Do you have any further questions? Sure. Danny Rand resumed his seat, grabbing a piece of grilled meat with his hand, taking a bite, and giving Ainshur a thumbs up. Delicious. Thank you. Ainshur replied. Sitting down as well, he looked earnestly at Danny Rand and reminded him, don't forget to help me with the promotion. Absolutely. Danny Rand wiped his mouth and continued, what about the recovery of chi? They engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, eating and conversing until nightfall. Only then did Danny Rand, still wanting more, rise to take his leave. After Ainshur saw him off, he glanced at the extra $10,000 in his account and chuckled. Indeed, knowledge is wealth. $10,000 is neither a small nor a large sum. With this money in hand, Ainshur was relieved that he would no longer need to don a mask and resort to robbing petty thugs on the streets. However, having unexpectedly befriended the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun, Youngster found himself pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. With his current limited strength, he did not wish to attract the attention of various factions. He had originally intended to lead a low-profile life for quite some time. At the very least, he must wait until he has collected the Dragon Balls for the second time and made his wish before he can indulge in a bit of reckless abandon. Nowadays, with Danny Rand getting involved, what was merely a gimmick, the Kung Fu barbecue, would surely be perceived as true martial arts by those with ulterior motives, potentially attracting all manner of sinister beings. The Hand, just the thought of this arch-nemesis from Kunlun brought forth an endless army of ninjas in his mind, and spurred by a sense of urgency, he muttered to himself, "It seems I must train diligently." Despite the fact that it was mealtime, he had lost all inclination to conduct business. Without hesitation, he closed the shop and ascended to the living room on the second floor to continue his secluded training. The next day, he rose early but did not rush to open the shop. Instead, he practiced until noon, only unlocking the doors just before the lunch rush, perhaps due to Danny Rand's advertisements circulating. The business at Lee's Chinese restaurant was unusually brisk that day. Within 10 minutes of opening, 3 tables of customers had arrived, none of whom were regulars. One table ordered the Kung Fu barbecue. And having witnessed the astonishing techniques of the chef, the other 2 tables eagerly requested additional dishes. To be honest, while the flavor of the Kung Fu barbecue was commendable, it could not be considered top tier. However, his highly theatrical cooking method, infused with qi, truly dazzled all who entered. They were captivated by this signature dish, and, in no time at all, the restaurant was filled to capacity, with even a queue forming outside. Caught off guard, he found himself juggling the roles of chef, server, and cashier, busily attending to customers. After finally enduring the rush, he had to take on additional chores to clean the restaurant, just as he thought to sit down and catch his breath. The bell at the door chimed again, signaling yet another customer had arrived. He desperately needed assistance. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he stood up, intending to inform the newcomer that the establishment was closed and that he hadn't even finished washing the dishes. But upon seeing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. Entering through the door was a petite Asian woman in her 20s, with an alluring figure and flowing black hair framing her delicate, fair face. From a Chinese aesthetic perspective, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. He was momentarily awestruck before recognizing her as Corinne One, a longtime patron of Lee's Chinese restaurant, a blend of Chinese and Japanese heritage who had spent several years in China and Japan before settling in New York. Despite her unassuming stature, she was a skilled practitioner of Aikido and Bushido, serving as an instructor at a nearby Japanese martial arts dojo. Wait a minute, he suddenly realized that this persona felt somewhat familiar. Of course, Corinne One. She was none other than the future girlfriend of the Iron Fist, a street hero known as Dragon Girl. Interestingly, her mentor, the gambler, was one of the 5 fingers of the hand. Although for a long time, she remained oblivious to this fact. "Why are you staring blankly?" Corinne furrowed her brow, looking at him quizzically, as though he didn't recognize her. He snapped back to reality and chuckled awkwardly. "Of course I do. Corinne, you look absolutely stunning today. I'm utterly mesmerized." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Corinne noted that when his parents were still alive, she had been a frequent visitor to the restaurant. Although they had not interacted much, over the years they had grown quite familiar. This young man, a year her junior and of Chinese descent, had always been somewhat shy, never bold enough to compliment her so openly. Curiosity getting the better of her, she asked, "Insect, why has your restaurant been closed for so long? Did something happen?" He stepped forward, responding half-truthfully, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just at a crucial juncture in my training and had to retreat for a few days." "Training?" Corinne inquired, her surprise deepening. "Is your family involved in martial arts?" "I had no idea." He shook his head and recounted the excuse he devised for Danny Rand. "Not exactly that I was taken in by the Kame Sinin school from a young age. However, I haven't been able to speak of it until now." Kame Sinin. Corinne regarded him with intrigue. What a peculiar name. Is it a school from Chinatown? "No," he replied, shaking his head once more. "Have you heard of Kunlun?" At the mention of Kunlun, Corinne narrowed her eyes, recalling the eccentric Danny Rand. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "I've heard of it." Having already spun a tale to Danny, his fabrications flowed more smoothly today. "Our Kame Sinin is an esoteric school. Much like Kunlun. By chance, I encountered an enlightened master in my youth, who took me as a disciple and taught me the ways of qi." An enlightened master? With half her heritage rooted in Chinese culture, Corinne, though her command of the language had waned after years in New York, still grasped the weight of the term. Such grand claims, he shrugged, boasting without hesitation. He can fly. Calling him a master is not an exaggeration. He can fly? Corinne gasped. Are you saying that through the practice of qi, one can soar through the air? Indeed, he nodded that it is a rather advanced technique called Wukong Shu. However, my qi is still quite weak, and I am not yet qualified to practice it. Skeptical, Corinne challenged. How old were you when you met this so-called master? I suspect you were deceived. He merely smiled nonchalantly. Unwilling to engage in an argument, whether it's true or not, you'll find out sooner or later. One day, I too shall soar. Come visit my dojo, she exclaimed, raising an eyebrow defiantly. I want to see if you've truly learned any real skills. Eager to test his abilities, he replied, I'm free right now. Great. Without a moment's hesitation, Corinne turned, abandoning her meal. Let us go. He shed his work attire, locked up the restaurant, and followed her through half a block until they arrived at her modest dojo. Corinne moved to a corner, retrieved 2 wooden swords, and asked, Do you use weapons? Not at all. He waved his hand dismissively. I only know how to fight with my fists and feet, so you may use the swords. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Huh. Corinne laughed in disbelief, never expecting to be underestimated by him. Determined to teach him a lesson, she approached with her wooden sword, her gaze fierce. This is your own doing. Though it was his first real combat experience, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Thanks to the lifetime of combat experience instilled by Sun Wukong, he soon regained his composure, adopting a fighting stance. Bring it on. Ha! Corinne exclaimed with a fierce cry, swiftly slicing her wooden sword through the air. Yet, he sidestepped her strike with a swift and decisive step, maneuvering to her side where her sword could not reach. In an instant, a vicious elbow strike was thrust towards her. What a lethal display of martial prowess! Corinne's eyes widened in shock. She hastily raised her left hand to push against his elbow, using the force to step back. However, before she could regain her balance, he followed with a swift side kick, relentless as a shadow. How could he be so fast? Stunned, Corinne had no choice but to block his kick with her wooden sword, resulting in a loud crack as the weapon splintered into pieces. After shattering the wooden sword, due to Yin Sen's sudden retraction of force, he did not follow through and kick Corinne one, but instead stepped back and bowed in a gesture of concession. Corinne Win's brows furrowed in irritation as she silently walked to a corner of the dojo. Retrieving a sheathed katana from a box against the wall, with a swift motion, she unsheathed it with a sharp sound, twirling it in her hand to demonstrate her prowess, clearly indicating that she recognized Yin Sen's strength and that she would need to exert herself fully to contend with him. Yin Sen, witnessing the glinting blade as it danced in the air, felt a shiver of apprehension. With his current level of qi, he could not withstand the razor-sharp steel. One slash would surely draw blood. Realizing he should not have provoked this fierce woman, regret washed over him, but it was evidently too late. With the katana in hand, Corinne immediately launched an assault. Yin Sen dared not be careless, treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice, deftly evading the flashing blade while simultaneously searching for an opportunity to counterattack. As the saying goes, prolonged defense invites failure. After dodging a dozen strikes, his footing faltered, and his body momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Corinne Win's eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a fierce cry, she swung her blade directly at him. Under the threat of the blade, Yin Sen felt every hair on his body stand on end. He suppressed his instinct to evade, stepping forward instead, extending his right arm, fingers spread wide, aimed at Corinne Win's prominent chest, and shouted, rock, paper, scissors. Paper. Within the enclosed dojo, a sudden gust of wind erupted. Corinne Win clearly saw Yin Sen's palm still a good distance from her chest, yet it felt as though an invisible hand was forcefully pushing toward her. A powerful pressure first ruffled her long hair, blinding her vision. Almost immediately, the 2 prominent points on her chest were compressed by an unseen force, causing her feet to leave the ground, and she was propelled backward. In midair, Corinne Win quickly overcame her initial panic, adjusting her limbs to regain balance, and landed steadily on her feet, taking 3 quick steps back to dissipate the force. Upon feeling her chest, she was astonished to discover that despite having been struck with considerable force and sent flying, she suffered no real harm. Other than a slight soreness in her chest, particularly at the most prominent points, she only felt a tingling sensation. after propelling Corinne went into the air with a single palm strike. Vincent felt utterly drained, pressing his hands against his knees as he bent over, gasping for breath. Seeing Corinne Wen's face flushed with irritation, he quickly raised his arms and shouted, "Stop! I have no strength left." "I concede." Corinne Wen reluctantly sheathed her sword, huffing in irritation, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, "Was that just now the technique you learned from the Turtle School's Qigong?" Vincent wiped the sweat from his forehead, laboriously straightened up, and nodded. "Yes, that technique is called paper, derived from rock, paper, scissors. It is an introductory technique of our Turtle School. Rock refers to the fist technique, scissors to the skill, and paper to the palm technique. Rock, paper, scissors. Paper releases chi from the palm, transforming it into a forceful energy that initially can only be used to push away an opponent. Once mastered, it can be adeptly manipulated to pull or even bind an enemy. Although it is merely an introductory technique, in comparison to the simpler foundational skill of chi emission, rock, paper, scissors, paper adds the process of transforming energy, leading to a far greater consumption of chi. The reason Vincent felt so exhausted that he could barely stand was that he had exerted himself too much, nearly depleting his internal chi. Is it merely an introductory technique? The Turtle School indeed proves to be quite formidable. Corinne Wen instinctively raised her hand to rub her sore chest, completely unaware that her unintentional gesture left Vincent mesmerized, his mouth dry with desire to shout. "Let me in. Allow me to help." Summoning immense willpower, Vincent finally averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Now do you believe that what I learned is genuine martial arts?" Corinne Wen pouted, internally thinking that if this wasn't considered true martial arts, then what she had learned could hardly be deemed so. Yet, she maintained a composed facade and asked, "Is the Turtle School's Qigong something anyone can learn?" Vincent pondered for a moment before vaguely replying. "In theory, yes, but it's quite challenging. One must fully develop their own chi to do so, that I have only recently grasped a smattering of it." Corinne Wen, who had learned martial arts after defecting from Kunlun to the Showa Society, was no stranger to chi. Her eyes lit up at his words. Her competitive spirit ignited her interest in such a powerful Qigong. "Do you think I could learn it?" "Shouldn't be a problem," Vincent replied, glancing at her. "Your chi is actually stronger than mine. You just don't know how to utilize it fully, which is why your strength and speed lag behind mine." Corinne Wen's lips curved into a smile as she asked eagerly, "Can you teach me? Or must I formally become your disciple?" "No need for such formalities." Vincent waved his hand dismissively, then abruptly shifted the subject as Corinne Wen's hopeful gaze bore into him. "You just need to be my girlfriend." Corinne Wen's smile faltered, and she shot Vincent a fierce glare, pointing the blade at the door. "Get out." Unfazed, Vincent chuckled and obediently walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned back to wave at Corinne Wen. "See you another day, Corinne, Tisish." Corinne Wen watched Vincent's figure disappear through the door, then scoffed before suddenly bursting into laughter. "This guy has become much more amusing than before. His way of rejection is rather unique. Well, I wasn't even going there to eat with him anyway. Oh well, it's late now. I can eat later tonight." Meanwhile, after exiting Corinne Wen's dojo, Vincent headed straight back to his restaurant, entering the kitchen to put on rubber gloves and begin washing dishes that I need to hire someone. Once Vincent finished washing the mountain of dirty dishes, he was utterly exhausted. He hastily wiped his hands and, with no time to spare, crafted a help-wanted advertisement, which he promptly posted on the door, hiring for 1 general worker and 1 server. Meals and accommodation provided. Salary negotiable. At this point, dinner time was fast approaching. Vincent couldn't afford to rest and began preparing for service. Just as he finished prepping the ingredients, he heard the bell ring. Customers were arriving. "Welcome." Vincent emerged from the kitchen, his greeting cut short as he was taken aback. "Why are you here again? Can I come to eat?" Corinne Wen strode in, her patience worn thin from fasting since noon. She suddenly turned around, pointing at the help-wanted sign. "Have you found someone?" "Not yet. I just posted it." Vincent stepped forward, jokingly asking, "What? Are you planning to close your dojo to come work for me?" "Bah," Corinne Wen muttered. "You wish." Then her expression shifted. "I have a student from my dojo who is a homeless orphan. Although she has a record for stealing, she's actually a good kid, just down on her luck. Can she come work for you as a server?" "Sure. When can she start?" Vincent replied without hesitation, thinking it was a good deal that he would accept anyone willing to help wash dishes. He'd even hire a murderer at this point. "Tonight would be great. She has prior experience as a server, So she can start right away. I'll call her now. Corinne, seeing Yin Sen's eagerness, took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call. She soon returned, raising her hand triumphantly with the phone. It's settled. She'll be here shortly. That's fantastic. You've done me a huge favor, Yin Sen exclaimed, approaching her with excitement. Come, sit. Let me treat you to a meal. Corinne waved her hand dismissively. You helped me, so I should treat you. I insist on paying. It's not easy for you to manage alone since Uncle Lee and the others left, and no need. Yin Sen waved his hand grandly. My financial situation is quite good. You won't believe this. I met an incredibly wealthy sucker yesterday. Because he offended me, he insisted on compensating me for a month's worth of income. Super wealthy for a month? Corinne pondered those two keywords. Feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu after a moment, her eyes widened. You can't be talking about Dannyland, can you? Surprised, Yin Sen responded. Huh? How did you know? A few days ago, he also offended me and compensated me with 3 months' rent for the martial arts studio. After a brief silence, Yin Shen muttered through gritted teeth. 3 months? That scoundrel, who prioritizes romance over friendship, only compensated me for 1 month. Corinne looked at Yin Shen in silence for a moment. Astonished by his peculiar concern, and without mentioning the financial matter, she sat down at a dining table and asked, Hey, are you still going to treat me to a meal? Of course. Yin Shen snapped back to attention and inquired, Shall we stick with what you usually eat? Or would you like to try my newly developed chi grilled meat? Sure, let us give it a try. Great, I'll bring it right away. Yin Shen quickly brought out a large plate of raw meat and grilled it using chi in front of Corinne. Although she had witnessed rock, paper, scissors, cloth at the martial arts studio, she was still taken aback by the distinctly different chi emission. Impressive. What is this technique called? How is it achieved? This is merely a fundamental skill and not really a technique. It is called chi emission. The principle is quite simple. Chi is a form of life energy, and releasing it generates high temperatures. Cooking meat this way is also a form of training, allowing me to refine my control over the chi. Yin Shen briefly explained, handing her a knife and fork, saying, Give it a taste, then I shall dig in. Please, I must attend to the guests, so I cannot stay too long. Go ahead. Don't mind me. As mealtime approached, the restaurant gradually filled with patrons. Yin Shen became busily occupied once more. Fortunately, after a hectic lunch, he was better prepared this time, which alleviated much of his workload. After finishing the grilled meat, Corinne generously lent him a hand. Soon after, a short-haired girl of about 17 or 18 joined in to help. Yin Shen recognized her as the apprentice from the martial arts studio that Corinne had mentioned. Her dexterity indicated that this job was not unfamiliar to her. With 2 helpers, Yin Shen found himself considerably relieved. Before he knew it, the peak dining hour had passed. After sending off all the customers, Yin Shen hung the closed sign and called out to Corinne and the short-haired girl. You all can stop working now. Let us sit down and chat. The 3 sat across from each other, and Yin Shen glanced at the short-haired girl, initiating the conversation. Hello, I am Yin Shen Li, an old friend of Corinne. The girl had the typical features of a European, her delicate face reminiscent of German descent. Her face was gaunt, her figure slender, her skin pale, exuding an air of fragility. Yet her eyes held a glimmer of indomitable strength, creating a captivating contradiction. Strangely, her shoulder-length hair was a deep black, contrasting sharply with her ethnicity. She looked at Yin Shen with guarded green eyes and introduced herself succinctly. Lona Lanchel. May I call you Lona? Yin Shen tentatively asked, and upon receiving a nod from Lona, he continued. Lona, the offer I can give you is a monthly salary of 1,500, with 3 hours of work each during lunchtime and evening. And I can provide free accommodation and meals. Additionally, since we currently lack general labor, if you are willing to temporarily fill that role, I will also include an hourly supplement of 8. Please consider this, and let me know if you have any objections. As an orphan, Lona had long been accustomed to surviving on the streets and recognized that the terms offered by Yin Shen were quite generous for a job as a waitress. Moreover, with her background involving a theft record with the police, few were willing to employ her. Thus, she readily agreed, no problem, I accept this job and am willing to take on additional tasks to earn some extra money. Very well. Yin Shen nodded and turned to Corinne, asking, What do you think? I have no objections, Corinne replied with a smile, teasingly adding, I doubt you would dare to bully my student. Haha. Then it's settled. Yin Shen chuckled awkwardly and then stood up, solemnly extending his right hand to Lona. Lona, welcome to the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lona paused for a moment before standing up to shake his hand with her fingertips. So, should I call you boss now? Whatever you prefer, Inshank shrugged nonchalantly. This is just a small family restaurant. There are no strict rules. You may call me boss, or simply, or even address me by my full name. Inshank. After a moment of silence, Lona tilted her head and said, I think I'll stick with boss. Okay. Inshank nodded in agreement, then hesitated before asking, Lona, do you live on your own, or? Before Lona could respond, Corinne interjected, Inshank, she doesn't have a place to stay. You need to arrange accommodation for her. Lona Lanchel turned her head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and told Corinne, I'm fine living outside. I can take care of myself. No way. Corinne glared. Is it fun to live in abandoned buildings, being chased around by the police? Do you want to add illegal trespassing to your record? With her facade crumbling under Corinne's revelations, Lona stubbornly turned her head away. Sensei, where I live is my choice. You cannot decide for me. So you still remember to call me Sensei. Ahem. Corinne, please don't rush. Seeing the situation spiraling, Inshank quickly cleared his throat to diffuse the tension. Lona, how about this? I'll arrange a room for you on the second floor of the restaurant. You can temporarily use it as a resting area. As for whether to use it as permanent accommodation, you can decide that later. All right. Lona Lanchel silently nodded, stealing a glance at Corinne, who looked somewhat displeased, and evasively took a couple of steps back. Boss, there are still a few tables that need to be cleaned. I'll get to work now. Go ahead. After you finish cleaning, wash the dishes, and then you can clock out. All right. Once Lona Lanchel had walked away, Inshank looked at Corinne with curiosity and quietly asked, What is going on? Corinne, isn't your reaction a bit too intense? This isn't like you at all. You wouldn't understand, Corinne pouted, seemingly holding back something significant. This girl is quite special. Living alone outside is genuinely dangerous. She could easily become a target. That is indeed true. Inshank recalled Lona Lanchel's exquisite features and agreed, a girl as beautiful as that would certainly attract trouble. That is not what I meant, Corinne said, shaking her head in frustration. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned closer to Inshank and whispered, She's a mutant. Lona Lanchel, the mutant. Inshank's mind buzzed, and he involuntarily muttered, No way. Seeing his reaction, Corinne furrowed her brow. What do you mean? In my impression, you have always sympathized with the plight of mutants, which is why I told you. No, you misunderstand. I don't mean to discriminate against her. Inshank waved his hands repeatedly, contemplatively stating, I just suddenly remembered a mutant with the same surname Lanchel. Eric Lanchel, the notorious Magneto, who is like a god wherever there is metal, but that can't be right. When I first arrived in the Marvel Universe, I conducted thorough investigations. While there are mutants, they are hardly organized. There are neither X-Men nor the existence of a brotherhood. In fact, with the pervasive surveillance of H.I.L.D. and the relentless suppression by the Sentinel Task Force, mutants could not form a substantial force. Therefore, the leader of the Brotherhood, Magneto, should not exist. Otherwise, with his rebellious nature, how could he refrain from causing trouble? Given this context, how could Lona Lanchel, the daughter of Magneto and inheritor of his powers as Polaris, just appear out of nowhere? Could it merely be a coincidence? Due to his disbelief in this assertion, Youngster curiously activated his aura sensing and directed it toward Lona Lanchel. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gaze of Corinne 1. Youngster, who had inexplicably fallen into a daze, suddenly shuddered, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What is wrong with you? My heavens, such an overwhelming aura. Youngster struggled to conceal his shock. He was unable to even respond to Corinne Wen's concerned inquiry. Through his sensing, he discerned that this seemingly delicate girl, Lona Lanchel, possessed an aura entirely distinct from that of an ordinary person. Its intensity was 50 times greater than his own, if the aura of an ordinary person is a mere 1. And in senses too, then Lona Lanchel stands at a staggering 100. With a strength of 1 against 100, she truly lives up to her title as North Star. What on earth are you talking about? Corinne Wen furrowed her brow and pushed Youngster forcefully. What do you mean by an overwhelming aura? Youngster found it difficult to swallow, casting an indescribable glance at Corinne Wen, internally lamenting, Oh, naive mortal. You are utterly oblivious to true power. How can you worry about Lona being in danger? She could easily take on dozens of you. Corinne, you are overthinking it. Lona is strong, very strong. An ordinary person stands no chance against her. Upon hearing this, Corinne Wen wore an expression that seemed to ask, Are you an idiot? Of course, she is a mutant. My concern is not for her safety. but for the potential harm she could inflict. Once a mutant awakens, they immediately gain formidable powers, and due to the sudden transformation of their bodies, they often struggle to adapt in heightened emotional states. Mutants can lose control of their abilities to varying degrees. Yincent instantly understood. Oh, you were worried that she might lose control of her powers, potentially causing casualties, resulting in her being hunted by the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sentinel Special Operations. S.H.I.E.L.D. Corinne frowned again. I know about the Sentinel Special Operations. But what is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Damn it. Spoilers. Yincent suddenly recalled that, unlike the overtly known Sentinel Special Operations, S.H.I.E.L.D. was renowned for its secrecy, and ordinary people could hardly be aware of its existence. A loss for words. He casually offered the lengthy name, giving a perfunctory explanation: the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? Corinne was evidently perplexed, blinking in disbelief. You didn't just make that up, did you? Ha ha. Yincent chuckled with amusement. It's true. I can only say that the person who came up with that name really wanted their abbreviation to sound mystical and bizarre. Corinne rolled her eyes. Redirecting the conversation back to serious matters. Let us get to the point. You need to arrange for Lana to stay here quickly. I really can't bear the thought of her wandering the streets alone. Aren't you afraid she might lose control and demolish my little shop? Yincent rolled his eyes, somewhat reluctant, yet did not dismiss her concern outright. I'll do my best. But to be honest, she is just as stubborn as you are. So I can't guarantee anything. What do you mean just like me? That's an unnecessary comment. Corinne shot Yincent a glare. I'm heading back to the dojo. You handle this. Yincent nodded, watching Corinne leave before retrieving a set of spare keys and tossing them to Youngster. These are the keys to the shop. The larger one is for the front door, and the smaller one is for the back door. Remember to lock up when you finish your shift. Oh, and you'll start at 11:30 tomorrow. Don't be late. With that, he disregarded the somewhat dazed Youngster and ascended the stairs to the living quarters on the second floor of the restaurant. Neglecting to mention anything about accommodations, if Corinne were to find out, she would certainly be furious with him. What a peculiar individual. Youngster observed Yincent's figure vanish at the stairway, furrowing her brow as she muttered, Doesn't he worry that I might steal something? Having a history of theft, Lana had encountered many who treated her like a thief, even if some did not say it outright. None could be as oblivious as Yincent. She clearly noted that the cash register contained hundreds of dollars in cash. Yet, Yincent not only showed no sign of suspicion, but even handed her the keys to the shop. Could this be some kind of test? Youngster glanced at the pile of bills in the cash register, instinctively backing away as if from a venomous snake, her mind racing with paranoia. After pondering for quite some time, she remained utterly perplexed. Little did she know, Yincent was merely taken aback by her overwhelming aura and was currently hiding in his room to calm his nerves. In truth, Yincent was merely scaring himself. The shock brought on by aura sensing was so profound that he momentarily failed to realize that Lana's aura being 50 times stronger than his did not equate to her power being 50 times greater. After all, she was still in her adolescent years as the North Star, having recently awakened and still quite inexperienced in controlling her abilities, far from the formidable strength he would later come to know. Once he had calmed down, Yincent finally processed the fact that, having lived 2 lives, he had been thoroughly intimidated by an 18-year-old girl. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own absurdity. Rising from his main bedroom, he began to tidy up the 2 guest rooms located on the opposite side of the living room, planning to convert them into staff accommodations. He needed to clear out any personal belongings within. After tidying up, Yincent called Lana upstairs, allowing her to choose one of the 2 bedrooms to serve as her temporary resting place. Subsequently, he handed her a sheet of white A4 paper and a black marker. Here, write your name on it and stick it on the door. Lana, taken aback, accepted the paper and, after a moment, gazed at the door adorned with her name. It suddenly dawned on her that this was perhaps the first time she had marked her name on something. A room that belongs to me. Luana bit her lip gently, forcibly suppressing her longing, silently reminding herself, you are a mutant. In this world, there is no place where you can find lasting refuge. Boss, is there anything else? I haven't finished washing the dishes. Nothing else. You may go. Observing Lana hastily descend the stairs, Yincent furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a violent fluctuation in Lana's aura. It was well known that when a mutant's emotions heightened, their abilities could spiral out of control, leading Yincent to question whether he could truly manage the North Star at her peak. She was not inferior to Magneto. Should her powers fully erupt, she could easily demolish his little shop in mere moments. Why dwell on such thoughts? It's time to train. Youngster shook his head vigorously, dismissing his anxious musings, and turned toward the tranquil room that had been converted from his study. Resuming his training for the day, if his own power grew sufficiently strong, any challenge would be surmountable. 2.3 hours later, Youngster emerged from the tranquil room. Exceedingly dissatisfied with his training progress, he resolved that when he next gathered the Dragon Balls, he would certainly wish to acquire the physique of a scion. He didn't expect to achieve a power boost akin to Goku rocketing ahead, but if he could simply double his current strength, he would be immensely content. With this thought in mind, Youngster lowered his head to observe the tattoo on the back of his right hand. He was astonished to discover that a third of the design had transformed from gray to gold. It was worth noting that only 10 days had elapsed since his last wish. Did this mean that in just 20 more days, the Dragon Balls would be fully charged and capable of summoning the Eternal Dragon? Youngster was filled with a mixture of excitement and surprise. Until they were fully charged, he could not use the star on his hand to sense the locations of the other 6 Dragon Balls. He could only guess randomly. Could it really be so swift? That shouldn't be the case. Perhaps one of the Dragon Balls fortuitously landed near some extraordinary energy source, for instance, within the illustrious universe of Marvel. The most renowned treasures are the 6 Infinity Stones, each imbued with boundless energy. According to the knowledge of Doctor Strange, 2 of these Infinity Stones currently reside on Earth. The Time Stone, known as the Eye of Agamotto, is in the possession of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, located within the enchanted sanctuary referred to as Kamartaj. Meanwhile, the Space Stone, manifested in the form of the Tesseract, lies in slumber beneath the icy layers of the distant Arctic, alongside Captain America. Surely, it cannot be that fortuitous. Doctor Strange's lips curled in a slight grimace. If that were indeed the case, he lacked the means to journey to the Arctic and excavate the Dragon Ball from the ice thick enough to be measured in meters. As for the Kamartaj, which is shrouded in magical barriers, theoretically, the Dragon Ball should not be found there. It simply cannot be, he mused, dismissing the ominous premonition that lingered in his mind, deciding it was best to wait until his energy was replenished before delving further into this matter. With that, Doctor Strange descended the stairs. Surveying the restaurant, he noted that all the tables had been meticulously tidied, while the stack of dirty dishes in the kitchen had been washed and neatly arranged in the sterilizer. After ensuring that both the front and back doors were securely locked, he realized that Lorna Lindsay, who had managed all of this, had already vanished, presumably returned to her own residence, which, according to Colleen Wing, was within some abandoned building. Doctor Strange stifled a yawn, fatigue evident on his face as he returned upstairs. Having toiled throughout the day, it was time for some well-deserved rest. The following morning, he awoke promptly, ventured out to procure a fresh batch of ingredients, and after storing them in the restaurant's kitchen refrigerator, he ascended to the quiet room on the second floor to continue his relentless training. It was only when the clock struck 11 that he emerged from his meditative state and descended to open the shop. At this point, it was barely past 11, and there was still some time before the general lunchtime. However, just as Doctor Strange turned away from the door after unlocking it, he heard the familiar chime of the bell indicating that someone had entered, with a myriad of preparations still pending. He turned to address the newcomer. "I apologize, but we are not yet open for business, though. I'm not here to eat," replied the slender youth who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. The boy, glancing at Doctor Strange, who was only a couple of years his senior, hesitantly inquired, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this establishment?" Doctor Strange, slightly puzzled, nodded. "I am indeed. How may I assist you?" "Hello. My name is Peter Parker, and I am here to apply for the position of a general worker." Doctor Strange, momentarily taken aback and doubting his own hearing, fell into a stunned silence before seriously asking, "What did you say your name was?" "Peter Parker, sir. I simply cannot believe this." Doctor Strange thought incredulously as he activated his aura sensing ability, nodding in satisfaction after a moment. Internally, he mused, a typical human aura. It seems to be merely a case of sharing a name. I mean, aside from my old acquaintance Colleen Wing, I have only been running this establishment for 3 days. On the first day, I had a visitor dubbed Iron Fist, and on the second day, a lady referred to as Northstar graced us with her presence. If on the third day another individual named Spider-Man were to appear, how absurd would that be? Wait a moment, it's possible he has been bitten by a spider yet. After indulging in this wild train of thought for a while, Doctor Strange finally regained his composure, introduced himself, and then asked Peter Parker, "Mr. Parker, Are you of age? I do not employ minors. Of course. Peter Parker quickly nodded, retrieving an identification card from the backpack slung over his shoulder. Mr. Lee, just call me Peter. As you can see, I have already turned 16. Doctor Strange glanced at the identification, then at Peter's backpack. Peter, you are a high school student, correct? I did not intend to hire someone for part-time work. No, no, no. Peter waved his hands in protest, explaining rapidly under Doctor Strange's skeptical gaze. What I mean is, I am indeed in high school, but I am not looking for part-time work. You see, except for weekends. I can definitely make it here every day after school before noon and return to school by 3. After school, I can arrive here no later than 6. This fits perfectly with your working hours. Doesn't it? What a chatterbox. Dr. Strange felt an ominous premonition rising within him and, holding on to a last shred of hope, probed discreetly. Peter, I close up around 8 or 9. Your parents agree to you coming home that late? My parents have passed away due to a plane crash. Peter's expression turned somber, his words becoming succinct. My guardian is Aunt May, and I can get her to sign a consent form for you. With the mention of the tragic loss of his parents, Dr. Strange sighed inwardly, casting a complex gaze at Peter. I am truly sorry that in fact, just a few months ago, my own parents also perished in a plane crash. I can empathize with your situation. I see. Peter exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, interrupting Dr. Strange. I thought you were far too young to be a restaurant owner. Upon noticing Dr. Strange's disapproving glare, Peter quickly added, Oh, that is truly unfortunate. I am very sorry. Dr. Strange chuckled softly, patting Peter on the shoulder, and gently declined. Peter, you are still young, and should spend more time in school. The hours of this job are too demanding for someone of your age. Oh no, Peter Parker dramatically lamented, his face a mask of urgency as he implored. Mr. Lee, please listen to me. My academic performance is excellent. Schoolwork is not a problem for me at all. Please, Mr. Lee, Aunt May is my only relative, and she has raised me alone. It has been incredibly tough for her. I must find a job to alleviate her burden. Please give me a chance. I will work hard. Dr. Strange, not entirely devoid of compassion, found it difficult to reject Peter's heartfelt plea. He nodded in reluctant agreement. Very well. I cannot stand in the way of your filial piety. As long as your guardian consents, I will accept you. That's fantastic, Peter exclaimed, exuberantly raising his fist in triumph. Thank you, Mr. Lee. You know, I have applied at 3 Western restaurants, 5 pizza places, and 6 CAFs. They all turned me down, and I was nearly at my wit's end. Stop. Dr. Strange raised a hand, exasperated, and pulled out his phone. Please provide me with your contact information. By the way, do you live nearby? My number is. I live in Queens, but it's not too far from here. It is only 7 subway stops away, and it's quite convenient that I pass by here every day on my way to school, which is just a 5-minute walk from here. I just realized. Your restaurant is perfectly situated between the subway station and the school. Stop. Dr. Strange felt an increasing headache, suppressing the urge to retract his offer. This neighborhood isn't exactly the safest after dark. Since you don't live nearby, are you certain Aunt May will approve of you working here? Peter scratched the back of his head, momentarily taken aback. After a moment of thought, he replied, I will convince Aunt May. I am of age now, and I can take care of myself. That phrase sounded oddly familiar. Dr. Strange smirked. Call her right now. As I mentioned earlier, only with her approval will I consider hiring you. Okay, boss, just give me a moment. After a brief interlude, during which Peter made some assurances, Dr. Strange ultimately received Aunt May's verbal consent over the phone. After hanging up, he nodded at Peter. Welcome to Lee's Chinese restaurant. You can start working here as soon as you are ready. Yes, Peter exclaimed, throwing his fist in the air and excitedly declaring, I'm ready. What should I do? Faced with this utterly inexperienced novice, Dr. Strange couldn't bear to watch and covered his face with his hand, pointing toward the back of the restaurant. Pick up your backpack. Put it in the storage room. The work uniforms are hanging on the wall over there. Go find one that fits and change into it. I have matters to attend to, and when Lorna arrives, you can ask her anything you don't understand. Boss, who is Lorna? Like you, she is an employee here. You will know who she is when you see her. After Saint's terse remark, he strode into the kitchen without a backward glance, swiftly beginning to cut meat and prepare ingredients, causing Peter to lag behind for over 10 minutes. As the lunch hour approached, time for him to prepare was rapidly dwindling. 10 minutes later, Lorna Lancher arrived punctually at Lee's Chinese restaurant. As she pushed the door open, she noticed a slender, seemingly underage boy speaking to a tall, brown-haired woman. Hi, I'm Peter. Are you Lona? The brown-haired woman glanced at Peter with a hint of impatience and waved her hand dismissively. You've got the wrong person. Welcome. Please have a seat. Lona stepped forward, greeted the brown-haired woman, and then nudged Peter aside. I'm Lona. Are you the new guy? Go wait over there, Ditto. Peter nodded, slightly bewildered, taking 2 steps back and silently watching Lona as she picked up a menu and gently placed it on the table. Addressing the brown-haired woman, may I ask what you would like to eat? The brown-haired woman, evidently well-prepared, did not even glance at the menu and directly stated, Kung Fu roast meat. This dish is ordered by weight. How many pounds would you like? Let's start with 1 pound. All right, please hold on. Lona tucked away the menu and entered the kitchen to inform Saint. Boss, we have a customer ordering 1 pound of Kung Fu roast meat. You here? Saint, who had been focused on chopping vegetables, spoke without looking up. I know. Have you met Peter? He is the new errand boy and lacks experience, so please teach him. Okay, Lona replied and changed into a work uniform before walking over to Peter, instructing him on what to do and what not to do. Moments later, Saint emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of prepared raw meat. His gaze swept across the restaurant as he headed straight for the brown-haired woman. Placing the platter on the table, in her presence, he used his chi to roast the slices of raw meat. Faced with this scene that defied scientific explanation, the brown-haired woman was utterly astonished. Her striking blue eyes widening like saucers, her right hand gently covering her red lips to stifle a gasp, exhibiting remarkable composure. Enjoy your meal. Having prepared the roast meat, Saint intended to return to the kitchen when the brown-haired woman stood up and called out, Please wait a moment. Joy Mitchum. She introduced herself, extending a delicate, pale hand to Saint. I am a close friend of Danny Land. Saint paused momentarily, then recollected that she was indeed Danny's childhood companion, hailing from a family of immense wealth and serving as a permanent board member of the Land Group. Her appearance in his humble establishment was intriguing, as she did not seem to possess the same deep-seated martial aspirations as Danny. Saintly. Saint gently grasped Joy Mitchum's fingertips. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ms. Mitchum, would you care to sit down and converse? Of course. With no other customers present, Saint nodded and amicably took a seat. It is my honor. Joy glanced at the roast meat before her and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Mr. Lee, just 3 minutes ago, I would have considered you a shameless fraud. Saint raised an eyebrow, surprised by her candor, and waved his hand dismissively. That is of little consequence. Skepticism is a natural human instinct when confronted with the unknown. In fact, even now, I still struggle to fully believe. Joy fixed Saint with a piercing gaze. Perhaps you are merely a skilled magician. Ha. Saint chuckled nonchalantly. Ms. Mitchum, I owe you nothing and have no obligation to prove the existence of chi to you. Whether you believe or not is of no concern to me. This. Joy narrowed her eyes, gently biting her lip before responding with hidden sharpness. Mr. Lee, it seems you are unaware of my identity. I am. I know, Saint interjected, the illustrious Mitchum family, a board member of the Land Group, with a fortune in the billions and immense power. Saint raised his hand, interrupting Joy. And so what? Joy took a deep breath, forcing down her rising anger, and revealed a symbolic smile. I apologize for my rudeness. The reason I am here today is that Danny told me that if I came here for a roast, I would realize that everything he said was true. Pausing for a moment, Joy continued earnestly. Therefore, Mr. Lee, I hope you can understand how important it is for me to believe in the existence of chi. For both me and Danny. It truly matters. Saint then understood that Danny must have regaled Joy with tales of Kunlun and the Hand Union, yet failed to provide proof in the original narrative. This led to him being sent to a mental institution by Joy. With this thought, Saint could not help but curiously ask, did he not summon Iron Fist for you to witness? I would think a fist glowing from within could only be explained by chi. He did not. Joy looked at Saint with uncertainty. However, he did mention the term Iron Fist, but I completely could not comprehend it. Is that so? Saint nodded slightly, recognizing that although he had guided Danny, the latter still could not summon Iron Fist at will. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his right hand to Joy. All right, I shall assist him once more. Ms. Mitchum, through a technique called chi bestowal, I can transfer my own chi to another. Please place your hand in mine, and I will allow you to experience chi firsthand. Joy hesitated briefly before slowly extending her arm, cautiously placing her slender fingers upon Saint's palm. Is this all right? Saint nodded. Close your eyes. Try to block out the surrounding noise. Concentrate, and when you are ready, just let me know. After a moment, with her eyes tightly shut, Joy spoke calmly. I am ready. In the next instant, Joy abruptly opened her eyes, her entire being trembling violently. As if electrified, and swiftly withdrew her right hand, staring wide-eyed at her fingertips. This is Chi. Saint rose, and before Joy could react, he stepped away, leaving her with the words, "Tell Danny Land that he owes me a favor." How splendidly audacious, Saint thought to himself with a sense of pride. However, as he returned to the kitchen, he was met by Lona, who entered with a peculiar expression, handing him a black bank card. "Boss, that customer outside locked our door and hung up a closed sign. When I tried to stop her, she gave me this card and said for you to use it freely." Faced with this DJVU scenario, Saint's lips twitched as he muttered enviously, "Those damn wealthy people." It was just a small sum, yet he felt compelled to acquiesce. Saint reluctantly tossed aside the knife in his hand, accepted the bank card from Lona, and walked to the cash register. Just as he had done with Danny, he processed a charge of $10,000, then approached Joy Mitchum, returning the card. "Ms. Mitchum, I require an explanation." Joy extended her right hand, elegantly pinching the card between two fingers, and nonchalantly tucked it into her handbag before replying. "Mr. Lee, I would like to ask a favor of you." Considering the $10,000, Saint smirked slightly, tilting his head. "Go on, that if what Danny told me is true, then the land group is in grave peril. Relying solely on Danny and me may not suffice. We must include my brother. Ward. We need to unite our efforts, but without evidence, Ward is unlikely to believe our word alone. Please help me persuade him. Ms. Mitchum, I am not one to seek validation. My willingness to allow you to experience G is purely out of regard for Danny and Kunlun." As the conversation came to an abrupt halt, Vincent's pupils suddenly constricted, and he swiftly extended his hand to forcefully push Joy Mitchum aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way." Caught completely off guard, Joy was propelled to the side, crashing heavily onto the floor with a pained gasp. Before she could recover from the searing pain, she was met with the terrifying sight of the glass door behind her shattering into countless shards with a loud crash. Amidst the swirling debris, a dark axe spun rapidly towards where she had originally stood, while Vincent, who had just pushed her away, now found himself in the line of fire. "Watch out!" Joy screamed at the top of her lungs. In response, Vincent, with lightning speed, reached out to grasp the flying axe, achieving an almost impossible precision in seizing its handle, firmly controlling it in his hand. "What the hell did I do to deserve this?" Vincent cast a glance at the now shattered entrance of the shop before glaring furiously at the figures outside. He spotted 5 or 6 young men with crew cuts, clad in black suits, each wielding an axe, storming towards the shop with menacing intent. They were all unmistakably of Asian descent. From the tattoos adorning their necks, it was evident they were likely henchmen of a Chinese gang. Axe gang? Is there such a thing in the Marvel Universe? Vincent dismissed such thoughts and shouted to Joy to stay down and call the police. He then turned to Lorna and Peter, bellowing, "Lorna, take Peter and hide in the back." With that, Vincent hurled the axe he had caught with great force and charged out of the shop, seizing the moment when the gang members ducked to avoid the flying weapon. He landed a powerful punch squarely on the chest of the foremost assailant. That moment, Vincent faced overwhelming odds and dared not hold back. He unleashed a punch imbued with the essence of rock from the game Rock, Paper, Scissors. Observant eyes would notice a faint blue aura pulsating around his fist, a manifestation of the chi that enveloped it. The gang member struck by the rock immediately coughed up a copious amount of blood, hurtling backward with even greater speed than he had approached, crashing to the ground. Still spitting blood, it was clear he had sustained severe internal injuries, likely with multiple broken ribs, rendering him unable to rise anytime soon. There were still 5 adversaries remaining. Vincent quickly assessed their numbers, intensifying the output of his chi. The blue light swirling around his fist grew more pronounced. Among the techniques in rock, paper, scissors, the paper and scissors techniques consumed too much energy for him to afford, while the rock technique was a reinforcing form of chi, allowing him to sustain his power as long as he had chi within him, with negligible consumption until he struck an opponent. In the current situation, time was clearly on Vincent's side. As long as he could hold out until the New York police arrived, the tide would turn in his favor. Thus, after incapacitating one enemy, he did not rush to attack again. Instead, he took a step back, positioning himself before the shattered door, adopting a stance that conveyed, "This path is closed. By now." Vincent had realized that these gang members had not come for him but were targeting Joy Mitchum, and he could not allow them to breach the shop. Otherwise, the threat to Joy would be minimal, but if Lorna lost control of her abilities, the consequences could be dire. The remaining 5 gang members, Witnessing their comrade collapse after a single blow from Youngster, felt a twinge of fear. All were of Chinese descent, some even first-generation immigrants, and the phrase martial arts master echoed in their minds, causing hesitation as they relied on one another to take the lead. That "let's go together." After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, one gang member with a mustache, his face contorted with rage, brandished his axe and charged at Youngster, shouting in Mandarin, "Chop him down." It was him. A glint of determination flashed in Youngster's eyes as he shifted from defense to offense, meeting the oncoming assailant with incredible speed. He evaded the swung axe and unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at the soft ribs of the mustached man. The chi surrounding his fist erupting violently upon impact, the mustached thug found himself lifted off the ground, his feet leaving the floor by nearly a meter before he began to plummet back down. Feeling as though his internal organs had exploded, writhing in agony as he convulsed and distorted in pain, when he crashed to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and blood poured from his mouth. Alongside tears and mucus, he had become a ghastly sight. With the mustached thug incapacitated, Youngster wasted no time and stepped out of the encirclement of the remaining 4 gang members, taking careful steps as he sought his next opportunity to strike. Seeing the harrowing state of the mustached man, the remaining 4 gang members were struck with fear, their resolve wavering. They had not adjusted their positions to reform their encirclement, and before Youngster, an opportunity had presented itself. He charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. The gang member Youngster targeted bore a long scar shaped like a centipede across his face, frantically swinging his axe to fend Youngster off. He cried out for help. "Someone, assist me." However, at that moment, the positioning of the assailants was such that Youngster stood between the scarred man and his 3 companions, who were unable to provide immediate support. They could only watch helplessly as Youngster executed a sweeping kick that sent the scarred thug crashing to the ground, before leaping onto him to deliver a decisive blow. No, rather, a punch that in contrast to his companions. The scarred thug was somewhat fortunate. Youngster struck him on the head with a punch that rendered him unconscious without inflicting too much pain. They asked for whether he would suffer a concussion. That was a concern for another time. The 3 remaining gang members, witnessing Youngster rise from the scarred thug with bloodied fists, instinctively took a step back, exchanging glances filled with profound fear. Who the hell is this person? Why is he so vicious? After knocking someone down, he still delivers additional blows. This is brutal. Who truly are the ruthless gang members here? Their courage diminished. The 3 thugs considered retreating, had it not been for their fallen comrades. They would have turned to flee. One young thug sporting an ear stud suddenly bolted towards the open-leash Chinese restaurant, shouting, "Hold him off. I'm going to catch him." The idea was sound, but the studded thug overlooked a harsh reality. Under the enhancement of chi, Youngster's strength and speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. When they banded together, they could barely contend with him. Once separated, they would be at his mercy. The 2 gang members who could not keep pace with Youngster were swiftly overtaken as he closed the distance in mere strides, raising his fist to deliver a blow to the back of the ear-studded thug, knocking him down instantly. The ear-studded thug fell to the ground, spewing a torrent of blood, and he could not even reach the threshold of the restaurant. In the next moment, the wailing of police sirens echoed from afar. Upon hearing this, the 2 remaining gang members exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying a sense of relief as they recognized the impending arrival of law enforcement. They quickly looked at each other, displaying an uncanny synchronization, and shouted in unison, "Time to scram." The wind's picking up. Youngster observed the 2 fleeing figures, breathing a sigh of relief, having no intention of pursuing them. After taking down 4 of their number, his chi was nearly depleted, and he could no longer maintain even the rock technique. If he continued to engage in battle, he would not necessarily be defeated, but it would undoubtedly turn into a grueling fight. After watching the 2 gang members vanish into the distance, Youngster paid no mind to the 4 on the ground, either unconscious or groaning in pain, and returned to the shop, calling out loudly, "Everyone, come out. It's safe now." At the sound of his voice, Joy Mitchum peeked out from beneath the table. The young woman proved to be quite sincere when Youngster instructed her to stay down. She had indeed remained hidden. Youngster approached and offered her a hand. "Ms. Mitchum, don't you have bodyguards when you go out?" "I prefer not to have anyone following me," Joy replied, grasping Youngster's arm for support as she stood, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Just call me Joy. You are my savior, and I cannot bear the title of MS." "Very well, Joy." With a casual nod, Inshank pointed at the 4 gangsters lying at the entrance and inquired, "Who are they? Why did they attack you?" It seemed they belonged to the Axe gang from Hong Kong. I suspect it might be due to a business conflict. Recently, our Rand group acquired a dock they desired. Buying a dock, Inshink's lips twitched slightly. The way you speak makes it sound as trivial as purchasing a piece of clothing that I truly do not comprehend the world of the affluent. At that moment, Lorna and Peter approached from the back of the shop, with Peter displaying a face of sheer terror. He exclaimed, "Oh, boss, you weren't joking when you said this neighborhood isn't safe. Huh, why haven't I seen any police? Did you single-handedly take down those 1, 2, 3 for gangsters at the door? Oh my goodness, that person bled so much. How did you manage to beat him to this state? Could it truly be Chinese martial arts?" "It turns out you weren't lying, boss." "Peter, be quiet." Inshinct interrupted Peter's incessant chatter and turned to Lorna, asking, "Are you all right?" It should be noted that Inshinkt's steadfastness in guarding the shop entrance against the gangsters was only partially for the sake of Joey. A more significant reason was his concern that Lorna, a powerful mutant, might be provoked and consequently lose control of her abilities, potentially demolishing his little shop. "I'm fine, just a bit shaken," Lorna assured him. Although she said this, Inshinct still felt uneasy and activated his aura sensing ability. Only feeling relieved when he saw that Lorna's aura remained relatively stable, he then resolved to find an opportunity to have an open and honest conversation with her. After all, treating her like a ticking time bomb was not a sustainable approach. "Glad to hear that. Peter, please clean up the broken glass on the floor." Upon hearing this, Joey, who had been silently standing to the side, suddenly reacted and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Lee, this whole situation stemmed from me, and I will take responsibility for fixing this door. That would be much appreciated." "Joey. By the way, since I've been calling you by your first name, feel free to call me Inshinct as well." Inshinct graciously accepted the offer and gestured towards a police car that slowly pulled up to the shop entrance with its sirens blaring. "Joey, let us help each other out. I have no desire to visit the police station for tea. Of course." Joey nodded proudly, stepping outside the shop and confidently stating, "You need not worry. I will handle all matters related to the police." The surname Mitchum evidently held significant weight with the New York police, as after a few casual exchanges, the entire incident was classified as justifiable self-defense. Not only were there no questions raised about excessive defense, but even Inshinct himself was not asked to come forward. In the police report, the person who subdued those 4 gangsters was merely listed as Joey Mitchum's bodyguard. Before long, 2 ambulances rushed to the scene, carting away the 4 seriously injured gangsters on stretchers. Subsequently, the 2 patrol officers returned to their vehicle, accompanying the ambulances to the hospital. Thus, this matter seemed to reach a conclusion. It was only at this moment that Inshinct, having avoided suspicion, stepped outside the shop to thank Joey. "Thank you, Joey. It was my duty." Joey waved his hand dismissively, his brow furrowing slightly. "I'm REA." A moment later, a middle-aged man with a square face appeared before Inshinct, accompanied by 2 familiar faces. Those were the 2 who had fled from the 6 assailants who had previously attacked Joey Mitchum. "Boss, it's him." Upon receiving confirmation, the square-faced man gestured behind him to quell the agitation of his subordinates. Fixing a cold gaze upon Inshinct in Mandarin, he inquired, "I am surnamed Yang. May I ask your name?" "Such inquiries would be presumptuous." Inshinct replied with a polite remark, introducing himself as Inshinct Lee. Yang nodded slightly, returning the courtesy. "A second-generation Chinese, born in America, your Mandarin is quite standard. The martial arts passed down from your ancestors have not been neglected. Commendable. It is good to see one not forget their roots." "Well said." Inshinct waved his hand dismissively, signaling an end to the pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "Boss Yang, I shall refrain from unnecessary niceties. I am here to resolve a matter, though." Yang smirked coldly, pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Heh, are you about to suggest that this is merely a misunderstanding? Rather than resorting to violence, shall we not bury the hatchet with a smile?" Inshinct chuckled knowingly, confidently proclaiming, "Trust me, Boss Yang. Once I have finished speaking, you will find yourself grateful for my words today. Youngster, do not be too arrogant." Yang's demeanor shifted abruptly. He raised his arm and made a threatening gesture. "Warning, in my presence, no matter how skilled you are, you shall bow down. Think carefully before you speak. Should your words displease me, you will not leave this threshold." Inshinct's eyes scanned the area, noting the presence of 7 or 8 men in black suits brandishing submachine guns. Emerging from seemingly nowhere, each dark muzzle aimed squarely at his head and chest. In his blind spot, an unsettling feeling crept over him. clearly indicating that several guns were also trained on him from behind. Faced with such a palpable threat to his life, every muscle in Yinsen's body instinctively tensed. Taking a deep breath, he managed to dispel his anxiety and spoke with a relatively calm tone. What a show of force, Boss Yang. Might they lower their weapons? Listen to what I have to say. If you find it unsatisfactory, then let them fire at will. Humph. Yang snorted disdainfully, casually waving his hand to signal his men to lower their weapons. With his lips pressed together, he uttered a single word. Speak. As soon as Yinsen opened his mouth, his first utterance caused Yang's expression to change drastically. The doc you seek. The reason the Rand Group acquired it is solely due to the directives of the Hand Association. Everyone. Withdraw. Yang's face filled with apprehension as he waved off his gun-wielding subordinates, bowing respectfully to Yinsen. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identity and did not mean to offend. He chuckled. Now that is indeed a misunderstanding. Yinsen smiled and shook his head. Boss Yang, you need not be so anxious. I do not serve the Hand Association. However, the current power holder of the Rand Group, Ward Mitchum, brother of Joy Mitchum, is indeed a capable subordinate of Madame Gao. What? Yang's eyes widened in terror. Are you suggesting that the doc is desired by Madame Gao, one of the 5 fingers? If it were any of the other 4 fingers of the Hand Association, I would not be so intimidated. But facing Madame Gao, who has roots in China, I truly cannot muster any bravado. With the other 4 fingers, though I am not their match, at least I could escape back to China. Yet, if I offend Madame Gao, there would be no chance to flee. Only death awaits. Indeed. Yinsen nodded confidently. To provoke Joy Mitchum is tantamount to challenging Madame Gao. This life and death revelation. Does it suffice to smooth over any grievances, Boss Yang? Sufficient. Yang forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Cupping his fist toward Yinsen, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You are correct. I should thank you for stopping my subordinates from committing a grievous error. Had anything happened to Joy Mitchum, it would have been irreparable. If only you knew the weight of my hand, perhaps you would not say the same. Yinsen, wearing a peculiar expression, waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. Just do not hold a grudge. As long as your words are true, today's events will be forgotten. Yang had already believed him to a great extent, for few could even know of the Hand Association, let alone utter the name Madame Gao. What he said now was merely for appearances. I shall verify this information. I will not keep you any longer. Someone, see him out. Before long, Yinsen was escorted out of Yang's company with utmost courtesy. It was only then that he sighed deeply, wiping the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it, the gang's lair is truly a den of danger. Yinsen muttered to himself in trepidation. He had anticipated facing firearms before entering, but the sight of multiple submachine guns all at once was rather excessive. Was it not? In that moment, when all those weapons were aimed at him, he genuinely felt the threat of death. A single misstep could have meant his end today. Ah, Yinsen exhaled forcefully again, relaxing his mind as he stepped onto the path home. At last. It was over, however, unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning. Just as Yinsen climbed into a taxi, in the office of the New York Police Department, Police Chief George Stacy, gazing at 4 disturbing injury reports on his desk, tapped his fingers lightly as he pondered for a moment before addressing a detective before him. Compile all the information regarding this case and report it to the FBI. The FBI, the detective hesitated. Repeating the acronym, this case involves a director of the Rand Group. If we pursue it, the commissioner may not be pleased. Upon hearing this, George Stacy frowned and stated earnestly, whether the Rand Group reduces its donations is a matter for the commissioner to consider. Our duty is to ensure public safety. Do your job, detective. Yes, sir. After watching the detective leave his office, George Stacy sighed, muttering in exasperation, what on earth is happening in New York? Exceptional individuals are emerging one after another, as if superpowers are on sale. With that, George Stacy picked up the 4 injury reports and, with a pointed tone, remarked, if you could behave like Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, it would be one thing. But if you dare to act like Daredevil and the Punisher, I will see you brought to justice. Meanwhile, completely unaware that he had already caught the attention of the authorities, Yinsen stepped out of the taxi and was greeted by the sight of his shop's newly renovated entrance, which instantly brightened his mood. As soon as Yinsen pushed the door open, he was met by Lorna Lancel, who approached him eagerly. Boss, you're back. Yinsen replied absent-mindedly, examining the newly installed glass door. It was then that he noticed the floor-to-ceiling windows on either side had also been replaced, prompting him to ask, Lorna, why were the windows changed as well? Lorna wore a look of surprise. They were replaced with bulletproof glass, just like the door that wasn't at your instruction. Bulletproof glass? Now it was Yinsen's turn to be astonished. After checking the price of bulletproof glass on his phone and calculating the total area of glass used for the door and windows, he couldn't help but be taken aback. It must have cost at least over $10,000. Boss, is there a problem? Lorna stepped forward, her anxiety evident as she recalled Yinsen's request for her to oversee things before he left. Is the glass very expensive? Quite expensive. Even the cheapest option costs several $100s per square meter. Due to a reflexive response, Yinsen casually remarked. Upon witnessing Lorna's astonished expression, he smiled and clarified. Do not be anxious. She is sent by Joey, and I am certain she has already covered the expenses. We need not spend any money. That I was merely taken aback. Her generosity is indeed quite remarkable. With that said, Yinsen glanced inside the shop. Where are Corinne and Peter? Lorna exhaled in relief and replied. The master has returned to the dojo, and Peter has gone to school. He mentioned he would come by after class. Boss, are we opening for business tonight? Of course, Yinsen nodded as if it were a matter of course. Rest assured, I have thoroughly resolved the situation. There will be no further disturbances. And please inform Corinne to spare me another lecture. All right, I will call the master shortly. Lorna acquiesced, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Boss, please do not take offense at the master. Her words stem not only from concern for me, but also for your well-being. Ha. Why would I be angry with her? Yinsen scoffed, casting a teasing glance at Lorna. It seems you hold Corinne in high regard. She is, without a doubt, the kindest person I have ever encountered, Lorna replied earnestly. It's not just me. Everyone respects the master. For us orphans wandering the streets, she has never charged tuition. Instead, she has offered financial assistance and, more importantly, granted us the ability to protect ourselves. To us, she is akin to an angel. An angel, you say? Yinsen's expression grew complex. Not only Lorna Langseal, but even Corinne when herself remained oblivious to the fact that most of the orphans she trained in martial arts would likely end up as members of the nefarious organization known as the Hand Alliance. It was precisely her benevolent heart that allowed others to lower their guard, making her a target for the gambler, who had selected her to be an unwitting recruiter. Once a person lowers their defenses, they become susceptible to brainwashing. Ironically, the Hand Alliance, an organization steeped in cult-like tendencies, was, in Corinne Wynn's perception, merely a charitable institution managed by her mentor, the gambler. A charitable institution named the Hand Alliance. What a cruel jest indeed. Boss. Lorna Langseal's voice snapped Yinsen from his reverie, as she perceptively inquired, did I say something incorrect? Incorrect. It was a grave mistake. Yinsen inwardly lamented while outwardly maintaining composure. If Corinne Wynn were to discover the truth, her lifelong beliefs would shatter entirely, though it was inevitable that such a day would come. However, that day was not today. Yinsen's current strength was too feeble, and he could scarcely avoid the Hand Alliance, much less provoke them. He could only display a resigned expression and shift the topic. Lorna, if you have no pressing matters, why not stay a while longer in the shop? I have something to discuss with you. All right. Upon hearing Lorna's immediate agreement, Yinsen locked the shop door and gestured towards a table at the back. Let's sit there and talk. The two sat across from each other at the table, and Yinsen broke the silence first. Your hair has been dyed black for quite some time now, hasn't it? The green roots are beginning to show. They resemble the color of your pupils. Lorna was taken aback, about to explain but hesitating. Boss, Yinsen waved his hand, directly piercing through the veil. I know you are a mutant. Corinne informed me the day you joined. Lorna's eyes widened in shock. Her greatest secret laid bare, stirring a tempest of emotions within her as her anxiety heightened. A cacophony of metallic clinking suddenly erupted in the restaurant. Yinsen turned his head, observing as various metal objects surrounding Lorna began to tremble violently, as if they might soar into the air like a flock of birds. Lorna, Yinsen gently called her name. Maintaining a calm demeanor, you should try to remain composed. If you create chaos in the shop, I won't be cleaning up after you. Inspired by his tone, Lorna gradually calmed down, and the trembling utensils on the table ceased their agitation. Restoring tranquility to the shop. That's more like it. Yinsen smiled slightly, attempting to ease the tension with a hint of jest. In truth, I refrained from saying earlier that if anything gets broken, I shall deduct it from your wages. At his words, Lorna chuckled, half teasing and half testing. Boss, you must be a mutant too, right? All those martial arts skills must be a ruse. Regrettably, I am but an ordinary person, Yinsen replied with a hint of melancholy. Pursing his lips. I wish it were so. To awaken and become powerful in an instant would be splendid. But alas, such fortune is not mine. Lorna raised her brows in surprise, sensing that Youngster was not merely speaking for effect. He genuinely believed what he said. What is so surprising? Youngster shrugged. Do you think Corinne would reveal the truth if I held disdain for mutants? That is true, Lorna affirmed, then expressed her admiration. But, boss, you are remarkably unperturbed. You don't seem the least bit worried about me losing control of my abilities. Who says I'm not worried? Youngster retorted, internally frantic, yet maintaining a facade of calm. I am constantly on edge, fearing you might demolish my shop. Which is precisely why I sought this conversation. Youngster's inner voice clamored wildly, while outwardly he asserted, that is because I possess absolute confidence in my ability to resolve your issues that you're boasting. Lorna felt a flicker of hope, but quickly suppressed it. Firmly countering, I don't believe it. That's utterly impossible. Youngster did not argue with Lorna but gently posed a question. Let me ask you, why do nearly all mutants experience a loss of control over their abilities? Because of genetic mutation, Lorna answered, her prior research evident in her knowledge. When our X gene awakens, our bodies undergo a drastic transformation in an instant. It's akin to reverting to an infant, needing to learn to walk all over again. That's quite accurate and vividly expressed. Youngster nodded in agreement, then added, however, in my view, it is not that complicated. You lose control because, after awakening, the chi within you surges uncontrollably, far exceeding what you can manage. Take you as an example. Your chi strength is 100 times that of an ordinary person, yet your control remains at a typical level. How could you possibly master your own chi? Though Lorna had trained under Corinne Wynn and was not entirely unfamiliar with chi, she was still somewhat puzzled. Boss, I don't quite understand. Are you going to teach me how to control my chi? I cannot teach you. Youngster shook his head. The chi of mutants is unique and highly individualized. Only you can master it, just as Lorna was about to pout in disappointment. Youngster's tone shifted, however. I can teach you a technique called chi sealing, allowing you to suppress your own chi. Suppress my own chi? Lorna's eyes lit up as she speculated. Does that mean, if I learn this chi sealing, I can mask my mutant abilities and become just like an ordinary person? That is its most basic function. Youngster confirmed with a nod, elaborating. Initially, you will only be able to completely seal your chi. After sealing, as you mentioned, you will resemble an ordinary person, entirely devoid of mutant abilities. Once you have fully mastered chi sealing, you will be able to adjust the degree of sealing at will. Why would I want to adjust the sealing degree? Lorna tilted her head in confusion. I believe the safest approach is to maintain complete sealing at all times and only unseal in dire situations. Your reasoning is sound, but that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. In a patient explanation, Youngster articulated, in truth, through the practice of breath shielding, one can gradually enhance their control. For instance, if your current energy is at the strength of 100 individuals, you can shield away 99%, leaving you with the capability equivalent to merely one person's strength. Although this will render your abilities significantly weaker, there is a distinct advantage to such weakness. It becomes exceedingly manageable, allowing for a gradual reduction of the shielding. Ultimately, you will undoubtedly achieve complete mastery over your own energy, no longer reliant on breath shielding, and free from the peril of uncontrolled abilities. Lorna listened intently, her expression growing more animated with each word. Once he finished, she eagerly exclaimed, Boss, please teach me. Hold on, Youngster interjected, raising a hand to signal her to be patient. However, there are certain matters I must clarify first, so listen carefully. Lorna nodded earnestly, indicating her attentiveness. Speak, and I shall listen, she replied. Youngster, with a solemn demeanor, entered a serious state. Breath shielding is a unique technique of our turtle immortal school, although I am willing to make an exception and impart it to you. You must not teach it to anyone else without my permission. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands, pursuing and eliminating anyone who dares to steal this knowledge, even if it takes me to the ends of the earth. As he uttered the final words, Youngster became deeply engrossed in his role, his gaze fierce. Lorna, sitting opposite him, was evidently taken aback, and she solemnly promised, Boss, I swear I will never teach it to anyone. Very well, Youngster replied, relaxing his expression. That he then stood and said, Follow me. The two ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, entering the quiet room where Youngster practiced. Lorna looked around in astonishment. The room was stark and devoid of windows, consisting solely of walls and a floor, truly bare. Youngster sat on the floor and gestured for Lorna to sit cross-legged before him. Once they were seated, he began, To learn breath shielding, you must first be able to sense your own energy. Can you do that? Lona pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. Whenever I exert my mutant abilities, my hands radiate a dazzling array of colors. It resembles the aurora borealis, and I can distinctly feel that this light is the source of my power. I believe that is my energy, correct? Youngster replied, his expression somewhat dumbfounded. After a pause, he explained, I cannot say you are entirely incorrect, but you are somewhat missing the point. That is merely the outward manifestation of your energy, not its essence. You must understand that it is your energy that creates that aurora, not the other way around. Do you grasp that? I do not understand, Lona admitted, her face filled with confusion. Youngster sighed internally, realizing it was a tall order to expect a foreigner to comprehend the subtleties of Chinese martial arts. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his right hand toward her and said, Let us try this. Give me your hand, and I will allow you to experience my energy firsthand. A moment later. Akin to the earlier experience of Joy Mitchell, Lona stared at her fingertips, stunned into silence. This is energy, she gasped. Youngster interrupted the energy transmission to offer guidance. Remember this sensation. Rely on it to sense your own energy. It is a sixth sense that transcends the 5 physical senses. Therefore, do not be deceived by your sight, hearing, smell, touch, or taste. Focus on your spirit. After a considerable time, Lona, with her eyes tightly shut, finally opened them. Her face filled with disappointment. Boss, I cannot do it. That is perfectly fine, Youngster reassured her. Not expecting her to succeed on the first try, he extended his right hand again. Let us try once more. An hour later, after numerous failed attempts, Lona began to lose confidence in herself and sought reassurance from Youngster. Boss, how long did it take you to sense your own energy? Perhaps a second. Youngster recalled, remembering how he sensed his energy immediately after wishing for the knowledge of Sun Wukong. Thus, he had not anticipated that this seemingly simple step would be so challenging for Lona. Though he could not express this discouraging thought, Youngster offered a kind lie to comfort her. It took me quite a while as well. Lona. It is understandable that you, being non-Chinese, find it difficult to comprehend energy. Do not feel disheartened. All right, she replied. Time passed, and after another half hour, Lona exclaimed, Boss, I feel it. I finally feel it. With her face alight with joy, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, This is my energy, how immense it is. Youngster wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Although the energy he transmitted was minimal each time, after over 20 energy transmissions, he was nearly drained. Until this moment, he had begun to wonder if Lona, an outsider wholly unfamiliar with Chinese culture, would ever be able to sense her own energy. Excellent. Familiarize yourself with this sensation. Tomorrow, once you have a deeper understanding of your energy, we shall begin learning breath shielding. Youngster said, rising and leaving the quiet room. I must prepare the restaurant. You may remain here a while longer to solidify this newfound sensation and come down to work when it's time for service. Thank you, boss, Lona replied. You're welcome, he said, exiting the quiet room and descending to the restaurant, where he engaged in some preparatory work in the kitchen before opening the doors at the appointed time. Just then, Lona descended the stairs, wearing an oddly contemplative expression. Approaching Youngster, she inquired, Boss, you said my energy is 100 times that of an ordinary person. By that standard, how much is yours? Youngster fell into a lengthy silence before reluctantly responding. 3 times that of an ordinary person. In truth, it was just over twice, but he had severely rounded up. Only 3 times, Lona remarked with a look of realization. I was beginning to wonder if I had misjudged. It seems your energy is considerably weaker compared to mine. Youngster, somewhat displeased, scoffed. I am not a mutant. That is to be expected. Lona chuckled, regaining her confidence. I thought you were some sort of aloof master. Turns out you are not even my match. Hee. Youngster replied with a cold laugh, threatening. It seems you no longer wish to learn breath shielding. Boss, you are too stingy. You cannot take a joke. Enough chatter. Get to work. There are no customers yet. Their banter concluded with Youngster's silent concession. Shortly after, Peter arrived, bustling in after school. As time passed, the restaurant began to fill with customers, and the 3 quickly became engrossed in their busy tasks until around 8 or 9. When Youngster hung the closed sign, signaling the end of the day, what followed was a week of tranquility. Throughout those 7 days, thanks to the miraculous signature dish of Kung Fu barbecue, Lee's Chinese restaurant maintained a remarkably thriving business, with Youngster's net income exceeding $500 daily. During this period, neither the Axe Gang, the Hand Association, nor the New York police troubled him, just as he thought the storm brought by Joy Mitchell had entirely subsided. On the morning of the 8th day, An individual Yin Xingta least wished to encounter appeared at the door of his establishment. This cannot be, Yin Xingta muttered to himself, furrowing his brows as he gazed at the middle-aged man entering the restaurant. I have been so low-key these past few days. The middle-aged man, with a receding hairline and meticulously combed sparse black hair, donned a neatly tailored black suit and wore a gentle smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. However, if Yin Xingta's instincts were correct, this man would be the greatest trouble he had encountered since arriving in the Marvel Universe. Silently activating his energy perception, Yin Xingta noted that while this man still fell within the realm of an ordinary person, his energy level was at least 50% stronger than average, placing him among the elite of ordinary individuals. Entirely consistent with Yin Xingta's suspicions, greetings that a middle-aged man approached Yin-Sent directly, maintaining a smile on his face and speaking in a gentle tone. May I inquire if you are Yin-Sent Li? I am, Yin-Sent replied, stepping forward and subtly probing. And you are? The middle-aged man reached into the inner pocket of his suit and produced a black folder. Opening it before Yin-Sent to reveal his credentials. Phil Coulson, Federal Bureau of Investigation agent. I am here to investigate a case. May we have a conversation? Indeed, it is you. Huh. FBI. If you were to travel abroad, would you not become CIA? Yin-Sent thought to himself, stifling a sarcastic chuckle. You agents from this H.I.L.D. enjoy cloaking yourselves in mystery. He suppressed the urge to mock and gestured toward a table in the shop. Of course, please have a seat. Phil Coulson readily complied, sitting down and promptly asking, Mr. Lee, 7 days ago, Joy Mitchum, a board member of Rand Corporation, was assaulted in your establishment. The assailants numbered 6, 4 of whom were subdued on the spot. I would like to know who incapacitated them. If I claim ignorance, you would surely charge me with obstruction of justice, would you not? Yin-Sent sighed, ultimately conceding, it was I. Phil Coulson exhibited no surprise, clearly having conducted prior investigations into Yin-Sent. He retained his amiable smile as he retrieved 4 injury reports from his briefcase, placing them on the table. These are the injury reports of the 4 assailants. The least injured among them suffered 3 broken ribs, and the forensic examiner believes he was struck in the chest by a vehicle traveling over 60 miles per hour. However, we both know that this is far from the truth. What, pray tell, were your methods of subduing them? Yin-Sent pursed his lips, responding succinctly to Coulson's lengthy exposition. Fists, or rather, martial arts. Martial arts? Phil Coulson squinted slightly. Mr. Lee, I must remind you that lying during an investigation constitutes a violation of federal law. Believe it or not, Yin-Sent retorted sharply. Agent Coulson, please speak plainly. I am quite busy and have no time for riddles. Phil Coulson, undeterred, smiled amiably. Mr. Lee, are you familiar with Inhumans and mutants? I know of mutants. Yin-Sent lied without flinching. I have not heard of Inhumans. Very well, Phil Coulson nodded. To elaborate would be cumbersome. In brief, Inhumans and mutants alike are humans who have awakened supernatural abilities through genetic mutations, according to our agency's regulations, upon discovering an inhuman or mutant. A threat assessment must be conducted and actions taken based on the results, ranging from capture and imprisonment to surveillance and monitoring, to ensure societal stability and public safety. I understand. Yin-Sent smirked coldly. You suspect me of being a mutant or an inhuman, Phil Coulson compulsively added, then continued, Mr. Lee, if possible, please demonstrate the martial arts you mentioned. Otherwise, I shall have to request that you accompany us. Yin-Sent instinctively turned to glance outside. Did you not come alone? I sincerely apologize. Phil Coulson politely threatened. Across the street stands an entire squad of fully armed agents. Of course, as long as MRDLI cooperates, they will not intrude. Yin-Sent fell silent for a moment, reluctantly conceding, as long as I provide you with proof. You will cease to trouble me. Certainly, Phil Coulson readily agreed. Your protection of Joy Mitchum constitutes justifiable self-defense. Thus far, you have not violated any federal laws, as long as we can confirm that you are neither an inhuman nor a mutant. There is no reason for us to complicate matters. Very well. Yin-Sent, with evident reluctance, extended his arm. Come, let us shake hands. Upon hearing this, Phil Coulson furrowed his brow, regarding Yin-Sent's outstretched hand with hesitation. Mr. Lee, what do you mean by this? Yin-Sent, growing impatient, explained, the martial arts I refer to involve qi. You are neither Chinese nor familiar with Chinese culture. It is challenging to convey this through words. It would be more effective to employ a technique known as qi transfer, allowing me to transmit my qi to you through physical contact. enabling you to experience it on a spiritual level. Phil Coulson hesitated briefly, but ultimately extended his arm, grasping Yinsent's hand that hung in midair. That should suffice. With an exclamation, Phil Coulson jerked his arm back, staring blankly at his 5 fingers. This is chi. Why is your hand so clammy? Yinsent disdainfully wiped his hands and replied, do not be alarmed. Your current sensation is quite normal. This is a 6th sense that transcends the 5 senses, known in Mandarin as chi perception. After a considerable pause, Phil Coulson regained his composure. Mr. Lee, if you do not mind, I would like to summon a colleague. And if I do mind? Phil Coulson disregarded this remark, raising his right arm and pressing his fingers against his earpiece. May, please come in. Shortly thereafter, an Asian woman clad in a tight black tactical suit entered, her expression icy, though she appeared somewhat seasoned. She still possessed a captivating allure, her well-toned physique exuding a unique beauty that balanced softness with strength. 2 holstered automatic pistols rested against her outer thighs, their cold metallic sheen accentuating the sharpness of her gaze. Exuding an intimidating aura, upon seeing her, Yinsent needed no guesswork to recognize her as Melinda May, a senior agent of SH.I.E.L.D. Nicknamed the Cavalry, a seasoned soldier, spy, fighter, and driver, as well as Phil Coulson's longtime partner. Ha! Yinsent sneered at Phil Coulson, pointing at Melinda May. Agent Coulson, if I am not mistaken, is this not your entire squad of fully armed agents? Phil Coulson chose not to respond to this remark and introduced. Mr. Lee, this is Agent May, a fellow Chinese who has also practiced martial arts. Please explain chi to her. Yinsent glanced at Melinda May and queried in Mandarin, what do you practice? Bagwazang or Wing Chun? Melinda May was taken aback. She had only taken a few steps since meeting Yinsent, yet he discerned her martial arts style so easily. If it were mere guesswork, it was astoundingly accurate. She nodded in astonishment and responded in Mandarin. Indeed, good eye. Yinsent possessed no extraordinary insight. He was merely familiar with the characters of the narrative. He waved his hand dismissively. I shall refrain from pleasantries. Chi is a form of life energy present in all living beings, plants, animals. Every living creature possesses chi within them. However, there exists a disparity in strength and individuality. The essence of our turtle immortal school of martial arts lies in harnessing and utilizing this life energy to transcend the human limits. Do you understand? What you refer to is internal energy. Melinda May countered without hesitation. Internal energy is merely a legend. It does not exist. That is simply due to your ignorance. Yinsent extended his arm once more. Give me your hand. A moment later, Melinda May's reaction mirrored that of Phil Coulson, staring blankly at her fingers, utterly speechless. Before she could regain her senses, Phil Coulson, who had been unable to comprehend their dialogue, interjected, May, what have you both discussed? Agent Coulson, Melinda May, recovering from her astonishment, spoke half-believingly. I cannot be entirely certain, but what he says may very well be true. This sensation is remarkably akin to the legendary internal energy. I find no other explanation. I see. Coulson nodded, turning to Yinsent. Mr. Lee, for the time being, we shall accept your assertion of chi. However, we still request a blood sample from you. After all, without any evidence to substantiate our claims, we find ourselves in quite a predicament. After all this fuss, are we still resorting to drawing blood? Inshuda shot a disgruntled glare. Since we are going to draw blood anyway, why have you made me go through all this trouble? Isn't that akin to dropping trousers to fart? Utterly redundant. Why didn't you simply ask me from the outset? Heh. Coulson offered a dry chuckle, his expression tinged with awkwardness as he explained, we did not wish to act hastily without thoroughly understanding your situation. Based on past experiences, regardless of whether they are gifted individuals or mutants, the mere mention of drawing blood tends to provoke a rather intense reaction. All right, I get it. Ancienta rolled up his sleeves, exposing his arm with nonchalance. If you must draw it, then do so quickly. Mealtime is approaching, and I need to wrap this up and get back to my business without delay. Seeing this, Coulson wasted no time, promptly retrieving a metallic case from his briefcase. Evidently well prepared, inside was a device resembling a firearm for blood extraction. He positioned the device against the vein in Inshinkta's forearm, squeezed the trigger, and within moments, a small vial of crimson blood was collected with ease. Apologies for the interruption. Coulson meticulously stored the blood sample and stood to bid farewell to Inshinkta. We shall send this sample for analysis immediately, and once we have the results, we will reach out to you again. Until then, Please remain in New York. So, I am still considered a suspect. Youngster muttered under his breath before rising to see them out. Please, go ahead. No need for further pleasantries. Farewell. Phil Coulson exchanged a knowing glance with Melinda May as they exited the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Once they were a distance from the entrance, Coulson inquired, May, what is your perspective on this, Youngster? In response, Melinda May revealed a sardonic smile. There is something amiss with this individual. Oh, Phil Coulson chuckled with interest. What leads you to that conclusion? You don't truly believe that his claims about Chi are genuine. Do you? That much is likely true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily provided a blood sample. However, his demeanor is excessively hostile. Melinda May incisively analyzed. He seeks to portray himself as an innocent victim. Yet his overzealousness only serves to highlight his insecurity. I believe he is concealing something of great significance from us. Is it that obvious? Phil Coulson jested with a grin. I thought I was the only one who noticed. Melinda May shot him a sidelong glance, her expression devoid of mirth. Coulson, be serious. You do not grasp the implications. According to Chinese lore, mastering what he refers to as Qi can lead to continuous enhancement of one's abilities. He is merely 19, yet his prowess already transcends human limitations. What heights might he reach in a few years? Furthermore, he claims to practice turtle sage martial arts. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Individuals of his caliber might very well represent an entire sect. Phil Coulson maintained his unyielding smile and shrugged. That is not our concern. Document your thoughts in a report and let the higher-ups decide. Humph. Melinda May huffed in annoyance, glancing back at the sign of the Lee's Chinese restaurant. Her eyes narrowing. I do not care for that young man, whether feigned or not. His gaze is exceedingly unsettling. What kind of gaze? It's as if he silently declares, I could take on 10 of you. Phil Coulson wore a peculiar expression. I trust one need not remind you that you are indeed no match for him. While we may not know much else, the injury report indicates that this young man possesses punching power on par with the captain. That is precisely what irks me. I would love to administer a bullet to him, merely to ascertain if his physical defenses are also at the captain's level. In any case, let us send his blood sample to the lab. Once the results are in, we can reevaluate him when we next visit him. We should request a team of agents to accompany us. His attitude is far too arrogant. If we do not rein him in, I might struggle to suppress the urge to draw my weapon. Meanwhile, within the Lee's Chinese restaurant, Youngster, who had forgotten that women harbor grudges, paced back and forth, murmuring to himself, how did I attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D.? These scoundrels are fond of surveillance. Could they be tracking my every move? I must ensure they never discover the secret of the Dragon Ball. Damn it. Why now? At that moment, Youngster could hardly maintain the composure he had previously displayed. His face contorted with anxiety as he lowered his head to examine the 5-star tattoo on the back of his hand. If this pace continues, it will take no more than 2 weeks for the Dragon Ball to fully restore its energy. When that time comes, should I seek it out or not, boss? Just then, Lorna Lanchester entered, observing the agitated Youngster and curiously inquired, Is something the matter? Nothing's wrong. Youngster deflected with a casual reply. Halting his pacing to check the time, Why are you here so early today? Well, upon hearing his question, Lorna beamed with pride, her expression bright as she spread her arms. Boss, look, are you out of your mind? Youngster frowned, scanning Lorna from head to toe. What exactly do you want me to see? Have you finally started developing? I didn't notice his words. Lorna's smile vanished instantly. She instinctively glanced down at her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment and indignation as she raised a small fist. You jerk. What are you talking about? I meant for you to observe my Qi. Is Qi something to be seen? You uncultured foreigner. Youngster muttered as he activated Qi sensing, yet he felt nothing from Lorna, as if she were merely an illusion standing before him. Congratulations, you have finally mastered Qi concealment, Youngster remarked dryly, his expression unyielding as he added. It took you an entire week to learn such a simple technique. I truly do not understand what you are so proud of, boss. That's enough. Lorna, flustered and furious, stepped closer. Did I say something to warrant holding a grudge for so many days? Who is holding a grudge? Youngster rolled his eyes. I speak the truth. Do you have any idea how long it took me to master this? Less than half an hour. You're boasting. Lorna retorted, turning away in disbelief, her voice laced with mockery. I refuse to believe that. I heard from the master that you trained for a full decade to achieve your current strength. Right? 10 years. I certainly do not think you possess exceptional talent. Inside, Youngster's thoughts screamed in protest. I've only trained for a mere few days. However, such a reality must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the elaborate tale he spun would unravel completely. You've hit the nail on the head, haven't you? Lorna chuckled. Boss, are you angry again? This time, you must change your tactic. If you threaten me with not continuing to teach, I shall hold you in contempt. Come now, you've just learned to crawl, and already you wish to run. Instinct scoffed, his tone serious. You are still far from it. Once you can maintain chi concealment as naturally as breathing, I will teach you how to control the degree of concealment. After spending these days together, Lorna had come to understand Inshikta's character well enough to recognize that he would never speak frivolously when it came to serious matters. She nodded earnestly. Understood. Boss, I will strive to train diligently. Inshikta nodded, gesturing for Lorna to follow him. Although it is still early, since you are here, help me prepare the ingredients in the kitchen. Boss, I feel you're becoming increasingly lazy. Expecting others to do everything for you. Enough? Employees are meant to be utilized. You heartless boss. Half an hour later, Inshikta emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of marinated meat and a sizable bowl of vegetable salad. After placing the food on a dining table, he turned to Lorna and instructed, call Peter. Tell him that if he does not come to the restaurant soon, he will once again miss the family dinner and will have to eat leftovers. Lorna let out an "oh," setting down a bowl of rice and pulling out her phone. Just as she dialed a number, suddenly, the door chimed, and she turned to see Peter Parker, his backpack slung over his shoulders. Bursting through the entrance, breathlessly exclaiming, Boss, I'm here. Insect replied casually, taking a seat at a chair beside the dining table and using his energy manipulation to cook the raw meat on the table. Although Peter had witnessed this spectacle countless times, he could never quite acclimate to it. He began muttering under his breath, this is unscientific. Even if what the boss says is true, that it's a form of bioenergy. The rapid release of such a large amount of energy in a short time should result in an explosion. So why does it merely produce heat? Peter, Lorna chided sharply, snapping Peter out of his reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and wash your hands and change clothes. We want to wait for you. Oh, Peter jumped slightly, nodding obediently as he dashed towards the storage room. I'm going right now. Lorna, that poor boy, utterly subservient to Lorna, would likely never find a way to escape her grasp, even if bitten by a spider. Insect cast a sympathetic glance at Peter Parker, picked up the only pair of chopsticks from the utensils, and simply beckoned Lorna, saying, let's eat. Lorna settled down opposite Insect, took a fork and spoon from the utensils, and as she speared a piece of roast meat, she suddenly asked, Boss, why do you call our working meal a family gathering? Is that a Chinese tradition? Not really. Insect shook his head, responding rather capriciously, I'm the boss. I can name it whatever pleases me. Lorna opened her mouth in disbelief, biting into the roast meat with vigor. While her mind simmered with indignation when Insect continued, we're both orphans. Isn't it nice to have a family gathering? The piece of roast meat that Lorna had been chewing fell onto the table with a soft thud. Flustered, she quickly speared another piece and, after a moment's hesitation, softly replied, That's quite nice. That moment. Peter, now dressed in his work attire, approached the dining table with wet hands. He pulled out a chair beneath the table and, as soon as he sat down, complained, Boss, can't we eat our family gathering a bit later? I've already received 2 warnings for running around at school. Upon hearing this, Insect was about to refuse when Lorna shot him a glare, scolding Peter before he could speak. Peter, don't be unreasonable. If we wait any longer, the guests will start arriving. When will we have time to eat? How can you side with the boss, Lorna? We're both exploited employees under him. We should unite against him. Shut up. Eat. Oh. Coughing, Peter continued, do you think you're being exploited? All right, what about those plates you broke? Please, boss? I'm sorry. After their lively family gathering, Lorna took it upon herself to clear the table. While Peter reluctantly washed the dishes and Insect lounged lazily, digesting his meal. Insect nonchalantly justified, I cook, you clean. Isn't that how it should be? Before long, as the first customer entered the establishment, Insect, assuming his authoritative demeanor, swiftly moved into the kitchen, donned a clean apron, and returned to his chef duties, working diligently until past 2 o'clock, before finally removing his now grimy apron and asking Lorna, have you been attending classes at the martial arts school recently? I haven't seen Corinne for several days. It feels a bit off. Boss, didn't you know? Lorna teased with a mischievous grin. The martial arts school has been suspended. The master met a wealthy heir and went on vacation to China, on a private jet. No less. A wealthy heir? Danny Rand? Insect furrowed his brow, inquiring, When did this happen? Lorna clicked her tongue, smirking at Insect. You don't need to be so anxious, boss. They're just on vacation together. It doesn't mean anything. You still have a chance. This isn't what you think. Insect raised his hand, his expression grave. Lorna, enough with the games. Take me seriously. Danny Rand is no ordinary wealthy heir. He has the immortal Iron Fist from Kunlun, a sworn enemy of the hand. If Corinne went to China with him, it's certainly isn't for a vacation. There's a high likelihood it's dangerous. Now, tell me when this happened. 4 days ago. Lorna was startled, and after a moment's hesitation, she blurted out a series of questions. Boss, don't scare me. Is the master in danger? What kind of danger? What is Kunlun? What is the hand? It's already been 4 days. Insect pondered for a moment before decisively waving his hand. We'll address your questions later. First, I need to call Corinne and see if she's all right. All right. Lorna nodded, watching as Insect pulled out his phone and dialed Corinne's number, only to find it unanswered. She didn't make an international call. Insect turned to Lorna, deducing, Corinne must have returned. That I'll head to the martial arts school that I'll go to. Lorna insisted, refusing to be left behind, and followed Insect as they left the establishment, heading towards Corinne's martial arts school. A moment later, Peter Parker emerged from the storage room, calling out for his boss and Lorna, but receiving no response. He gazed around the deserted restaurant, bewildered, muttering to himself, what happened? What should I do? I need to go to school. Meanwhile, Insect stood at the entrance of Corinne's martial arts school, knocking on the firmly shut door. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, half the door opened from the inside, revealing a striking figure. Upon recognizing the person who opened the door, Insect's expression turned to one of astonishment. Joy, what are you doing here? That's a question I should be asking, Joy McCullum replied, equally surprised, glancing at Lorna before countering. Insect, how did you end up here? I'm an old friend of Corinne's. We've known each other for several years, Insect explained, gesturing towards Lorna. This is Lorna. You've met her before. She is not only my employee, but also Corinne's disciple. I see. You both should come in, Joy said, stepping aside to let Insect and Lorna enter. Insect, you arrived just in time. Please help me persuade Corinne. Her health is quite poor, and she refuses to go to the hospital. What happened to her? Before Insect could respond, Lorna interjected anxiously. Where is she? In the back room. Joy pointed the way to Lorna, then briefly explained to Insect, Danny, Corinne, and I went to China to investigate the Hands conspiracy. During the process, Corinne sustained a minor injury on her arm that we initially thought it wasn't too serious, but it turns out that the enemy had poisoned their weapon, and it seems to be a deadly chronic toxin. Insect nodded, realizing that what he had feared had come to pass, and couldn't help but sigh at the whimsy of fate. Because of his intervention, Danny Rand hadn't been sent to a mental institution by Joy McCullum. Nor had he sought Corinne's help, yet somehow, the two had still found themselves embroiled with the Hand, tracking them all the way to China. Although Joy was now involved and a midnight nurse named Claire was absent. The outcome remained the same as in the original narrative. Corinne was poisoned and gravely ill.as for Corinne's reluctance to go to the hospital. Insect understood all too well. It was because she had sought the help of her master, the gambler, believing he would surely find a way to cure her. Thus, it was imperative to remain at the martial arts school awaiting his arrival. In truth, modern Western medicine is indeed at a loss when it comes to the art of detoxification prevalent in China. As Yinsent swiftly followed Joy into the bedroom behind the martial arts school, he was greeted by the sight of the pallid and ashen One, drenched in cold sweat, lying on the bed. She said to the earlier arrived Lorna, do not worry, I can still endure. Once my master arrives, he will aid in my detoxification. But oh, you look absolutely dreadful. It's simply appalling. Yinsent approached the bedside, wearing a heartless expression, and cracked a joke so cold it could freeze water. Have you been away from China for too long and fallen out of sync with the surroundings? You are the one who is appalling. Were it not for her lack of strength, One would have leapt up to strike him. After a sarcastic retort, she rolled her eyes and said, Yinsent, if you cannot speak properly, then kindly be silent. Ah, you truly have no sense of humor, Yinsent chuckled, shrugging his shoulders, before turning to Joy Mitchum and inquiring, Joy, why are only the two of you here? Where is Danny land? Danny went to the pharmacy to buy antibiotics. Joy replied anxiously, glancing at her watch. He should be back soon. Yinsent remarked, moving closer to Lorna and gently patting her shoulder, reassuringly saying, all right, stop looking so glum. With me here, Colin will not succumb to her condition. Upon hearing this, Lona's eyes brightened as she turned abruptly to him, asking, "Boss, can you really cure my master?" "Of course, it's a trivial matter," Yincent boasted, before a sudden twist in his tone. "However, we must wait for Danny Land to return. I will require the iron fist bestowed upon him by Elder Show." The three fell silent, and after Colin, Lona shot Yincent a disbelieving glance, saying, "Boss, could you be a bit more reliable? Your words are quite disheartening." "How am I not reliable?" Yincent began to argue when Colin interrupted. "Yincent, who is Elder Show? He's no ordinary person," Yincent replied, turning serious as he looked at Colin. "Elder Show is a dragon, the immortal dragon of Kunlun, who has lived for thousands of years. A dragon?" Colin widened her eyes, incredulously murmuring, "Is that true? If you doubt it, let Danny Land tell you himself," Yincent said, turning his gaze as if he could see through walls, confidently stating he is almost at the door. Just then, as if to validate his claim, a knock echoed through the room, accompanied by Danny Land's distant voice. "Joy, I'm back." "Open the door." Colin and Joy Mitchum exchanged astonished glances, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost, fixating their gazes on Yincent. Only Lona, with a thoughtful expression, speculated, "Is it a sensing ability?" Yincent nodded silently, affirming Lona's deduction while reminding Joy, "Aren't you going to let him in?" "Oh." Moments later, Joy Mitchum hurriedly led Danny Land inside, who was carrying a paper bag emblazoned with the pharmacy's logo, undoubtedly containing the antibiotics he had procured. "Yincent, what are you doing here?" Danny Land gazed at Yincent in surprise, then at Colin on the bed, asking, "What happened?" "It's urgent, and the details are lengthy. You can inquire later." Yincent waved a hand dismissively, getting straight to the point. "Danny, I can cure Colin, but I will need your assistance." "You know how to detox?" Danny Land exclaimed joyfully, responding without hesitation, "Tell me, what must I do?" However, Yincent's initial request immediately caused Danny Land to hesitate. "I need to borrow your iron fist." Upon hearing this, as he observed Danny Land's conflicted expression, Yincent smiled and explained, "Do not be alarmed. The iron fist bestowed upon you by Elder Show cannot truly be taken away by anyone. What I require is merely the chi within you. To put it simply, you are akin to a generator, and I only need to borrow the electricity." "You know Elder Show?" Danny Land was taken aback, feeling the gravity of the situation, and cautiously probed. "May I ask why you need to borrow the iron fist?" "Elder Show is the immortal dragon of Kunlun, and the iron fist he bestowed upon you is not only indestructible, that it is said that the legendary dragon essence can even bring the dead back to life. The iron fist originates from Elder Show's dragon heart. While it cannot be compared to true dragon essence, it is still an extraordinarily unique existence, possessing remarkable healing abilities. You simply have yet to learn how to wield it." After explaining, Yincent paused briefly, looking earnestly at Danny Land. "Trust me, as long as you are willing to lend me your chi, I can completely heal Colin." "Understood. I believe you," Danny Land nodded, his doubts dissipating. "What should I do?" "You need to do nothing." Yincent raised both arms, palms facing upward, adopting an unusual posture reminiscent of weightlifting. "When you feel me drawing upon your chi, simply do not resist. I can already feel it." Danny Land frowned tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "This feeling is quite unpleasant. Do not resist. As long as there is even a hint of reluctance in your heart, I will be unable to draw upon your chi." Yincent replied, finding the process unexpectedly demanding. Drawing upon just Danny Land's chi was proving to be exceedingly arduous, nearly exhausting all his energy. He recalled how Sun Wukong would gather the vitality bomb by drawing from countless living beings. In comparison, he could hardly fathom how that was accomplished. Was it due to a disparity in strength? Yincent began to grasp that Sun Wukong was immensely powerful, always drawing chi from entities far weaker than himself, while Danny Land's chi was several times stronger than Yincent's own. Fortunately, despite the arduous process, Yincent ultimately succeeded. Strands of visible golden energy emerged from Danny Land's body, swirling and ascending into the air, gathering momentum as they surged toward the top of Yincent's head. Between his raised arms, they gradually coalesced into a golden orb the size of an eggs. The orb fully formed. Danny Land, having been completely drained, lost consciousness and collapsed forward with a thud onto the floor. "Danny, boss, Land." Three exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Yincent carefully cradled the glowing orb in one hand, slowly lowering his arm. while simultaneously sending a reassuring thought to the three women. He is fine. He has merely exhausted himself and will fully recover after a couple of days of rest. With that, Youngster cradled the orb in his right hand and approached Colin when on the bed, saying, Colin, uncover the bandage on your arm and expose your wound. Colin, when stared blankly at the glowing orb in Youngster's hand, momentarily rendered speechless. Lona, stationed by her bedside, was the first to snap back to reality. She quickly knelt down to undo the bandage wrapped around Colin's arm, revealing a wound that was oozing black blood, trickling down her fair skin in a most alarming manner. Upon witnessing this, Lona's pupils dilated in shock, silently gasping. She could clearly see that not only was the blood seeping from the wound dark, but even the numerous veins beneath Colin's skin were tainted with ominous blackness. It resembled a vast, dark web, indicating that the poison had deeply infiltrated her system, likely having spread throughout her entire body. Lona, step aside. Youngster roused the dazed Lona, flipping his palm to position the glowing orb beneath it. And upon Lona hastily moving aside, he gradually pushed the orb closer to Colin's arm, forcefully inserting the orb into the darkened wound, and the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Lorna and Joy. As the luminous orb vanished, Corinne's arm suddenly radiated a brilliant light from within. Every vein beneath her skin was illuminated by a golden glow, revealing their intricate details as the light permeated. The once pitch-black veins gradually returned to a vivid crimson, indicating that the symptoms of poisoning were rapidly improving. Corinne clenched her teeth tightly, yet could not suppress the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. A soft, alluring moan escaped her lips, leaving her uncertain whether it was born of pain or pleasure. Her expression contorted as she endured for several agonizing seconds before abruptly opening her mouth and unleashing a hoarse scream from the depths of her throat. With a rush of breath, Corinne forcefully sat up, gasping for air. The radiance that had emanated from her body had now silently dissipated, leaving her drenched in sweat, a testament that the recent events had not been a mere illusion. A tingling sensation compelled Corinne to reach out and touch the wound on her arm. The smooth texture felt beneath her fingers astonished her. Twisting her waist to glance down, she was met with the sight of flawless, tender skin, devoid of any trace of injury. Oh my, accompanied by an exclamation. Joy Mitchum, who had been supporting Danny Rand, inadvertently loosened her grip, causing him to tumble back onto the floor. On the other side, Lorna Lanshire's wide, emerald eyes reflected disbelief as she hesitantly reached out to touch Corinne's arm. Am I hallucinating? Upon witnessing this, Saint could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth before turning to the unconscious Danny Rand. Assisting him onto the sofa, he then turned back to the still-dazed Corinne, saying, No need to thank me. I merely saved your life. His words. Corinne regained her composure, but the teasing remark from Saint rendered her unable to express her gratitude. Defiantly pouting, she retorted, Humph, who asked you to save me? Mind your own business. Ha. As long as you're happy. Saint chuckled nonchalantly. I'm off now. The feud between Kunlun and Hand is not something our turtle hermit school wishes to meddle in. Boss. Upon hearing this, Corinne had yet to voice her thoughts when Lorna Landshire interjected, How can you do this? Are you just going to abandon the master? Isn't she already alive and well? Saint turned back, arms raised in a gesture of resignation, not a scar left behind. My service was thorough enough, wasn't it? What more do you want from me? But Lorna attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Corinne, who firmly stated, Lorna, don't say any more. You should leave with Saint. No. Lorna shook her head vigorously. Master, I will stay and help you. I'm not as ungrateful as the boss. Silence. Corinne descended from the bed. Speaking with undeniable authority, Lorna, Saint is correct. This is my feud with the Hand, not his or yours. Depart now, and do not return to the dojo until I summon you. Master, Lorna gritted her teeth, ready to argue further when Saint suddenly pulled her aside. Let us go. Don't worry. Next time your master is on the brink of death, we'll come to her rescue. Pa. Corinne raised her beautifully arched brows, thinking that had she a knife at that moment, she would have drawn it. Saint, are you cursing me? Get out of my dojo this instant. All right. Saint, still holding on to the bewildered Lorna, turned decisively to leave. We're off now. Once outside the dojo, the utterly confused Lorna forcefully shook off Saint's hand. Boss, let go of me. You'd better not look back. Although Saint released her, he simultaneously spread his arms to block Lorna's path, earnestly advising, I understand Corinne's character well. If your involvement in her matters brings her harm, she will never forgive herself. That if you truly respect Corinne, you must honor her decision. Upon hearing this, Lorna paused, her stance softening. But boss, the hand people are so ruthless. Master is in danger right now. Rest assured, Corinne is no weakling. Saint placed his hands on Lorna's shoulders, firmly turning her around and steering her towards his restaurant. The ones you should be concerned about are the hand. Is that so? Lorna turned her neck to glance back at Saint, skeptically scrutinizing him. Boss, you didn't say this before we came to the dojo. Saint was left speechless for a moment, eventually finding a suitable excuse. The situation is different now. Isn't it? Didn't you hear Corinne say her master is arriving soon? Since she's called for family, what could possibly go wrong? That seems somewhat reasonable. Lorna stared intently at Saint's face, sharply questioning. But why do I feel that you are not being sincere? Because Corinne's master, the gambler, is actually one of the 5 fingers of the hand. I was in a hurry to flee to avoid encountering him. Saint silently cursed in his heart while responding rather dismissively. You're mistaken, boss. The more you say that, the more suspicious you seem. Lorna retorted. 6 hours later, in a certain building in the outskirts of New York that was definitely not a secret military base. Phil Coulson held a blood test report as he approached Melinda May's desk. Mel, it's confirmed. From a genetic standpoint, Saint Lee's blood is completely normal, with no suspicious elements. He is neither a mutant nor an inhuman. It's time to pay him another visit. Wait a moment. Melinda May lifted her head, pointing at the monitor before her. New intel has just arrived. I think you need to watch this video first before making a decision. Phil Coulson raised an eyebrow, bending down to peer closer. Are you suggesting this video pertains to him? What on earth is that? A golden spherical lightning. This occurred 6 hours ago, near the Lee family Chinese restaurant. At a Japanese dojo. Do you still think my request to bring a team of special agents was an overreaction? Phil Coulson silently watched the video before gesturing for Melinda May to rewind it. If I'm not mistaken, Saint extracted a glowing orb from that man, instantly healing the bedridden woman. After that flash of light, not even a wound remained. What happened to that man afterward? Did he die? No, he merely remained unconscious. He is Danny Rand, heir to Rand Enterprises, and present was also Joy Mitchum, a director of Rand Enterprises. As she spoke, Melinda May opened another video, interestingly, just half an hour ago. An armed convoy consisting of 5 black SUVs appeared outside the dojo, taking these 2 Rand Enterprises dignitaries away. The individuals disembarking from those vehicles were all professional combatants. They have since evaded our surveillance, and their whereabouts are unknown. Phil Coulson furrowed his brow tightly. What about the woman who was originally bedridden? She left with them as well. Melinda May enlarged the video. Her name is Corinne 1. The proprietor of that Japanese dojo, skilled in both Bushido and Aikido. Moreover, the person speaking with her is clearly the leader of those armed individuals. They were likely summoned by her. Phil Coulson leaned in for a closer look, nodding in agreement before inquiring, what about the woman who left with Saint? Melinda May handed Phil Coulson a document. Lorna Landshire, also an employee at the Lee family Chinese restaurant and a student at Corinne 1's dojo. So, your theory is that everyone featured in these 2 videos, including Rand Enterprises and the unidentified armed forces, is connected to the sect that Saint mentioned. Upon hearing this, Melinda May shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I haven't uttered a single word. All of this is your doing. TSK, Phil Coulson clicked his tongue, as if in pain from a toothache. What was the name of his sect again? Something about turtles. Turtle Sage School. What a peculiar name indeed. Phil Coulson sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Let us go find him and have a proper conversation. Let's request 1. No, 2 teams of special agents to accompany us, with 1 as backup. Absolutely, Melinda replied. Could you perhaps refrain from looking so pleased? Hee. Half an hour later, in the already closed Lee's Chinese restaurant, Lorna, incensed, sighed in exasperation, rolling her eyes. Are you done yet? The answer is the same as 5 minutes ago. Colleen has yet to return. Not a soul is in her dojo. Boss, did you truly use aura sensing? Lorna scrutinized Incent with skepticism. How can you possibly sense anything from so far away? The dojo is over 500 meters from here. Did I not mention? I am infallible within a kilometer. Incent's eyes were nearly rolling back in frustration. That if you truly wish to know where she is, why not call her yourself? Moreover, Lorna, Colleen is the master. Not you. Why are you so concerned? Humph. Lorna huffed, her nose twitching playfully. You heartless black-hearted boss. Do you think everyone is as cold-blooded as you? Hearing this, Incent's forehead throbbed with veins, and he brusquely ordered her out. You know I'm the boss. Hurry up and scram. I need to close the shop. I refuse. Lorna pouted defiantly. I'm staying here tonight. You said the upstairs lounge could be my dormitory whenever I wanted. You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? You can stay, but don't bother me. Incent glared at Lorna, warning her with a fierce tone. Before midnight, I need to practice in silence. If you dare to intrude. Before he could finish, Incent abruptly turned his head towards the entrance, then returned to Lorna with a grave expression. We're in trouble. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not deactivate the aura barrier. Boss, what did you sense? Lorna began, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of 6 fully armed special agents. Arranged in a tactical formation at the door, Incent gestured for Lorna to hide behind him. And then, amidst the agents, entered Phil Coulson, clad in black combat gear with a tactical bulletproof vest over it, closely followed by Melinda May. Seeing this formidable display, Incent's heart sank, and he thought to himself, what is going on? Do I have an unawakened X-gene? Or am I part extraterrestrial? Agent Coulson, what is the meaning of this? Incent positioned himself protectively in front of Lorna, retorting coldly, I have always cooperated with your operations. And this is the outcome? Mr. Lee, it's good to see you again. Phil Coulson greeted politely, indicating the team of agents behind him. I apologize, but these precautions are necessary and not aimed at you. Incent let out a cold laugh. Evidently unconvinced, and attempted to negotiate with Coulson. If that's the case, could you at least let my employee leave? She asked, just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Phil Coulson stepped forward with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I disagree. The moment those words left his lips, Incent felt Lorna tremble behind him. He instinctively reached back and squeezed her hand gently, signaling her to remain calm. What do you want from us? Incent waved his other arm, feigning indignation. How is Lorna not an ordinary person? You suspect I'm a mutant. Fine, I'll let you draw my blood, but now you suspect my employee as well. I am starting to feel like you're targeting me. Mr. Lee, please remain calm. Phil Coulson, evidently wary of Incent, took a half step back as he raised his arm, his hand hovering over his holstered weapon. We mean no harm. We simply wish to talk, no harm. Incent glared, gently nudging Lorna with his hand to silently urge her to retreat to the back of the restaurant, while pointing at the encircling special agents. Then have them lower their weapons. Agreed, Phil Coulson replied, then produced a pair of specialized high-tech handcuffs. If you wear these, no one will point a gun at you again. Incent squinted, assessing the 6 agents surrounding him and their assault rifles. After more than a week since the incident at the Axeman gang headquarters, he faced another threat of firearms. However, this time, he was not as defenseless. You want me to surrender? Very well. Incent raised his arms, assuming a pose that appeared to indicate surrender. Yet, curiously, his hands were alarmingly close to his head, fingers pointed at his forehead. Just as Phil Coulson sensed something was amiss, Incent smirked and revealed his teeth. UV force my hand. Solar fist. In the next instant, as the word solar fist left his lips, a blindingly bright and intense light erupted from Incent's forehead, its radiance rivaling that of the midday sun. The 6 special agents, caught off guard, instinctively screamed and shielded their eyes, plunging into temporary blindness, chaos ensuing all around. Humph, a human walking flashbang. I ask you, are you afraid? Incent beamed with pride, unleashing his solar fist, converting his aura into blinding light that indiscriminately attacked vision. Almost no one was spared from its effects. Melinda May, who had been aiming her gun at him, was also caught in the glare, and even Lorna, positioned behind him, was unfortunate enough to be affected. The only one to withstand the blinding light was Phil Coulson, wearing sunglasses, a mystery as to why he donned them at night. The 6 special agents and Melinda May were all seasoned professionals, well aware that firing blindly in such a condition could easily result in friendly fire. Thus, they all lowered their weapons and distanced their fingers from the triggers, when Phil Coulson, the last remaining combatant, drew his pistol from its holster. Incent charged at the agents like a tiger among sheep, delivering punches to their heads and swiftly incapacitating 2 of them. Within 10 seconds, the entire team of special agents lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Once Incent had subdued the entire team, he turned his attention to Melinda May, who had regained some of her sight. But alas, it was too late. In close combat, even she stood no chance against Incent. Overwhelmed in strength and speed, she was disarmed and subdued in mere moments. Incent casually discarded the automatic pistol he had seized and faced Phil Coulson, who appeared tense and wary, commanding him, put the gun on the ground. Phil Coulson glanced at Melinda May in Incent's grasp, and, constrained by his apprehensions, had no choice but to bend down and place his firearm on the floor. Incent stepped forward and kicked the gun away. Then, with a surprising ease, released Melinda May, pushing her towards Phil Coulson. Now, we can have a discussion. Vincent nonchalantly took a seat at a table, gesturing to the chair across from him. Please, have a seat. Afterward, he turned to Lorna, who had regained her sight, saying, Lorna, you go upstairs first. Unless I call for you, do not come down. Lorna rubbed her reddened eyes and cast a reproachful glance at Vincent. Nevertheless, she obediently ascended the staircase, arriving at the lounge on the second floor of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Phil Coulson and Melinda May exchanged a knowing look before both seated themselves opposite Vincent. Phil Coulson spoke first. Mr. Lee, are you aware that attacking agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation constitutes a serious felony that could result in imprisonment? Spare me, Vincent scoffed, feigning ignorance while immediately launching into a counteraccusation. Stop the charade. I've seen through your ruse. You are not agents of the FBI at all. Now, tell me, who exactly are you, and why are you targeting me? Misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Phil Coulson hastily waved his hand and sincerely explained, Indeed, we are not from the FBI, but we do belong to a government agency, and we are here to investigate a case. Not to deliberately target you. As he spoke, Phil Coulson produced his genuine credentials and placed them before Vincent. That we are agents of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, specializing in cases related to supernatural phenomena. We adopted the guise of the FBI purely for confidentiality reasons. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Vincent regarded the credentials with a bemused smirk. Well, I suppose I might be inclined to believe this is authentic. Agent Coulson, you appear to be an astute individual. If you intended to deceive me, you would hardly concoct such an absurd name. Phil Coulson paused, his expression slightly awkward as he continued. In fact, we have conducted genetic testing and confirmed that you are neither a mutant nor an inhuman. Our visit pertains to another matter. May, please hand me the tactical tablet. After receiving a sleek black tablet from Melinda May, Phil Coulson opened a video to show Vincent. Could you please explain what transpired this afternoon at Colleen Wing's dojo? Vincent merely glanced at it, immediately furrowing his brow and retorting with a question of his own. You had someone following me. Allow me to clarify. At that time, we had not yet confirmed your identity, and monitoring your movements is standard procedure. Humph. Vincent coldly snorted, contemplating for a moment before stating, This matter is quite intricate, and it even traces back to grievances from centuries past. Are you sure you wish to know? I must warn you, this is an enormous predicament. If I were you, I would certainly not want to poke this hornet's nest. Centuries past. Phil Coulson, far from retreating, exhibited a keen interest and pressed on. Please elaborate. Where to begin? Vincent pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Let us start with Danny Rand. He is the core of a series of events, as you should be aware. 15 years ago, the plane carrying him and his family crashed in China, resulting in the immediate death of his parents and the entire crew, leaving only him to survive, rescued by the monks of Kunlun. Kunlun? Phil Coulson echoed the name. Is that a geographical location in China? Kunlun is a hidden sanctuary of martial arts, akin to our Turtle Hermit School. For thousands of years, it has upheld the practice of qi cultivation. Vincent offered a brief explanation before waving his hand dismissively. I am not from Kunlun. Their deeper secrets are not for me to disclose. You may inquire with Danny Rand about that. Continuing on, after being rescued, Danny Rand remained in Kunlun to learn martial arts, ultimately becoming the Immortal Iron Fist, a title that signifies unparalleled strength. But why are you raising your hand? I am not here to give you a lecture. Phil Coulson awkwardly lowered his arm and coughed, asking, ahem, what exactly is the Immortal Iron Fist? All you need to know is that the Immortal Iron Fist represents Kunlun's mightiest force. Again, I am not from Kunlun. Their secrets are not mine to reveal. Vincent reiterated his unwillingness to overstep his bounds before continuing. After Danny Rand became the Iron Fist, he left Kunlun without permission and returned to his hometown of New York, where he unexpectedly discovered the existence of the Hand. I know you are about to ask. He continued, the Hand is an underground organization founded by 5 traders of Kunlun, with a history spanning centuries and a presence in numerous countries, wielding immense power. There is no need for further explanation. You should understand that the Hand is Kunlun's mortal enemy, and as the strongest Iron Fist, it is Danny Rand's destiny to eradicate them. For reasons unknown, he sought Colleen Wing's assistance against the Hand, which nearly led to her demise. At this point, Vincent pointed to the tablet on the table and concluded, The footage you see is of me using Danny Rand's iron fist to save the poisoned and dying Colleen Wing. As for the methods I employed and how the iron fist can cure poison, I apologize. Those remain secrets. Given the gravity of the situation, even if Phil Coulson wished to press further, he could only nod in resignation at this moment. He took the tablet and opened another video. Mr. Lee, I have one more question. What is Colleen Wing's role in all this? The individuals who took Danny Rand were summoned by her, were they not? Yin Sent hesitated, initially inclined to evade the question but ultimately realizing that avoidance was futile. After a brief silence, he finally spoke the truth. They are indeed from the hand. The person speaking with Colleen is her mentor, Bakuto, one of the 5 fingers of the hand. That seems somewhat contradictory, does it not? Phil Coulson furrowed his brow, directly challenging. You previously stated that Colleen was injured while opposing the hand. Not contradictory at all. Yin Sent gently shook his head, his expression complex as he explained. Colleen is unaware that she is working for the hand. She has always believed that Bakuto operates a charitable organization. Phil Coulson nodded, albeit skeptically. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, Mr. Lee, if you do not mind, what role does your Turtle Hermit School play in all of this? It has nothing to do with us, Yin Sent stated with great seriousness. Our Turtle Hermit School is entirely a hidden sect, with no outer members in the secular world that to my knowledge. I am the only disciple of the Turtle Hermit School who has entered the world. Were it not for Colleen Wing being an old friend of mine, I could not stand idly by and watch her perish. I would never involve myself in the feud between Kunlun and the Hand. Are you suggesting that Kunlun has outer members? Coulson inquired. What is the extent of their influence? Classified information. You may ask Danny Rand. Phil Coulson turned away in exasperation, exchanging a glance with Melinda May. After she subtly indicated her affirmation, he discreetly reached into his tactical vest to retrieve another firearm. Agent Coulson, do not be so hasty to draw your weapon. Yin Sent halted Phil Coulson's movement. His expression shifted dramatically. He pointed toward the entrance of the establishment and said, I am aware that your reinforcements have arrived outside, likely acting on your orders, all equipped with sunglasses to block bright lights, before you signal them to storm in. I have one question for you. Are you prepared for the possibility of their sacrifice? As Yin Sent uttered this with a fierce demeanor, he raised his right hand's index and middle fingers, pointing them toward the table before him. With a swift motion, he sliced the air, creating a faint blue arc of light that materialized in the atmosphere. In an instant, it soundlessly cleaved through the surface of the table, effortlessly bisecting the solid wood in two. The ability to condense energy at one's fingertips permits the user to create both horizontal air blades and vertical energy swords. The speed, sharpness, and range of these attacks are directly proportional to the intensity of the energy output. Among the moves in the game of rock, paper, scissors, this is the most lethal technique. Such a terrifying display of power is clearly unsuitable for casual use, and Yin Sent's demonstration served as a decisive declaration of intent, as well as a significant intimidation tactic. Phil Coulson, wearing a look of shock, hastily shouted into his earpiece, cease all operations. I repeat, all personnel, cease all actions, a wise choice. With a mocking smile, Yin-Shank stood up and pointed at the previously fallen special agents, saying, the reason I have spared their lives is not out of mercy, nor because I am incapable, but because New York is my home, that I wish to live here peacefully and do not want to invite trouble upon myself. It would be prudent for you not to disrupt this tranquility. Otherwise, consider whether you can bear the consequences. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, calming himself slightly before retorting, Mr. Lee, your abilities are indeed formidable. But it is precisely for that reason we cannot afford to overlook you. Should your powers spiral out of control, the resulting devastation would be incalculable, claiming countless innocent lives. Yin-Shank scoffed, interrupting Phil Coulson's words. Agent Coulson, have you misunderstood something? Control issues? Do you think my strength is akin to that of mutants, appearing out of thin air? Don't be absurd. That energy blade earlier was merely an elementary technique of our Turtle Sage style. Do you have any idea how long it took me to master it? 10 years. He raised a hand, forming a gesture that represented 10. I have devoted a full decade to my training. Every fiber of chi within me has been meticulously cultivated through relentless effort, entirely under my command. Tell me, as a seasoned combat operative, have you ever accidentally discharged your firearm? Of course not, Phil Coulson replied, beginning to comprehend the point being made. I see what you mean. You're saying that just as I can fully control my firearm through training, you can likewise master your abilities through cultivation, ensuring you will never lose control. Precisely, Yin-Shank nodded. leaving the decision in Phil Coulson's hands. So, Agent Coulson, will you now tell me that you still insist on shackling me with handcuffs? Phil Coulson pondered in silence for a moment before raising his head to say, I cannot give you an answer right now. The situation has escalated beyond my authority. I will report your circumstances truthfully to my superiors, and it will be up to them to decide how to proceed. Very well, Insheng acknowledged, nodding in understanding and gesturing for him to proceed. However, before this day ends, you had best provide me with a clear response. Agreed. Phil Coulson rose, gesturing toward the unconscious special agents on the ground. May I call someone in to take them away? Of course. Insheng stood as well, nodding that I have no intention of taking hostages. But you must keep a close watch on your team. Let me be clear. Should they exhibit any excessive behavior, I will not show them any mercy. Rest assured, they are all professional operatives. Even if they harbor dissent, they would never defy orders, Phil Coulson assured him before pressing a series of commands into his earpiece. The backup special team soon entered the establishment in a disarmed state, carrying away their unconscious comrades and the scattered weapons. Afterward, Phil Coulson summoned Melinda May, and they both bid farewell to Insheng. We shall take our leave for now, and will contact you again shortly. Wait, Insheng interjected, pointing at the table that had been cleaved in two. That you must compensate me for my table. Phil Coulson glanced at the ruined table, speechless. You destroyed it yourself. Do not make excuses. Insheng interrupted, glaring defiantly. Do you understand the phrase perceiving the essence through appearances? Had it not been for you, my table would not have been ruined. Hurry up. Pay me. Phil Coulson, with a resigned expression, retrieved his wallet and fished out a bill. Is this enough? $100? Are you jesting? Insheng snatched the wallet from Coulson and, upon opening it, could not help but grimace. Agent Coulson, you are rather stingy, aren't you? Carrying only $100 when you leave? 100 is quite a lot, Phil Coulson retorted, snatching back his wallet and scoffing. It's at least enough to buy a table, perhaps for a plastic one. Insheng rolled his eyes. Be gone. Remember, you owe me a fine mahogany table. That table is not mahogany. Leave now. Do you expect me to keep you for tea? After sending Coulson and Melinda May away, Insheng locked up the shop, drew the curtains to block outside view. And as he completed these tasks, he suddenly felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Boss, Lorna Lancher, descending the stairs, exclaimed as she rushed over to support Insheng. Are you all right? Shoo. Insheng gestured for silence before patting Lorna's shoulder, softly reassuring her. Do not worry. I merely overexerted myself from continuous use of qi, and my energy recovery has not kept pace with my consumption. I just need to rest for a bit. Upon hearing this, Lorna could not help but pout. Boss, you really are something. You've clearly been pushing yourself, and yet you still think about demanding compensation for the table. What do you know? Insheng shot her a disdainful glance. That was a show of strength. I was already drenched in sweat, and they had their suspicions about my stamina. However, they couldn't be sure if I showed even a hint of urgency for them to leave. Coulson would have turned hostile immediately, but Lorna's expression reflected disbelief. Haven't you already reconciled? Heh. Insheng let out a cold laugh. That's only because Coulson believed it. If he had pushed me to resist, it would certainly have resulted in casualties. Otherwise, I would have been handcuffed and taken away long ago. Boss, I think your perspective is rather dark. Agent Coulson seems quite amiable. I believe he is a good person. Not as sinister as you suggest. Ha. You naive little girl. Don't make me laugh. Hey, you're only a year older than me. If you keep talking like that, I might just get angry. All right, no more talking. Help me upstairs to rest. I truly lack the strength to continue. Boss, you are so heavy. How can a mere naive little girl like me manage that? An hour later, at a location on the American map that absolutely does not exist. The Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Kunlun, the Hand Association. A bald black man, wearing a half-black eye patch that concealed his entire left eye socket and draped in a black long coat, sat behind a massive desk. Fixating on 2 investigation reports in his remaining right eye, he muttered the names. They are becoming restless again. Director, are you familiar with them? Standing before the desk in a black suit was Phil Coulson, looking astonished at the one-eyed bald man. Why have I never heard of them? This is classified information, level 8, beyond your clearance. The one-eyed bald man glanced at Coulson. However, since you are already aware, I can confirm that the intelligence you received is accurate. Coulson discreetly pursed his lips, interjecting, according to Insheng, there exists some outer force associated with Kunlun. Is the agency aware of this? He did not lie. The one-eyed bald man nodded, succinctly summarizing. The True Purity Society, while not as powerful as the Hand Association, should not be underestimated. With that, the one-eyed bald man let out a cold snicker. Do not be misled by the name. The members of the True Purity Society are all professional assassins, even deserving of the title Death Warriors. After all, their sole purpose for existence is to annihilate the Hand Association. Therefore, although their numbers are significantly fewer, their degree of danger is by no means lesser. And what about the Turtle Sage style? Although Ian Shank did not explicitly state it, whenever he mentioned Kunlun and the Hand Association, an air of superiority inevitably seeped through. This indicated that the influence of the Turtle Sage style was at least on par with theirs. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed black vulture revealed an expression of keen interest. Therein lies the intrigue. As early as last century, we were already aware of the existence of Kunlun and the Shoha Association. Yet it is only today that I learned the name Turtle Immortal School from your lips. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Director, are you implying that Saint is lying? That there is no such thing as the Turtle Immortal School? No, the one-eyed black vulture shook his head. Given his extensive knowledge of the secrets of Kunlun and the Shoha Association, he must inevitably hail from within that circle. He cannot be an outsider. I believe what he says is true. The Turtle Immortal School is a completely reclusive martial arts sect, with only him as its sole disciple. Their reticence is precisely why we have never obtained any intelligence about them. Upon hearing this, Coulson could not help but display a look of astonishment. Oh, how peculiar. Director, do you actually have moments of believing in others? The one-eyed black vulture snorted coldly, picking up the tactical tablet on the table. Once more glancing at the image of Saint wielding a blade of energy. It is not that I believe him, but rather that there is no alternative explanation. With that, the one-eyed black vulture set down the tactical tablet and gently tapped his fingers on the table. Coulson, please reassure Saintly. Until we gather more intelligence about the Turtle Immortal School, we should adopt a more lenient approach toward him. Coulson raised an eyebrow, his expression growing even more incredulous. Director, do we truly need to exercise such caution regarding the enigmatic Turtle Immortal School? Absolutely necessary. The one-eyed black vulture leaned forward, his sole eye fixed intently on Coulson. Let me ask you. According to Saintly, all his supernatural abilities were acquired through study and practice. Do you have any doubts about this? None whatsoever. Coulson shook his head without hesitation, though it is hard to believe. We have ruled out all other possibilities. The only remaining conclusion, no matter how absurd it may seem, is indeed the truth. The one-eyed black vulture nodded gently, straightening his posture, and sternly retorted. Then, why should we not accord the utmost seriousness to a mysterious organization capable of reliably cultivating supernatural combat power? I understand, Director. Coulson nodded in comprehension. I will endeavor to extract information regarding the Turtle Immortal School from Saintly. The one-eyed black vulture uttered a brief reclining in his chair with his feet propped upon the desk. Go ahead. This task will be temporarily classified as top secret. Any intelligence regarding the Turtle Immortal School should be reported directly to me. Furthermore, until you complete this mission, I will temporarily elevate your clearance to level 8. Oh, so if I accomplish the task successfully, will the temporary be removed? Yes, and so will the designation of level 8. Coulson silently turned and exited the one-eyed black vulture's office, where he found Melinda May waiting by the door. Before she could pose a question, Coulson raised an arm and said, May, you know the rules. Level 8 classification, you are not cleared to know. You are not cleared either, Melinda May protested, frowning. You and I are both level 7 agents. Now I am level 8. Coulson shrugged, though merely temporarily. Humph, Melinda May scoffed, her ire shifting as she asked. When shall we apprehend that young man? Surely you can disclose that. We will not apprehend him. Coulson shook his head, then added, or rather, unless absolutely necessary, we will not resort to force against him. Why not? Melinda May glared. That young man possesses a plethora of peculiar abilities, yet under preparation. We could easily subdue him. I can only tell you that the director has other plans for him. Fusuke. Calm down, the young man hasn't harmed you, has he? Coulson shrugged once more, compared to the 6 unfortunate souls who suffered mild concussions. You emerged without even a scratch. What is there to be so aggrieved about? Heh. Melinda May sneered. Coulson, at present, I merely wish to strike someone, as for whom, I am not particularly concerned. Upon hearing this, Coulson instantly recoiled, clearing his throat. Ahem. In any case, I intend to speak with him alone. You need not accompany me through the night. Return home and rest. I ask this in order from above. Level 8 Agent Coulson? Not at all. That if you insist on following, I will not prevent you. However, you can only act as backup and cannot join me in the field. Huh, what does that mean? Hey, don't go. Seriously, what does it mean? An hour and a half later, Coulson arrived alone, driving near Lee's Chinese restaurant. As he stepped out of the car, a man in a black suit approached promptly, reporting succinctly, "The target remains in place. But since he has drawn all the curtains, we can only ascertain his location through infrared imagery. The specifics remain unclear. Did I understand?" Coulson nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket and dialing. "Hello, Mr. Lee. This is Phil Coulson." On the second floor of Lee's Chinese restaurant, Saint rolled over in bed, frowning as he spoke into the phone. "How did you find out?" "Whatever, let us skip that. What do you want from me?" "I am nearby. Could you open the door for me? I would like to discuss this in person. Rest assured, I am alone." Saint, speechless, opened the door and walked toward the stairs, saying on the phone, "Agent Coulson. I know you are an agent, but couldn't you knock like a normal person? I merely wish to be polite." Coulson reached the front door of Lee's Chinese restaurant. "Isn't it standard etiquette to call before arriving?" "That only applies if someone has left you their number." Saint hung up the phone, opened the door, and confronted Coulson. "To visit me 3 times in one day, I must say I am honored." Coulson detected the evident sarcasm, yet he feigned ignorance, smiling amiably. "Indeed, we hold you in high regard. Please, come in. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face." Saint stepped aside, allowing Phil Coulson to enter. "Make yourself comfortable." The two sat opposite each other across a dining table, with Coulson speaking first. "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your candor, Mr. Lee. Through our agency's verification, we have confirmed that the intelligence you provided is entirely accurate." "Good to hear." Saint nodded nonchalantly. "What benefit would I derive from deceiving you? As long as you leave me in peace to live my life, I will speak freely about what I know. Once again, I appreciate your support of our efforts, and we will do our utmost to meet your requests." Coulson offered a polite remark before shifting the tone. "However, Mr. Lee, please understand that individuals with your formidable supernatural abilities cannot be overlooked entirely. There will inevitably be some necessary oversight actions that I understand." Saint nodded, then shifted his tone as well. "As long as the oversight remains at a distance, do as you please. I have neither the desire nor the ability to interfere. But if you dare to enter my establishment and install listening devices or cameras, well, let's just say, you better hope your agents do not get caught by me." With that, Saint pointed toward the door. Continuing, "To prevent any delusions of safety, I will make it crystal clear. Within our Turtle Immortal School's martial arts, there exists a technique known as aura detection, which allows me to scan my surroundings like a biological radar by sensing the life force of individuals. For instance, right now, I am aware that 2 of your agents are hiding in the building across the street, specifically on the 3rd floor in a certain position toward the west, having witnessed the peculiar and bizarre methods employed by Ian Shank." Coulson has become somewhat desensitized. Although initially taken aback by the words spoken, he quickly regained his composure and, after a moment of silence, replied, "I understand. While I cannot offer you a definitive guarantee, I will certainly endeavor to recommend to the Bureau that they adopt an approach that you find acceptable." "Excellent," Ian Shank remarked with satisfaction, rising to extend his arm for a handshake with Coulson. "Agent Coulson, if everyone in your bureau possessed your level of courtesy, I believe our interactions would be quite pleasant." In response to Ian Shank's apparent dismissal, Coulson offered a silent, awkward chuckle. "Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, I actually have a few more questions to haha." Ian Shank scoffed with a hint of mockery. "I knew it. If there were no ulterior motives, why would you suddenly become so agreeable?" Coulson shrugged nonchalantly to "Mr. Lee, to quote your own words, as long as we do not trouble you, you shall speak freely. Is that not the case?" Unable to refute his own statement, Ian Shank settled back into his chair, pursing his lips. Very well, very well. What is it that you wish to know?" Coulson took a seat as well, discreetly probing. "Mr. Lee, from what we understand, the martial arts of your Turtle Immortal School are quite unique compared to Kunlun and the Hand Union. They seem to transcend an ordinary level. May I inquire as to why that is?" An inner delight swelled within Ian Shank. Knowing that the painstakingly crafted Turtle Immortal School had finally become a real existence in the eyes of others, that he chuckled softly, adopting a proud demeanor. "The reason is quite simple. We are strong, while they are weak." Coulson shot him a look of disbelief. "Mr. Lee, please be serious." All right, Inshank waved his hands dismissively. To put it simply, that's the gist of it.as for the more complex reasons, a long time ago. Kunlun suffered a calamity that I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I know they lost the vast majority of their lineage. Naturally, they would appear vastly inferior compared to our turtle immortal school, which has maintained an unbroken tradition. As for the Hand Union, they fled from the downtrodden Kunlun, so they cannot be compared to us at all. I see. Coulson nodded in understanding, continuing his inquiry. If you don't mind my asking, where exactly is your turtle immortal school located? It wouldn't hurt to tell you. Inshank maintained his proud expression, speaking with an air of importance. Our turtle immortal school is situated in the South China Sea. However, our entrance is quite special. If we do not wish to be found, you will never locate us. Coulson showed no sign of surprise at this revelation. Instead, he pondered thoughtfully. So, you two are like Kunlun. In theory, you do not exist on Earth, but rather in another dimension, correct? Precisely, Inshank replied with a knowing smile. Agent Coulson, it seems you have come well prepared, having done extensive research. Of course, Coulson nodded, smiling as he spoke. I can't just keep raising my hand to ask you questions. Mr. Lee, I am a bit puzzled. Although you are of Chinese descent, you have never been to China. How is it that you became a disciple of the Turtle Immortal School? Well, Inshank pondered for a moment, aware that excessive explanations could lead to missteps. He simply replied, my master once visited New York and took me as his disciple when I was quite young. Your master? Who is he? In response to Coulson's probing question, Inshank attributed the responsibility to an innocent elder from another world, saying, as a disciple, it is inappropriate for me to mention my master's name. You may refer to him as the Turtle Immortal. Turtle Immortal, Coulson furrowed his brow, piecing together the implications. The Turtle Immortal and the Turtle Immortal School. This title seems rather extraordinary, does it not? Indeed. Inshank maintained his composure while weaving a tale. Turtle Immortal is a title of respect, representing the spiritual leader of our Turtle Immortal School. He may not necessarily be the strongest among us, but he is undoubtedly the most revered. Coulson quietly assessed the credibility of this statement, elevating his perception of Inshank's potential threat. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, so, all your abilities were taught to you by this Turtle Immortal? Could you elaborate? Upon hearing this, Inshank furrowed his brow, countering with a question of his own. Agent Coulson, while summarizing is not a taboo, I must first ask why you wish to know. With a sincere expression, Coulson candidly replied, the truth is, the Turtle Immortal School is shrouded in mystery, and our Bureau has very limited understanding of you. Therefore, I have received orders from higher-ups to gather as much information as possible regarding your practices. I understand, Inshank acknowledged. You seek to discern our methods in order to devise countermeasures. Coulson quickly interjected, No. We merely wish to gain a clearer understanding of your Turtle Immortal School's martial arts. It is not. Inshank cut him off with a dismissive gesture. Agent Coulson, there is no need for you to rush to explain. Even so, I have no intentions of concealing anything from you. The martial arts of our Turtle Immortal School have been passed down for a millennium. They are not so easily countered. With that, he glanced at Coulson. Are you prepared to take notes, Mr. Coulson? Cough. Coulson awkwardly cleared his throat, gesturing towards his collar. In fact, since I entered, this device has been continuously recording audio and video, uploading it in real time to our Bureau servers. At this, Inshank silently cursed under his breath, as his lips clearly formed unflattering words. He then cleared his throat and began. Let us start with the fundamentals. Our Turtle Immortal School martial arts comprise 5 basic skills: breath cultivation, breath perception, breath shielding, breath projection, and breath bestowal. Breath cultivation is the foundational technique for training one's own breath. It is indeed the cornerstone of our practice. With persistent cultivation, one can continuously strengthen their breath while also enhancing their physical constitution. Most advanced techniques require a robust physique and a substantial breath to support them. Breath perception, as I previously mentioned, allows one to detect the breath of the human body and various life forms. To elaborate, the stronger one's breath is, the greater the range of perception. Breath shielding is a technique developed in response to breath perception, allowing one to completely conceal their breath, thereby preventing others from sensing it. It also enables the modulation of one's breath strength to confound adversaries. Breath projection involves releasing one's internal breath to generate high temperatures as a form of energy. I generally use it for grilling meat. But one can imagine that if meat can be cooked, then cough. Furthermore, this is the foundational technique for all projection-based breath techniques. One must first master this skill before progressing to various advanced techniques. Breath bestowal is the gentle act of transferring breath to another. Its most common application is to enlighten novices in martial arts. However, its most crucial role is to assist injured companions. Breath is a form of life energy, and substantial infusion can significantly enhance an injured person's physical condition and resistance that in some cases, particularly unique breaths can even directly heal injuries. Having said this, Yingsheng paused for a moment, rose to pour himself a glass of water to moisten his throat, and continued, "Next, we delve into the entry-level techniques of our Turtle Immortal School, known as guessing hands, rock, paper, scissors, which consists of 3 moves. Rock refers to the fist technique, where breath is entwined around the fist and explodes upon impact with the enemy. The higher the intensity of the entwined breath, the greater the force. You once asked me how I subdued those 4 gangsters. I employed this very technique. Scissors pertains to the finger technique, where breath is concentrated at the fingertips and released. It can create lateral breath blades or vertical breath swords. The sharpness, speed, and range of these attacks correlate with the strength of the breath. As you have witnessed, the lethality is formidable and should not be used lightly. The art of breath control, or qigong, involves releasing energy from the palms and transforming it into physical force, which can be used to push, pull, or bind a target. The greater the intensity of the energy, the wider the range of its effects, and consequently, the more substantial the force it generates. For now, this is all I have learned." Yingsheng raised his cup and took a sip of water, signaling that the explanation of qigong would end here. As for the more advanced techniques, I, too, possess only a superficial understanding and shall refrain from misleading you. "That's not quite right," Carlson interjected, furrowing his brow. "You also have a technique akin to a flashbang. You never mentioned that, though. You mean the solar fist," Yingsheng responded, tapping his forehead. To be precise, that isn't a traditional technique of the Turtle School. Rather, it is a peculiar move created by a predecessor named Tianjin Fan. It releases energy from the forehead, transforming it into intense light energy. The greater the energy output, the more brilliant the flash. Tianjin Fan. Carlson committed the name to memory and, undeterred, pressed on with another question. "And what about the golden light sphere you used to heal Colleen Wing?" "That, too, is not a technique of the Turtle School." Yingsheng shook his head. "I'm afraid that move is forbidden. I should not have used it, and I would prefer not to discuss it further." "Very well," Carlson conceded. Not wanting to press too hard, he shifted his line of questioning. "So, aside from those last 2 techniques, do all practitioners of the Turtle School learn the techniques you mentioned earlier?" "Certainly," Yingsheng nodded as if it were a matter of course. That IT is said to be foundational and introductory martial arts. One must master all the basic skills and at least 1 technique from the 3 styles of rock, paper, scissors to claim the title of a Turtle School disciple. Carlson gasped in disbelief, saying, "Are you implying that with your abilities, you are considered among the weakest in the Turtle School?" "Indeed," Yingsheng replied, casting a look that seemed to say, "Are you foolish? I am only 19 this year, clearly among those with the least training time." "Isn't that obvious?" Carlson stared at Yingsheng for a considerable time, unable to ascertain whether he was lying, and eventually decided to move on to less critical inquiries. Since the day he met Danny Rand, Yingsheng had been fabricating tales about the Turtle School. After spinning so many lies, he had almost convinced himself. If he could deceive himself, misleading others was even easier. Poor Phil Carlson was thus led astray, 1 line at a time. With enough intelligence gathered, the now misled Phil Carlson left Lee's Chinese restaurant with a worried expression, hastily instructing the agents left behind to keep watch before driving off at breakneck speed. Leaving one to wonder where he was in such a hurry to go at this late hour. It was already past 1 in the morning when Yingsheng, after bidding farewell to Carlson, intended to return to his room to sleep. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he unexpectedly encountered a pair of emerald green eyes, momentarily taken aback before realizing, "Why are you still awake?" Upon hearing this, Lorna, who was spending the night for the first time, rolled her eyes and retorted, with the agents knocking at the door, "How could one possibly sleep?" "Rest assured, they are genuinely afraid this time, so peace has been achieved." Yingsheng yawned, moving past Lorna toward his bedroom. "Let us talk in the morning. It's time for bed." "Wait." Lorna was unwilling to let Yingsheng off that easily, grabbing his shirt. "Boss, are you sure they don't suspect my identity?" "Absolutely and unequivocally." Yingsheng turned around, somewhat impatiently stating, "I already told you before." Carlson said you are not an ordinary person because of what happened at the dojo this afternoon. As for now, their attention has long since shifted. No one would bother with someone as inconsequential as you. Lorna huffed, glaring at Yingsheng. What do you mean by insignificant? Yingsheng gave her a speechless look. Do you want to be noticed or not? Being a prominent figure means being watched all the time. Is that what you want? Boss, are you being monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, I am a significant figure. A week later, at 2:30 p.m. in Lee's Chinese restaurant. Lorna, Yingsheng untied his filthy apron as he walked toward the entrance. Addressing Lorna, I'm stepping out for a bit. You're in charge of the shop. Hearing this, Lorna pouted. Boss, are you going to tease those S.H.I.L.D. agents again? What do you know? Yingsheng shot her a disdainful glance. That I'm practicing counter-tracking techniques. Given your penchant for mischief, that statement is utterly unbelievable. Enough chatter. Just manage the shop. After throwing this remark over his shoulder, Yingsheng strode out of the restaurant, activating his energy sensing to scan for suspicious auras nearby. Any combat personnel possess physical qualities superior to those of ordinary individuals, and correspondingly, their energy intensity exceeds that of the average person. Amidst the crowd, they might not stand out like a crane among chickens, but they would certainly be more noticeable. Before long, Yingsheng spotted two suspicious individuals huddled together and muttered to himself, have they changed personnel again? They truly are relentless. They followed me. It's undoubtedly them. Yingsheng skillfully darted into an alley, and upon sensing the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approaching, he leapt up, using the fire escape behind a residential building to swiftly ascend to the rooftop. From his elevated vantage point, he circled behind the two agents, who were wandering about like headless flies, and a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Okay, Lorna wasn't entirely wrong. Initially, I did aim to practice. But by now, it has indeed taken on a different flavor. Scratching the back of his head, Yingsheng wore a somewhat conflicted expression. Maybe I should just stop this from tomorrow onwards. 8 hours later. At S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, Phil Carlson sat at a desk, reporting to the one-eyed, bald-headed director. Director, Yingsheng toyed with our newly dispatched agents again today, and no matter how we rotate them, he consistently identifies their true identities. This should be what is known as the Turtle School's energy sensing. Carlson added, moreover, he possesses not only remarkable reconnaissance abilities, but he can also employ energy masking to deceive our various detection instruments. Once he evades our sight, it becomes nearly impossible to locate him again unless we manage to implant a tracking device on him. The one-eyed director frowned slightly, summarizing, so, over the course of this entire week, we have made no progress in developing effective tactical countermeasures against the Turtle School techniques. None whatsoever. Carlson revealed a bitter expression. We must concede that Yingsheng's audacious demeanor is not mere blind confidence. The Turtle School's teachings are indeed comprehensive. Even from a modern tactical standpoint, those techniques are remarkably efficient. If faced with a group of individuals like him, unless they are foolish enough to engage us directly, our conventional methods of attack may prove entirely ineffective. Not to mention, given Yingsheng's age, he might genuinely be among the weakest within the Turtle School. After a moment of silence, the one-eyed director stroked his chin and inquired, what progress has our think tank made regarding energy cultivation? Combining all available energy cultivation data from Kunlun, the experts well-versed in Chinese culture reached a unanimous conclusion. If beginners cannot experience energy sensation through methods like energy bestowal, then it is unlikely anyone could learn to sense their own energy, let alone cultivate it independently. The one-eyed director nodded slightly. So, no one can become self-taught. A master must guide them into the fold. Precisely. This indirectly confirms that Yingsheng's master, the Turtle Sage, indeed spent some time in New York. However, considering this was a decade ago, tracking his whereabouts will likely prove quite challenging. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed, black-balled man expressionlessly tapped the table. Is it confirmed that Saint Tay has indeed spent a decade to attain his current prowess? There is no solid evidence, but based on the Bureau's documents regarding Kunlun and various legends within China, we have ample reason to believe he is not deceiving us. After saying this, Carlson's gaze flickered. Are you suggesting that the director has thoughts regarding the transmission of the Turtle Immortal School? Of course I have thoughts. If we can acquire this legacy, we will be able to steadily enhance our supernatural combat capabilities. Even if the training period is extended, it would be entirely worthwhile. The one-eyed, black-balled man was halfway through his statement when he suddenly slammed his fist onto the table. However, the potential threat of the Turtle Immortal School is immense, and we cannot afford to be careless. Before we ascertain their roots, you may probe Saint Tay's intentions, but exercise caution, do not arouse his suspicion, and certainly do not act impulsively. Understood, Director. Coulson nodded in agreement, observing the Kunlun and the Hand, who have been locked in conflict for centuries. One can grasp the lengths to which the Turtle Immortal School would go to preserve its unique legacy. They would undoubtedly spare no effort to cleanse their ranks. And one need only contemplate the ramifications if there were over 100 Saint Tes launching relentless assaults against SHD. It would be a chilling prospect. After a brief shudder, Coulson regained his composure and reported further. There is another matter. Danny Rand, who was taken by the Hand, caused a ruckus at their stronghold near New York last night. Clearly, he has uncovered their true nature. It was only a matter of time. The one-eyed, black-bald man scoffed. He is the immortal Iron Fist of Kunlun, indoctrinated from a young age with the belief of no mercy for the Hand. Although, among the generations of Iron Fists emerging from Kunlun, he is arguably the least astute. However, for the Hand to attempt to brainwash him for their own purposes is pure folly. Should we not intervene? Coulson voiced his concerns. The peripheral organization of Kunlun, the true pure society, has recently been quite restless, inquiring about the Iron Fist. They are evidently aware that their leader has reappeared in New York. I can't shake the feeling that, if this continues, a great conflict looms on the horizon. Wait, the one-eyed, black-bald man narrowed his soul. Closely monitor both sides' movements. When they concentrate their forces for a clash, we shall deliver a decisive blow. But, Coulson hesitated. By that time, New York, the battleground, will undoubtedly suffer immense losses, with countless innocent casualties. Coulson, the one-eyed, black-bald man raised his head. Why do you think we have yet to act against an evil organization like the Hand? After pondering briefly and recalling the recently studied materials, Coulson speculated. Their 5 fingers are exceedingly well hidden, making it impossible for us to execute a decapitation operation. Their myriad underlings are too numerous and diverse, making it unrealistic to approach from the ground up. I believe those are the 2 primary reasons. You have overlooked the most crucial point. Their 5 fingers are always scattered across the globe. Even if we sever one finger, this Hand shall continue to exist, the one-eyed, black-bald man added, raising his right arm, forming a fist with his dark fingers. For years, I have awaited an opportunity to capture them all in one sweep. And Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, is the perfect bait. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance passed through Coulson's eyes. Yet ultimately, he said nothing and merely nodded in silence. That night at 11, in the already closed Lee's Chinese restaurant on the 2nd floor, the meditating Saint Tay abruptly opened his eyes wide. Such a powerful aura. Is that Danny Rand? He has returned. The cross-legged Saint Tay leapt to his feet, sensing carefully before murmuring. Indeed, Colleen is also with him. But something feels amiss. Why are they fighting? Astonished, Saint Tay rushed out of the meditation room. Disregarding the stairs leading down, he vaulted over the balcony railing. Leaping from the 2nd floor, he adjusted his balance midair, landing firmly on the ground, using a deep squat to absorb the impact before propelling himself towards Colleen Wing's dojo. Meanwhile, Lorna, who had heard a series of commotions from the restaurant's 2nd floor, finally pushed open her door, peering out with confusion. Boss, what is happening? Having distanced himself over 100 meters from the Chinese restaurant, Saint Tay, of course, could not hear her question. In less than half a minute, he traversed several hundred meters and arrived at the base of Colleen Wing's dojo. He then leapt from the ground, using the window ledges to gain height, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the 3rd floor, curling his body to crash through a window. Accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering glass, he soared into the dojo, shouting, "Stop right there!" Colleen Wing, wielding a katana, and Danny Rand, with his glowing fist, were both taken aback, momentarily stunned before simultaneously exclaiming, "Saint Tay, it is I." Without hesitation, Saint Tay positioned himself between them, directly addressing Danny Rand. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you 2 fighting?" Upon hearing his question, Danny Rand's astonishment swiftly morphed into furious indignation. "That is a question for your old friend. Do you not realize she is affiliated with the Hand? All this time, she has been deceiving us." Saint Tay was already aware of this fact and felt no surprise. What puzzled him was that in the original storyline, after Colleen Wing aided Danny Rand in escaping the Hand's clutches, he had forgiven her. How had it escalated to this point of confrontation? "Danny, calm down. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding?" Before Danny Rand could respond, Colleen Wing stepped forward, placing her hand firmly on Saint T's arm. Saint Tay. You need not say anything. He is not wrong. I am indeed a member of the Hand. I am his sworn enemy. Step aside. Had this girl truly descended into despair, completely abandoning her principles, as such thoughts crossed Saint T's mind? He gathered his energy, sinking his stance, and attempted to push Colleen Wing aside, only to find himself pressing against an immovable wall. Just as he was about to say something, he was unexpectedly shoved by Saint Tay. Be quiet. Stand behind me. If it were any other time, Colleen Wing would have retorted. However, at that moment, gazing at Saint T's not particularly broad back, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling a warmth in her heart. Sensing safety in his presence. Originally, Colleen Wing, caught in a sudden upheaval, had fallen into the delusion that the whole world had turned against her. Yet, Saint T's courageous stand was a clear message that she was mistaken. There was at least one person willing to shield her unconditionally. On the other side, Danny Rand gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Saint Tay. Saint Tay, you heard her words. If you intend to protect her, you too are my enemy. Danny, think carefully. Colleen is not that kind of person. Saint Tay stepped forward, attempting to persuade Danny Rand. Have you not considered that Colleen has been deceived by the Hand? Huh? Danny Rand scoffed, completely dismissing the notion, raising his glowing fist as he issued his ultimatum. Saint Tay, you yourself said that if I summon the Iron Fist, you are no match for me. Step aside. I do not wish to harm you. A month and a half ago, that statement held true, but as for now, Saint Tay scoffed dismissively, fully aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Without further ado, he raised his arms, placing 10 fingers on his forehead, Sun Fist. As his words hung in the air, a blinding orb of incandescent light enveloped every corner of the martial arts hall. Unprepared, Danny Rand and Colleen Wing simultaneously let out a cry of anguish, both momentarily blinded. Youngster, having gracefully lowered his arms, stealthily approached Danny Rand from behind, aiming for the carotid artery in his neck. With a precise strike, he delivered a measured chop. Fully aware of Danny Rand's current capabilities, he knew that if he could render him unconscious now, upon awakening, even if he could not regain his composure, he would be unable to summon his Iron Fist in the immediate future. Smack. With his eyes tightly shut, Danny Rand suddenly raised his left arm, accurately blocking Youngster's chop, and spun around with a fierce determination, unleashing a punch radiating a golden glow. Rock. Youngster was taken aback, shouting loudly as he thrust a palm forward, propelling Danny Rand away. The notion of the indomitable Iron Fist was not mere hyperbole. Should he be struck by such a blow, languishing in bed for 10 days or more would be a mild consequence. Although he lacked extensive sensory perception, the aura he emitted was sufficient to detect movement within several meters. And, to his dismay, this was a skill he had personally taught Danny. Now, feeling the weight of his own folly, Youngster lamented that what should have been a straightforward exercise had devolved into a boss battle. With the element of surprise lost, facing a punch he could scarcely graze, he pondered how to proceed. If he could employ the lethal move Scissors, Youngster would not be in such a quandary. However, setting aside the fact that Danny Rand was a half-friend, he had no desire for the future Iron Fist to become a one-armed hero or a lame Iron Crutchley, while Youngster was still caught in his internal conflict. Danny Rand, endowed with the Iron Fist, had swiftly regained most of his vision. With his reddened eyes wide open, he glared menacingly at Youngster, exclaiming, Youngster, you dared to ambush me? Despicable. Believe me, my ruse was for your own good. Youngster retorted with feigned bravado. Danny, put away your Iron Fist. I have no desire to harm you. Do not force my hand. Danny Rand, enraged by Youngster's exact words, shot back. Never. Youngster, you have ignited my fury. I shall show no mercy. Then let us engage. Youngster extended his left hand outward while retracting his right, assuming a combat stance, deliberately inciting Danny Rand. I shall do my utmost to avoid inflicting severe harm upon you. At his words, Danny Rand's anger surged, and with a roar, he charged forward. Trained meticulously by Kunlun, he was the epitome of combat prowess. Even in his wrath, his movements remained disciplined, employing his unyielding Iron Fist with a tempestuous onslaught. Despite Youngster possessing the battle-hardened experience of Sun Wukong, he found himself quickly overwhelmed, struggling to defend against the relentless barrage. After a flurry of exchanges, Youngster found himself in a precarious situation, were it not for Rock, which allowed him to repel Danny Rand. He would have already been struck by the Iron Fist. However, After several encounters, his energy had dwindled significantly. Realizing this could not continue, he bit his lip in determination. Did he truly need to resort to scissors? Perhaps he could attempt that newly learned technique? Yet, he still lacked proficiency in it. Meanwhile, Colleen Wing, who had also been momentarily blinded by the solar-like assault, had nearly regained her sight. Watching the chaotic confrontation unfold between the two, she felt as if her mind were a tangled mess, unsure whether to intervene or remain uninvolved. That moment, Youngster, who had been elusive, suddenly stood foolishly still, allowing Danny Rand's glowing fist to swing toward his chest. "No!" Colleen Wing screamed, discarding the katana clutched tightly in her hand, and dashed toward Youngster. Just as she was about to leap into him, she abruptly halted, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before her appeared two Youngsters. One remained expressionless, facing Danny Rand's iron fist, while the other had materialized behind Danny, raising his finger like a blade, ready to strike at his neck. Danny Rand's glowing fist connected with the Youngster, but it seemed as though he had struck nothing but air, passing right through it. As confusion washed over him, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his neck. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness, the radiance of his fist fading away. A single chop had felled Danny Rand, and Youngster himself staggered, almost collapsing alongside him, clutching his right thigh in agony. Cursing under his breath, "Damn, it hurts." Colleen Wing watched in disbelief as the Youngster struck by Danny Rand dissipated like a wisp of smoke. After a moment of shock, she approached the fallen Youngster, crouching beside him and asking, "What happened to you?" "A muscle strain," Youngster gasped, inhaling sharply. "I just hope it's merely a strain. It feels more like a tear." Colleen Wing shot him a disapproving glance, her eyes tinged with reproach. "Did you injure yourself? Are you really blaming me?" "It was your sudden charge," Youngster replied, rolling his eyes. "If it weren't for the distraction, my afterimage fist wouldn't have gone awry." "I'll find something to ice it," she said, uncharacteristically refraining from retorting, as she entered the kitchen behind the dojo, retrieving ice from the fridge wrapped in a towel, and returned to press it against Youngster's swollen thigh. "Thank you, Youngster." Youngster exhaled in relief at the cool sensation against his leg, instinctively reaching out to press down on the ice pack, inadvertently clasping Colleen Wing's soft hands. After a brief pause, he shamelessly maintained the hold, showing no intention of letting go. Colleen Wing bit her lip, clearly feeling bashful. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not immediately withdraw her hands, and they remained intertwined, pressing against Youngster's thigh. In this slightly intimate atmosphere, Youngster felt a flutter of excitement as he gently traced his fingers along the back of Colleen's hand. He immediately received a reproachful glance, and her delicate hand slipped from his grasp. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Youngster awkwardly initiated conversation. "Colleen, where have you been these past few days?" At his question, Colleen Wing's expression darkened abruptly. "Can we not discuss this?" Youngster fell silent for a moment before daring to speak again. "Actually, I've known for quite some time that your master, the gambler, is one of the 5 fingers of the hand." "What?" Colleen's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she pressed, "You knew all along." "How long have you known?" "When? Since the day I treated your injury," Youngster replied nonchalantly, telling a harmless lie. "When you mentioned his name, I had my suspicions. Later, H.L. got involved, and it's a long story, so I won't bore you with the details. Suffice it to say, just hours after you left, I confirmed that he was indeed the gambler of the hand." Colleen Wing remained silent for a long time, her face etched with bitterness as she finally murmured, "So you also know that the orphans I taught martial arts eventually joined the ranks of the hand?" Insheng exclaimed loudly, calling out the name of Colleen Wing, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he declared, "This is not your fault. You have merely been deceived by the gambler." Colleen Wing paused momentarily, returning his gaze, and inquired, "Do you truly believe in me? Have you not even the slightest doubt that I might actually be affiliated with the hand?" "Of course not." Insheng shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light-hearted as he continued, "If you were, wouldn't that imply I am blind? A person as self-absorbed as I am could never admit to such a thing." Colleen Wing could no longer maintain her serious demeanor and let out a bemused smile. "Insheng, you truly are quite narcissistic. How can you make this all about yourself?" Insheng chuckled lightly. Shrugging once more, "Colleen, you are not at all part of the hand. Stop punishing yourself for their mistakes." Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Colleen Wing's face, replaced by a look of resignation as she said, "It's not as simple as you say. Over the years, I thought I had helped many people. In truth, I only pushed them into the abyss. How could I not be at fault? It is quite simple. Yin Sheng retorted coldly. Whoever deceived you into doing good deeds that turned out badly, let them bear the consequences if they don't die. I shall assist you. You'll help me. Colleen Wen found his fierce declaration somewhat peculiar. Isn't your turtle school supposed to stay out of the grievances between Kunlun and the Hand? That's different. Yin Sheng pointed first at Colleen Wen and then at himself. This is your personal vendetta. So of course, I shall assist you. Otherwise, how could my formidable attendant, who is even more impressive than the boss, possibly let this slide? Are you referring to Lorna? Colleen Wen's expression shifted abruptly as she turned her head away and said, Yin Sheng, you said this is my personal matter. Please do not interfere, and do not tell Lorna to at these words. Yin Sheng suddenly realized the implication of his previous statement, as if he intended to help Colleen solely for Lorna's sake. Once spoken, words are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back, and Yin Sheng felt a wave of regret wash over him. However, he made no attempt to remedy the situation, simply nodding gently. Very well. I respect your choice. Colleen Wen also nodded, merely murmuring a soft without uttering another word. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Sheng attempted to adopt a casual tone as he asked Colleen Wen. Colleen, after all, the gambler is your master. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Colleen Wen fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and declaring, Yin Sheng, my mind is made up. No matter what you say, my resolve will not waver. You seem to have misunderstood. Yin Sheng shrugged for the umpteenth time. What I meant to say is, haven't you always wanted to learn our turtle school's martial arts? What do you think of my earlier move, the Phantom Fist? Colleen Wen raised an eyebrow, regarding Yin Sheng with a curious expression. Yin Sheng, are you asking me to be your girlfriend? Hearing her words, Yin Sheng recalled the jest he once made about needing to have her as a girlfriend to learn turtle school martial arts. He hadn't anticipated that Colleen Wen would take it seriously. With a similarly odd expression, he replied, I have no such demands. However, I am indeed open to possibilities. I do not currently have a girlfriend. Dream on. Colleen Wen playfully glared at Yin Sheng. Tell me about this Phantom Fist. Is that the technique where you create two copies of yourself? Yin Sheng first muttered to himself before, under Colleen Wen's disapproving gaze. He explained, indeed, the so-called Phantom Fist involves releasing one's energy to create an illusion of oneself in place, while simultaneously converting that energy into kinetic force, explosively propelling oneself forward at high speed. The instantaneous speed achieved can even surpass the limits of human visual perception. However, this places a tremendous strain on the body, particularly the legs. As he spoke, Yin Sheng pointed to his swollen thigh. One careless move, and it can end up like this. Think carefully before deciding whether you wish to learn that I want to learn. Colleen Wen nodded vigorously, her desire to grow stronger clearly outweighing any potential risks. After affirming her determination, she added with respect for the rules, rest assured, I understand the taboo of privately teaching martial arts and the risks you undertake. I will never disclose what you teach me to anyone. Nor will I use the Phantom Fist lightly. Of course, I am quite at ease with you. Yin Sheng responded casually. In this world, the turtle school was merely a construct of his imagination. There were no actual taboos or risks involved. He continued unburdened. Before you learn the Phantom Fist, I must first teach you breath training. Otherwise, if you use the Kunlun method of energy refinement while performing our turtle school martial arts, problems may arise. Kunlun, Colleen Wen furrowed her brows, somewhat puzzled as she replied, but I did not learn from Kunlun. My master, the gambler, taught me. He defected from Kunlun. Yin Sheng smirked. Did you not know? The teachings of the Hand are essentially derived from Kunlun martial arts. Of course, they would never admit it. With a slight modification, they claim it as their own creation. Upon hearing this, Colleen Wen's frown deepened, a character for river forming between her brows. So that's how it is. In any case, Yin Sheng removed the ice pack from his leg and sat cross-legged. I will teach you breath training today. You have already laid the foundation, so you should pick it up quickly. By tomorrow at the latest. You can start learning the Phantom Fist. All right. Colleen Wen also sat cross-legged, glancing at the unconscious Danny Rand with a hint of concern. She pointed at him. Shall we start now? Shouldn't we wait for him to wake up? No problem. Yin Sheng waved his hand dismissively. I know how I struck. He won't wake up for at least another half an hour. Sure enough, after more than 40 minutes, Danny Rand finally groaned and awoke. Clutching his neck. By that time, Yin Sheng had already finished teaching breath training, and Colleen Wen was practicing on her own. You're awake. Yin Sheng stood up and limped over to Danny Rand. bending slightly as he extended an arm. Are you feeling calm now? Humph. Danny Rand scoffed, swatting away Yin Sheng's outstretched arm with a smack, and stubbornly climbed to his feet. Yin Sheng, there's no need for your feigned concern. We are no longer friends. In truth, he had never regarded Yin Sheng as a friend. Tio put it nicely, he barely qualified as a half-friend. To be blunt, he was merely a wealthy acquaintance. Yin Sheng grumbled inwardly. Taking a step back, whether friends or not, I still need to tell you that Colleen was deceived by the hand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped you escape. Ha! Danny Rand sneered derisively, casting a glance at Colleen One, who sat far on the other side of the dojo. Is that what she told you? Yin Sheng, you've been deceived. It was Joy who helped me escape. Colleen didn't exactly say that. I was just guessing. Yin Sheng thought to himself. So that's how it is. It seemed that his disruptive presence had the potential to alter many events that would have transpired in the Marvel Universe. Moving forward, he could no longer make assumptions. Danny Rand wore a mocking smile, clearly unconvinced, uncertain of his own thoughts. He even attempted to sway Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng, I have told you from the very beginning that she is one of the hand. The Colleen Wing you know is merely a facade she has put on. Wake up. Yin Sheng regarded Danny Rand with a silent glance. Danny, you have only known Colleen for a short time. I can understand your reluctance to trust her. However, I have known her for quite a long while. Can you not trust my judgment? Humph. Danny Rand let out a cold snort once more, casting a gaze filled with hostility towards Yin Shengta, who had become obstinately unyielding. Since you insist on being so stubborn, I have nothing more to say. Farewell, Yin Shengta. Don't say I didn't warn you. The hand is my unrelenting enemy, having chosen to side with Colleen Wing. You will find that the next time we meet, you will be my sworn foe as well. Stop right there. Yin Shengta's voice rang out sharply, blocking Danny Rand's path without yielding an inch. He was not known for his patience, and having tolerated Danny's provocations only to be met with the label of sworn enemy, he could no longer endure the affront. Danny, there are some words you must not carelessly utter. As for unrelenting enemies, I have no habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware. You can no longer summon the Iron Fist. Can you? Humph. Without that indomitable fist, I could defeat you with just one strike. You. Danny Rand was evidently taken aback by Yin Shengta's sudden change of demeanor. Despite the apprehension that filled him, he refused to yield. Yin Shengta, you are far too arrogant. Let us fight and see who prevails. Let him go. At that moment, Colleen Wing, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up and addressed Yin Shengta. Yin Shengta, let him go. I am no weakling and do not require your protection. That will not do. Yin Shengta showed no intention of yielding to Colleen, remaining firmly in front of Danny Rand. Colleen, do not interfere. This is beyond your control. Since he has chosen to regard me as his sworn enemy, he must bear the consequences. Who says I cannot intervene? Colleen's tone softened as she stepped behind Yin Shengta, pressing her chest against his back. Her arms slipping under his, wrapping around his waist, she stood on tiptoe, tilting her head to whisper in his ear. I know you are doing this for me, but you must also heed my wishes. I will not allow you to act recklessly. Do you hear me? Yin Shengta felt a sudden stiffness seize him, his once sharp gaze now dulled in surprise. For a moment, he remained motionless, wholly captivated by the soft warmth of Colleen Wing's presence at his back, particularly the sensation of her soft curves against him. Observing this, Danny Rand, standing across from them, wore an expression of indescribable distortion, his eyes reflecting an intricate web of emotions. If one were to gaze deeply into his dilated pupils, they would discern jealousy, regret, sorrow, and even despair. At that moment, Danny Rand was acutely aware that he had irrevocably lost something profoundly significant in his life, a hollow feeling gnawing at him, pushing him to the brink of madness. It was only at that moment that he realized his intense animosity towards Colleen Wing stemmed from how much he truly cared for her. The deeper the affection, the more difficult it became to let go. Yet, understanding this now was clearly too late. In truth, even if he had come to this realization sooner, it would have been futile. The moment Yin Shengta had emerged, descending upon the Marvel Universe, certain fates had already been destined to be altered. The next instant, with his head bowed, Danny Rand circumvented the entwined couple and silently exited the dojo, leaving behind a profoundly sorrowful silhouette, without uttering a single harsh word. Meanwhile, Yin Shengta, who had initially blocked his path, paid no heed to his departure, consumed instead with greedily inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from behind him, eager to discern what kind of aroma it was. Soon after, Inshengta felt a sudden emptiness wash over him as the source of the scent withdrew its hands from around his waist, slipping away like a slippery eel, while he instinctively turned to seize her, only to grasp at nothingness. Colleen Wing, her cheeks slightly flushed, nimbly stepped back, evading his grasp, her large, glistening eyes silently warning him. Then, biting her lip, she pondered what she would do if Inshengta disregarded her warning and lunged at her. Should she resist or not? Fortunately, the usually irreverent Inshengta displayed remarkable gentlemanly conduct at that moment. Upon receiving Colleen Wing's warning gaze, he immediately bent slightly at the waist to conceal his indecorous state and said, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, Colleen." Colleen Wing watched as Inshengta nearly fled the dojo, limping away, and after standing in a daze for a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. "Look at you, all bark and no bite." Meanwhile, as he walked down the street, Inshengta suddenly slapped himself hard across the face, exclaiming, "You really are a fool." Moments later, as Colleen Wing was tidying up the shards of glass on the dojo floor, she suddenly had a thought, dropped the broom, picked up her phone from the table, and sent a message to Inshengta. "Hey, you still owe me a piece of glass." Within mere seconds, Inshengta's reply appeared on her screen. "How about I bring it over right now?" Colleen Wing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, as she certainly could not allow Inshengta to come over at that moment. It would be a disaster. Just then, she heard a ding, glancing down at her vibrating phone, and felt an overwhelming urge to stomp her foot in frustration. The screen displayed another message. "Look at you. If you lack the courage, don't provoke me." Colleen Wing was so furious she nearly smashed her phone, replying in a fit of rage, "You bastard, why don't you just go die?" In response, Inshengta sent back a grinning emoji. Ah, Colleen Wing shouted in a frenzy, slamming her phone down on the table, gritting her teeth as she resumed her battle with the shards of glass. Half an hour later, after sealing the window that had lost its glass with black tape, Colleen Wing heard her phone ring again. Despite her initial resolve not to look, she eventually picked it up and lit up the screen. "That I'm going to sleep. Good night." Upon reading those simple 5 words, Colleen Wing felt an unusual warmth in her heart and found her anger dissipating. After smiling foolishly at her phone for a moment, she replied with 2 words, "Good night." The following morning, as Inshengta indulged in a rare lie-in, he was awakened by a rhythmic knocking at the door. Soon after, Lorna's voice reached his ears. "Boss, are you in there?" "I am," Inshengta replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he sat up in bed and called out through the door, "What is it?" Hearing this, Lorna entered the room. "Where did you go last night? When did you return?" "Damn it," Inshengta shouted, quickly grabbing the blanket to cover his bare torso. "That I didn't tell you to come in." Seeing this, Lorna couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Are you kidding? Are you the man, or am I?" Inshengta fell silent for a moment, feebly defending himself. "I'm just used to sleeping naked." "All right, it's a normal reflex." Lorna cast a glance at a pair of shorts by the bedside, then back at the suspicious bulge under the blanket, and silently scoffed, turning her head away. "Should I look away?" Inshengta grimaced. "Forget it. What were you asking just now? What happened last night? Did the SHLD agents come looking for trouble again?" "Oh, not at all. It was Colleen who returned, and I went to the dojo." "Master returned? Why didn't you tell me?" Inshengta had only begun his sentence when Lorna interrupted him, her eyes wide with shock. "Boss, you promised me that if you sensed the Master's aura, you would notify me immediately." Inshengta realized he had broken his promise and felt somewhat guilty, explaining gently, "The situation was quite urgent. I couldn't afford to think of you to be why the time I returned. You had already fallen asleep, so I didn't wake you. Is she still at the dojo? She should be." As Saint stood by, he watched Lorna execute a swift turn, leaving the room without a glance back, her figure vanishing at the doorway. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs from outside. At the very least, she could have closed the door behind her, Saint thought, grimacing as if afflicted by a toothache. And he flopped back onto the bed. What a bothersome situation this is. Given the circumstances, it was evident that sleep would elude him. After languishing on the bed for half a minute, he abruptly threw off the covers and began to don his clothes. Piece by piece. 10 minutes later, having completed his morning routine, Saint descended to the first floor. After inspecting the restaurant's supplies and deeming them sufficient for the time being, he casually prepared a simple meal in the kitchen before returning to the second floor to engage in his meditative practice. Although he had only acquired the knowledge of Sun Wukong and not his memories, over time, Saint's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of the legendary figure, transforming him into a quintessential practitioner and combat enthusiast. 2 hours later, the alarm clock chimed at 11 o'clock, signaling the end of his meditation. He proceeded to the restaurant's kitchen to begin preparing side dishes ahead of the lunchtime rush about a quarter of an hour later. Saint set down his knife, wiped his hands with a towel, and took out his phone to message Lorna. "Are you coming back for lunch?" Upon sending the message, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the casualness of the phrase "coming back." Reflecting on it with a sense of nostalgia, ever since Lorna moved into the establishment, it felt as though he had gained a family member. While this brought about moments of annoyance, it also introduced a range of worries and concerns. However, since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, an inescapable loneliness had lingered, until Lorna Lancel appeared in his life that a notification pinged on his phone, snapping him out of his reverie that he glanced at the illuminated screen to find Lorna's reply. "I'll be back soon. Boss, that I've invited my master for a family gathering, so be sure to prepare plenty of food. Corinne is coming." Saint felt a jolt of surprise, lingering in thought momentarily before responding with a thumbs-up emoji, signaling his approval. After pocketing his phone, Saint busied himself with additional food preparations. He then picked up a frying pan and began to cook. Notably, despite the absence of flames beneath the pan, the oil within crackled and sizzled audibly. 10 minutes later, Lorna returned punctually to the restaurant. Peeking her head through the kitchen door, she inquired, "Boss, what are we having today? Kung Pao chicken, mushu pork, stir-fried 3 strands, mapo tofu, boiled beef, and tomato egg soup." Saint lifted his head and listed the dishes before gesturing toward the counter behind him. "Just in time. Please serve the dishes." "Wow, such a feast. This is fantastic. I've been eating grilled meat every day." "I'm about to burst," Lorna exclaimed, salivating as she stepped forward, casting a surprised glance at Saint. "Boss, have you suddenly changed your ways? Normally, you can hardly be bothered to make more than one dish, let alone an extra soup." "Isn't it obvious?" Saint glanced at Corinne, who had just entered the kitchen, and unabashedly replied to Lorna, "It's because your master is here today. Consider yourself fortunate that I knew it. That's why you've suddenly become so generous." Lorna retorted, somewhat disgruntled as she picked up 2 plates and headed toward the dining table, rolling her eyes. "Clearly, there's an ulterior motive. Your thoughts are anything but pure, master. To be wary of this lecher." At her words, as she brushed past, Corinne felt her cheeks flush and shot a reproachful glare at Saint. As she passed him, she discreetly reached out and pinched him sharply at the waist. "Ouch," Saint gasped, instinctively retaliating. Under the pretext of revenge, he wrapped an arm around Corinne's slender waist, giving her a gentle squeeze through her thin clothing. In that moment, he was struck by the softness beneath his grip, stirring an unexpected sensation within him. Corinne's eyes widened in shock as she turned her head away, feeling guilty. She glanced back at Lorna's retreating figure before pushing Saint away with both hands, twisting her waist to escape his grasp. She then raised her small fist and waved it as a warning. Coulson stood there, momentarily stunned as he accepted the entire set of cutlery. Although he was already aware of the extraordinary capabilities of the Turtle Hermit martial arts, witnessing such a magical spectacle firsthand left him utterly astonished. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter a soft thank you. The presence of a government agent immediately cast a pall over the atmosphere at the dining table. Both Colleen and Lorna adhered to the principle that silence is golden, quietly focusing on their meals. However, Peter, the audacious newcomer, boldly broke the silence. "Agent Coulson, which agency do you work for? The FBI? CIA? NSA? That's classified." Coulson replied with a shrug, delivering a trademark spy quip. "If I told you, I'd have to kill you." Peter blinked, unfazed. "That sounds like a line straight out of a movie." Coulson smiled and nodded. "I've been wanting to say that for a while. But the secrecy is real, so perhaps you should refrain from asking." Peter responded with an "oh," but quickly pressed on with relentless curiosity. "Agent Coulson, you seem quite familiar with our boss. Is it because he knows Chinese Kung Fu?" "Classified. I bet it is. Could it be that he is actually your secret instructor?" "It must be." "Am I right? Classified. Wow. When you adopt that serious expression, you finally look a bit like a movie agent. By the way, I've always been curious. Why do agents always wear sunglasses? I can understand during the day, but doesn't wearing them at night seem a bit silly?" Coulson, as an uninvited guest, felt it inappropriate to dominate the conversation and glanced helplessly at the host, indicating with his eyes, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Noticing this, the ever-watchful Danny, who was enjoying his meal, mercilessly revealed Coulson's background. "Peter, Coulson is an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. They specifically handle cases related to supernatural powers. That's why he knows me. If you ever gain superpowers, you can give him a call. Cool. Danny's words only served to exacerbate the situation. Peter, now beaming with excitement, turned to Coulson. Agent Coulson, you must know about the recently sensationalized daredevil in Hell's Kitchen. Is he a superpowered individual? I have a $10 bet with my classmates. Can you give me a hint? If he is, just blink once. If not, blink twice. Hey, why are you turning your head? I can't see. Coulson completely failed to grasp Peter's ramblings. As he observed Danny's mischievous grin, he suddenly understood why Melinda May, a seasoned professional agent, could hardly contain her desire to see this kid meet his demise. Enough! At that moment, Lorna turned her head and shot Peter a fierce glare. Peter, quiet down. Don't disturb others while they're eating. Peter instinctively recoiled, quickly muttering an "oh" as he obediently lowered his head to continue eating. A clear case of tit for tat. As the boss, Danny's authority was evident even in his words. Coulson was so moved he nearly shed a tear, immediately casting a grateful glance at Lorna. If it weren't for the perceived inappropriateness of the situation, a thank you would have slipped from his lips. With Peter's antics curtailed, the table fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the clinking of forks against plates. Once the cacophony of clinks ceased, only Danny and Colleen remained engaged in a valiant struggle with their bowls of food. The fact that Danny was a bottomless pit was something Lorna and Peter had long since come to accept, so it was not particularly surprising. However, the petite Colleen's impressive appetite was quite unexpected. As the two stared in astonishment, Coulson, seated across from them, wore a contemplative expression. After the meal, Lorna and Peter instinctively began clearing the table, prompting Danny to rise and gesture towards another table near the entrance. Agent Coulson. Shall we sit over there? In fact, Coulson stood as well, pointing to Colleen. My reason for being here today is indeed related to Ms. Wing. Upon hearing this, Danny smirked, clearly not surprised. I figured as much. Your agents are quite dedicated, even working late into the night. Cough, cough. Coulson cleared his throat, gesturing towards the attentive Peter and Lorna. Mr. Lee, some matters are best not involving your employees, don't you think? My oversight, Danny acquiesced, nodding in agreement as he beckoned Colleen. Let us allow them to tidy up while we switch tables. You all sit first. Upon reaching the entrance, Danny locked the door and hung up a closed sign. Then brewed a pot of tea and placed 3 black ceramic cups on the table. After completing these tasks, he sat beside Colleen and addressed Coulson. Please, go ahead, Agent Coulson. What insights does SHLD have for us today? Coulson paused, looking suspiciously at Danny. Mr. Lee, how do you know the terms H.I.E.L.D? So far, only our internal personnel occasionally use this abbreviation. It has never been officially declared to the public. Accidentally slipping up, Danny shrugged. Come on, this isn't some complex riddle. If you disregard the conjunction and the initials of your agency's full name spell out S.I.E.L.D, it would be absurd to read it out letter by letter. All right then, Coulson shrugged in response. In fact, you are the only outsider who has remembered our full name. Most others can't even recall more than 3 words. Haha. Danny chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit guilty as he redirected the conversation. Agent Coulson. Let us put aside the small talk and get to the matter at hand. Understood. Coulson nodded, retrieving a tactical tablet from his briefcase. He opened a video and asked with certainty, Mr. Lee, is this you? Danny leaned in to see, recognizing the footage of himself leaping from the ground and scaling the windows to the 3rd floor. However, due to the distance of the camera, the figure was merely a blurry silhouette, rendering identification impossible. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Danny replied, not bothering to conceal his irritation. While he had tacitly allowed S.H.I.E.L.D to monitor him from afar, it didn't prevent him from expressing his displeasure at being watched. Your agents are rather quick on the uptake, aren't they? From the moment I appeared outside the restaurant to when the video was taken, not even half a minute had passed, and they managed to capture that. Coulson wisely chose not to respond to that remark. He opened another video on the tablet. Now, can you tell me why you had a confrontation with Danny Rand? Because before Danny could speak, Colleen interjected. Agent Coulson, Danny Rand was coming after me. Danny was merely meddling. Meddling? Danny bristled at the word, visibly displeased. Oh, you really think the immortal Iron Fist is so easy to deal with? If I hadn't arrived in time, you might be in serious trouble right now. Ugh. How dare you speak to me like that? Colleen shot back, immediately kicking him in the shins with practiced ease. Ouch. Danny couldn't hold back a yelp of pain, clutching his leg and pointing at Colleen. You kicked me. So what? Just wait. You'll learn what it means for a gentleman to use hands instead of feet. You dare. I'll chop off your dirty hands. Just based on cough cough. At that moment, Carlson, who had been treated as if he were invisible by the two individuals, cleared his throat with some force, subtly attempting to assert his fragile presence. With a somewhat peculiar expression, he inquired of Danny Rand and Colleen Wing. Mr. Lee, Ms. Wing, may I ask if you two are a couple? Upon hearing this, Colleen and Danny exchanged glances, both hastily denying in unison, no. Noting their reaction, Carlson smirked dismissively, coughed once more, and continued with the previous topic. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand, Ms. Wing, according to our investigation. While you are not affiliated with the hand, your master is indeed one of the 5 fingers of the hand, known as the gambler. The conflict between you and Danny Rand stems from him, does it not? You know the gambler? At the mention of this name, Colleen's expression shifted dramatically. Her face turned icy as she sat up straight, her tone frigid as she responded, Agent Carlson, please do not refer to that man as my master. He is unworthy. I apologize. I misspoke. Carlson offered a polite apology, tactfully steering away from the topic and adding, in fact, I merely intended to suggest that regarding the misunderstanding between you and Danny Rand, SHL would be more than willing to act as intermediaries to clarify the situation. We have gathered sufficient evidence to demonstrate that you were deceived by the gambler and the hand. Upon hearing this, Colleen instinctively turned to Danny, who gestured with his hand in a you decide motion. She then nodded and replied, if it can resolve the misunderstanding, that would indeed be excellent. Thank you, Agent Carlson, that you're welcome. You are innocent, and we ought to restore your reputation. Sensing that everything was proceeding smoothly, Carlson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as resolving the conflict between Danny and the hand was crucial. However, his most important task for the day involved Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, who held a significantly vital role in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future plans, while Danny's martial arts expertise was viewed as indispensable by the agency's director. Observing the unfolding situation, Danny stood up, poured 2 cups of tea, and placed them before Colleen and Carlson, before pouring a cup for himself. After sipping the hot tea, he teased, Agent Carlson, have you come here specifically to play the mediator? Is SHLD truly this idol? That is not quite accurate. One of our primary responsibilities is to prevent conflicts among superpowered individuals. As Carlson delivered this rehearsed line, he picked up the black ceramic teacup, gazing at the clear tea within, struggling to muster the courage to drink it. Internally, he grumbled, it's one thing not to have coffee or cocoa, but to not even add milk. Is this really tea? Danny observed Carlson's conflicted expression and deduced that he was unaccustomed to authentic Chinese tea. However, he chose to ignore this realization. Ultimately, Carlson set the teacup down without taking a sip, swallowing hard as if to moisten his throat. He then resumed by picking up his tablet, opening a new video, and presenting it to Danny, saying, there is another matter, Mr. Lee. If I am not mistaken, you are instructing Ms. Wing in martial arts. Danny glanced at the tablet and replied ambiguously. What of it? Carlson didn't expect a direct admission, so he retrieved the tablet and continued, as we understand it, you have even instructed Danny Rand, correct? What exactly are you implying? Danny asked impatiently, tilting his head. In the realm of Chinese martial arts, there is a saying, the way is not passed on to the unworthy, nor the techniques to those with 6 ears. Carlson uttered a phrase in awkward Mandarin. Finally getting to the point, does your turtle hermit style not have such taboos? My goodness, please refrain from speaking Mandarin. Danny made a grimacing face, retorting mockingly, have a little self-awareness, will you? You, an outsider who can't even speak colloquial Chinese properly. Dare to use classical phrases? Why don't you just fly away? Your accent makes me want to bang my head against the wall. Carlson silently compared his and Danny's combat prowess, suppressing the urge to punch him. Mr. Lee, please, take this seriously. No sense of humor, Danny shrugged, his expression becoming serious. Of course there are taboos, but our turtle hermit style has few practitioners, so we don't have many rules if it's merely personal understanding and not unique techniques. There aren't many restrictions. Teaching is entirely a matter of personal choice. I see, Carlson nodded. Then let us hypothesize that if we were to hire you as an instructor, would you be willing to teach our agents? Danny pondered for a moment, adopting a greedy facade. What's the salary? If it's low, I'm not interested. Coulson, exasperated by Danny's inability to maintain a serious demeanor for more than 3 seconds, replied, I mentioned it was merely a hypothesis. Can we set that question aside for now? Fine, let us assume you can afford me, and I am willing to teach you. Danny displayed a disdainful expression. However, can your agents truly understand my instruction? Colleen and Danny Rand have both spent at least 10 years building their foundations. I doubt SHLD has such agents. Are you planning to invite me again in 10 years? Coulson awkwardly scratched his face. In fact, we are looking to have you guide us on foundational training. That one T do. Danny promptly refused. To enable a novice to begin, one cannot impart everything freely. I cannot share the unique techniques of our turtle hermit style. It could be deadly. Deadly? Coulson narrowed his eyes. Mr. Lee, that must be an exaggeration. I wish it were. Danny shook his head. Agent Coulson, since you have been studying Mandarin recently, have you not heard of the phrase cleaning house? I understand now. Coulson had merely been testing the waters, so he wasn't overly disappointed. Aware that he wouldn't extract any further information, he stood to take his leave, stating, Mr. Lee, Ms. Wing, I must make my way to Rand Enterprises. I shan't trouble you any longer. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Phil Coulson, Colleen Wing approached Danny with a worried expression and whispered, Danny, ever since I learned breath cultivation, I have felt significantly stronger. Perhaps you should refrain from teaching me the Phantom Fist. That move is far too conspicuous. Hearing this, Danny chuckled playfully, leaning closer to Colleen and whispering, Don't worry, the whole cleaning house thing was just a ruse on my part. You liar. Colleen playfully swatted at Danny. Yet, still looking concerned, she continued, regardless, that is still a taboo. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. discovers I know the Phantom Fist, they will realize you have deceived them. Don't overthink it. Danny waved his hand dismissively. Even if they find out, all I need to say is that the Phantom Fist is my original creation. Will they believe that? Whether they believe it is of no concern to me, it's merely an excuse. After a moment of silence, Colleen earnestly warned Danny, Danny, if you don't change the way you speak, one day someone will surely knock you out. Relax, relax. I can sense my surroundings. No one has a keener eye than I do. If I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I will be exceedingly polite. As for those I can defeat, well, let us just see who comes out on top. You're insufferable. Thank you. I must admit, I have quite the inflated ego, so you needn't flatter me. Today, due to Coulson's visit, Danny had already hung the closed sign and planned to take the entire day off. Thus, Lona and Peter were given a break, while he bore a piece of glass and accompanied Corinne went to her martial arts school, personally repairing the window he had shattered. Thereafter, Yincent began teaching Corinne when the Phantom Fist. After a convoluted midday deliberation, she ultimately resolved to learn this formidable martial art, while her desire to master such a potent skill was one reason. The more significant motivation lay in Yincent's rather mischievous nature, which offered a peculiar sense of reassurance. Truly, a calamity that could last for 1,000 years. Corinne devoted an entire afternoon to grasping the intricacies of the Phantom Fist. However, the path to truly mastering it remained long, and Yincent, fully aware of her progress, explicitly instructed her not to attempt practicing the Phantom Fist until she had completely mastered her breath control, allowing only for mental simulation. After dinner, Yincent broke with tradition by foregoing his usual solitary training in the quiet room, opting instead to remain at Corinne's dojo, engaging in sparring with her for the entire evening. This was not solely for her benefit, but also for his own, as training ought to blend movement with stillness. Previously, without the means to practice with a partner, Yincent had been confined to solitary endeavors. Now, with their relationship having made significant strides, he would not squander such an ideal opportunity for companionship, especially considering the benefits it entailed. Comparatively, Corinne, who currently lagged behind Yincent in various aspects, naturally reaped greater advantages from their practice together. Under Yincent's real-time guidance, her newly acquired breath control flourished at an astonishing pace. Therefore, even though Yincent's playful antics during their sparring were somewhat less than discreet, she merely shot him a few playful glares. Torn between annoyance and amusement, of course, only Yincent could enjoy such treatment. Had it been anyone else, they would have been met with her wrath, following the events of the previous night, while the nature of Corinne and Yincent's relationship remained unchanged in name. The intimacy between them had undoubtedly taken a substantial leap. Once a certain threshold in a relationship is crossed, it rarely regresses. Holding hands becomes effortless, and embracing feels natural as midnight approached. Yinsent, reluctant to leave, was forcibly ushered out of the dojo by Corinne. Returning to his restaurant, he greeted Lona through the door before preparing to wash up and retire for the night. While brushing his teeth, Yinsent inadvertently noticed the tattoo on the back of his hand. The area around the stars was gleaming gold, silently reminding him that he was merely 2 or 3 days away from fully charging the Dragon Balls. The second wish, he murmured to himself. I truly look forward to it. That I just hope that the 6 Dragon Balls haven't fallen into particularly troublesome locations. Yinsent had not forgotten that the rapid charging of the Dragon Balls was due to their proximity to a remarkable energy source. As far as he knew, the most likely culprit was undoubtedly the space gem, known as the Cosmic Cube. With his mind swirling with thoughts, Yinsent fell onto his bed, caught in a tumult of emotions. Burdened by his concerns, he remained in a state of half-sleep throughout the night, unable to achieve deep slumber. The following morning, having not slept well, Yinsent yawned as he exited his bedroom, groggily making his way to the bathroom. As he turned the knob and pushed the door open, just as one foot crossed the threshold, his bleary eyes widened in shock. With a loud bang, Yinsent instinctively stepped back, slamming the bathroom door shut with such force that the wall trembled with the impact. After calming his racing heart, he shouted, "Why didn't you lock the door?" Inside the bathroom, Lona, sitting bare-legged on the toilet, remained momentarily dazed before she erupted in a furious scream from behind the door. "You damn bastard. Are you really going to complain after peeping?" At that moment, Yinsent's mind was still flashing with images of Lona's fair thighs and the small piece of black fabric between her calves. Even in that fleeting glance, he had caught sight of a tuft of hair that matched Lona's own hair color. In truth, against the backdrop of her fair skin, that small patch of emerald green was exceedingly ice. What a coincidence this is. Corinne pursed her lips, wearing an expression that conveyed her reluctance to compliment. About half a month ago, when he asked me for assistance in dealing with the Hand Association, I initially declined. He then sought out my former landlord, overpaid for the martial arts school, and promised me that he would never charge rent. If it weren't for that, I would never have gone with him to China. And I nearly succumbed to poisoning today. As Saint felt speechless, Corinne handed him a small note. "Here, along with the transfer agreement, there's this." Upon receiving the note, Saint unfolded it to reveal just 3 simple English words. "I am truly sorry. Dannyland had apologized to you. It seems that Carlson handled the situation quite well." Saint returned the note to Corinne, smiling as he said, "Congratulations. Not only have you cleared your name, but you've also gained more than just your innocence. This apology is incredibly sincere, worth millions indeed. I wouldn't want it otherwise." Corinne shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. "How could I possibly accept such a valuable property? Tomorrow, when the lawyers from the land group return, I will have them deliver a reply to Dannyland, stating that I forgive him, but I certainly will not be signing the agreement." "Why can't you accept it?" Saint retorted dismissively, shoving the folder containing the transfer agreement into Corinne's arms. "You must accept it. How can you suffer in vain? You can forgive him, but you certainly shouldn't let him off the hook without consequence. Hurry and sign it." Corinne looked at Saint, who resembled a spoiled child, and rolled her eyes again. "Saint, the reason I'm telling you this is that it concerns you too. This is not a consultation for your opinion. Whether or not I sign is my decision, not yours." "How can it not be?" Saint, a quintessential penny pincher, refused to let $1 million slip through his fingers without a fight. "You said it concerns me. If you receive compensation, I will also forgive Dannyland. But if you truly refuse to sign, I won't be as magnanimous as you and will definitely go after him again." Corinne found his words both amusing and exasperating. Although she found his reasoning absurd, she couldn't afford to dismiss it. She knew full well that Saint was capable of such antics. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed, half in jest, half in irritation. "Dannyland wants to transfer the martial arts school to me, not to you. Why do you care so much?" "Of course I care," Saint replied without hesitation. "If this martial arts school belongs to you, then you will never leave." At his words, Corinne's bright eyes widened in surprise. She was momentarily speechless, her mind racing at the implication of his use of the word forever. Forever. She understood the underlying message. Saint's home was right here. If she never moved away, it meant remaining by his side eternally. As she completed that thought in her mind, a warm surge of emotion flooded her heart. In a moment of impulsive clarity, she nodded vigorously. "All right. I'll sign." Overjoyed by her affirmative response, Saint eagerly helped her unfold the folder, holding it steady for her signature. However, As Corinne picked up the pen, her initial enthusiasm began to wane. Just before she was about to write, a pang of regret struck her. Yet, when she looked up and met Saint's eager gaze, the words of withdrawal caught in her throat. Gritting her teeth, she leaned down and signed her name on every required document. "Congratulations, you are about to become a millionaire," Saint remarked. Corinne puffed out her cheeks, uncertain of her feelings, and retorted, "If that's the case, you must have been a millionaire long ago. Your family's restaurant has 2 floors and is worth more than this martial arts school." "That's different," Saint replied, shaking his head firmly. "That was left to me by my parents. I could never sell it." Even though Saint was no longer the original Saint, he retained fragments of the previous owner's memories, inevitably influencing him. Moreover, disregarding this factor, he would still hold the family he was reborn into in high regard. At that moment, Corinne could hardly bear to hear the word forever, especially when it came from Saint's lips. It sent shivers down her spine. Biting her lip in hesitation, she finally shyly lowered her head, softly echoing, "I, too, will never sell this martial arts school." Saint suddenly turned to her, gazing deeply into her eyes, clearly sensing the affection hidden in her words. Just as his heart began to race, a line from a movie sprang to mind. 20 seconds. All you need is 20 seconds of insane courage, and something great will happen. Emboldened by that thought, Saint threw caution to the wind. With a bold movement, he wrapped his arms around Corinne, pulling her into an embrace. As she ceased her token struggles, he leaned in, whispering softly in her ear, "Then you shall forever be unable to leave me." At his words, Corinne's heart raced, her body trembling. Biting her lip, she adjusted her posture, placing one hand on his chest and the other on his shoulder. With a surge of courage she couldn't quite explain, she tilted her head defiantly. "No, it's you who will never be able to leave me." In response, Saint discarded the folder he was holding, using his freed hands to encircle Corinne's slender waist and cup her delicate face. As the sun ascended high into the sky, he finally managed to open his eyes with great effort. Beside him, Corinne remained in a deep, blissful slumber. Enchanted by her serene visage, Youngster could not resist leaning in to bestow a gentle kiss upon her. No more," Corinne murmured lazily, still caught between dreams and reality. Instinctively, she turned away from Youngster, distancing herself from the hungry wolf that he was, extricating herself from their tangled limbs. Youngster chuckled foolishly, carefully lifting the covers before rising from the bed. He then pulled the blanket down to cover Corinne's fair, delicate shoulders before striding boldly into the bathroom, unabashedly bare. After indulging in a hot shower, Youngster returned to the bedroom, retrieving the clothes he had worn the previous day from the floor. With little choice, he dressed himself, and once he was presentable, he cast a reluctant glance at the still sleeping Corinne before departing the bedroom and heading towards the kitchen located on the opposite side of the dojo. Moments later, Corinne stirred, her nose twitching as a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, compelling her to sit up abruptly. Still bleary-eyed, she wrapped herself in the blanket and padded barefoot out of the bedroom, crossing the dojo to peek into the kitchen. "Why are you still here? I thought you had left." Hearing her voice, Youngster turned, replying with a playful double entendre, "I can't leave until I've filled having signed the documents." Corinne nodded slightly and turned around, only to see the black folder still lying quietly on the dojo floor. The legal documents that were originally contained within it were now scattered chaotically around. She paused momentarily and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, It accidentally fell to the ground. Please wait a moment while I tidy it up." The middle-aged woman followed her gaze and couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of someone who had just received property worth over $1 million being so nonchalant about it. This was indeed a first for her. A moment later, Corinne handed the organized folder back to the woman and said, "Please convey to Danny Rand that I have forgiven him. If he needs assistance, he can feel free to call me." "Of course, I will relay your message," the middle-aged woman replied with a serious expression, though inwardly she scoffed at the thought. What could a billionaire like Danny Rand possibly need help with? Meanwhile, Corinne was contemplating the dojo, which served as a sentimental token between her and Youngster. It was something she simply could not refuse. At worst, she could help Danny Rand a few more times to repay this monumental favor. If Danny Rand were to learn that his lavish expenditure for Corinne ultimately served to benefit Youngster, he would undoubtedly regret it deeply. That night, under the cover of darkness, Youngster stealthily entered his own restaurant. In his bedroom, he rummaged through his belongings for a change of underwear and was about to tiptoe into the bathroom when he pushed open the door and found Lona leaning against the opposite wall. Her arms crossed, regarding him with a derisive smile. Ancient felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in a compromising situation and awkwardly chuckled. "You're still awake," in response to his attempt at conversation. Lona maintained her indifferent demeanor, mirroring her attitude from the previous day. Observing this, Ancient silently mused, "Is she insane? Is she here to kill me with her stare?" Strangely enough, Lona's icy gaze was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Under her scrutiny, Ancient felt increasingly uneasy. Just as he contemplated fleeing to the bathroom, Lona abruptly asked, "Did you stay at the dojo until now after going there last night?" Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. Ancient stammered for a moment before managing to reply, "Yes, that's correct." Upon receiving his confirmation, Lona coolly pursed her lips and turned away, returning to her room and shutting the door with precision. Was she feeling jealous? Ancient was quite certain of it, though the question remained. Jealous of whom? Was it the male or the female? From his observations, Lona had always exhibited an unusual concern for Corinne. And as far as he knew, the future Polaris was not entirely devoid of romantic inclinations towards women. With his mind swirling with these thoughts, Ancient took an unusually long shower, and by the time he dried his hair and returned to his room, it was already past midnight. He collapsed onto his familiar bed and fell asleep almost instantly. In the preceding 24 hours, he had been entwined with Corinne when, both of them savoring every moment with insatiable delight. So his exhaustion was palpable. However, barely 4 hours into his slumber, a stirring from the depths of his soul jolted him awake. He felt a call resonating from 6 different directions, penetrating deep into his essence. It dawned on him that the Dragon Balls were now fully charged and had reverted from their stone form to crystalline spheres, ready to summon the eternal dragon once more. Ancient leaped out of bed, and his fatigue seemed to vanish in an instant. With renewed vigor, he turned toward the northwest and murmured, "One of them is quite close. The straight-line distance should be no more than 100 kilometers. Right here in New York." With that thought, he hastily dressed and dashed out of his bedroom. Descending the stairs, through the back door of the restaurant, he stepped into the narrow alley behind it, using an old set of keys to unlock the dusty garage door. Inside sat a black 2-door coupe. This was a Chevrolet Camaro, indeed the very same model known as Bumblebee, though this was the first generation that debuted in 1967, the original second-hand car that Bumblebee was based on. Having removed the racing stripes from the front and painted over the faded yellow with a dull black, this was the car now before Ancient. Interestingly, this Camaro was the same vehicle that his predecessor, Little Lee, had received after obtaining his driver's license, gifted to him by Old Lee from a second-hand car dealership. Thus, upon his arrival in this world, Ancient had even speculated whether this car might be a transformer. After Old Lee's tragic demise in a plane crash, Little Lee had never driven the Camaro again, locking it away in the garage until now, when it finally saw the light of day again in Ancient's possession. He entered the garage, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat, inserting the key and turning it. To his delight, the engine roared to life. He had expected that after sitting idle for several months, this vintage car might not start. Driving the black Camaro, Ancient sped toward the northwest, continuously adjusting his course in accordance with the close connection between the Dragon Balls, arriving near the location of one before dawn. Wow! Ancient gradually pressed the brake, peering through the windshield at a prominent massive logo ahead, muttering to himself, "I know where this Dragon Ball has landed." The sleek logo featuring a letter with a silver hook unmistakably represented the renowned Stark Industries, the preeminent arms dealer in the Marvel Universe. If Ancient was correct, the exact location of this Dragon Ball was within the exclusive domain of Stark Industries, the colossal arc reactor. He was 99% certain of this hypothesis. And while he sighed in relief, he also furrowed his brow. The relief came from the realization that the arc reactor was indeed the source of energy for the Dragon Ball, alleviating his concerns about the Tesseract. The frown, however, stemmed from the fact that this Stark Industries facility was a heavily guarded military zone where outsiders were prohibited. More critically, the owner of the arc reactor was none other than Tony Stark. Moreover, once he became Iron Man, the arc reactor would serve as his Achilles heel. It was best not to provoke him. Though Tony Stark was still merely a notorious playboy at this point and had not yet ascended to superhero status, Ancient did not consider him any less formidable. After all, he was a man capable of throwing around vast sums of money as if they were nothing, with or without his armored suit. The only difference lay in efficiency. The more Ancient pondered, the deeper his frown became, leading him to decisively turn the car around and head back, clearly deciding against pursuing this Dragon Ball for the time being. When daylight broke, Ancient returned to Hell's Kitchen, leaving the black Camaro at a nearby repair shop, recognizing that the car required some maintenance after being parked for so long that on his walk back to the Chinese restaurant. He purchased an American map and a world map. Spreading them out on the living room floor, he then began to deduce the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls based on the one at Stark Industries. I am 69 kilometers away from Stark Industries in a straight line. This Dragon Ball is the second closest, positioned approximately 17 degrees southeast, around 6.5 times the distance of the Stark Dragon Ball, which is roughly 450 kilometers. Not too bad if it's in the sea, still on the continental shelf, theoretically not deeper than 200 meters. Difficult, but still retrievable. The third closest is approximately 35 degrees southwest, around 3.3 times the distance of the previous one, about 1,500 kilometers. This should be easy enough in the central and southern plains of the country. The fourth is about 11 degrees northwest, roughly 2.3 times the previous distance, which is about 3,500 kilometers. Canada shouldn't pose much of a challenge. The fifth is approximately 3 degrees east-northeast. Oh no, that's the Atlantic Ocean. It's about 1.7 times the distance of the previous one, totaling just under 6,000 kilometers. Crossing the sea, within British territory, that should be manageable. The farthest one, south by west 22, is a distance of 1.3 times that of the previous one, totaling 7,800 kilometers. Brazil, that's somewhat troublesome. It's not only home to vast expanses of tropical rainforest but also riddled with cliffs. The terrain is quite challenging. After clarifying the approximate locations of the other 5 Dragon Balls, Vincent took out his phone to check flights and tourist visas. The UK and Canada allow visa-free entry, while Brazil requires 7 working days. Thus, he planned to first fly to London, then to Toronto, and thereafter return home to search for the 2 within the country, before finally obtaining the visa to fly to Rio, saving Stark for last. Once Vincent had finalized his plans, he stepped out with unwavering resolve, heading straight for Corinne Win's martial arts dojo. Knocking vigorously on the door. A moment later, Corinne Win, with disheveled hair, appeared behind the open door and, upon seeing Vincent at the threshold, exclaimed with irritation, "Vincent Lee, do you have any idea what time it is?" 7:15, Vincent replied casually. Stepping inside without hesitation, he then stated directly, "Corinne, I'm about to embark on a long journey. Would you care to join me?" At this, Corinne Win shook off her drowsiness, tilting her head in contemplation, and playfully stamped her foot. "How can you do this so suddenly? How am I supposed to respond? I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." "Then go wash your face and brush your teeth first." Vincent nodded in understanding and turned towards the kitchen. "I'll prepare something for us." "All right." In Corinne Win's kitchen, the ingredients were quite limited, leaving Vincent with few options that he resorted to making noodles, and after kneading, rolling, and cutting the dough, he paired it with eggs and scallions to create 2 bowls of scallion oil egg noodles. Moments later, the 2 sat across from each other at the kitchen table. Corinne Win, with her hair tied back, began to eat while inquiring, "When you say you're going far, where exactly do you mean?" "England, Canada, Brazil." Vincent succinctly listed the 3 countries, adding, "I also need to visit 2 places domestically in between." This answer clearly caught Corinne Win off guard. Her eyes widened as she pressed on, "You're traveling all over the world? What on earth are you planning to do? How long will it take?" Vincent pondered for a moment, not intending to lie, but also not wanting to reveal everything, that he replied somewhat ambiguously, "I'm looking for a few items, some of which may still be in remote wilderness or even underwater. Therefore, I can't estimate the time. It's uncertain." With a conflicted expression, Corinne Win took a few bites of her noodles before resolutely deciding, "I'm not going. The gambler might come to New York soon, and I have some accounts to settle with him." "The gambler?" Vincent frowned at her words. "Where did you hear that? From a former student?" Corinne Win made a complicated face and pouted. "It said that the gambler intends to personally deal with Danny Rand. Be careful. This could be a trap." Vincent's brow furrowed further, suppressing his protective instincts. He did not regard Corinne Win as a mere vulnerable woman, reminding her instead, "Your former student is now a member of the Hand. You must remain vigilant." "Don't worry." Corinne Win flashed a bright smile, assuring Vincent, "I will protect myself. This is a promise. Spare me." Vincent scoffed 3 times, giving Corinne Win a disapproving look. "What are you babbling about? Don't you know what it means to set a flag?" Focus on your training and master the Phantom Fist as soon as possible. And remember, whether in practice or combat, you can only use the Phantom Fist once. You must not use it a second time until your body has fully rested. All right. Corinne didn't mind Yinsen's nagging. Instead, she rewarded him with a sweet smile. I've got it all memorized. You can rest easy. Resting easy was out of the question. Yinsen smirked, suddenly changing his tone. However, no matter how much I worry, I am willing. Corinne silently bit her lip, suddenly standing up from her chair and leaning over the dining table, responding to Yinsen's sweet words with a kiss. Immediately afterward, accompanied by two crisp sounds, the two bowls of noodles that had been resting on the table fell to the floor, scattering broth, noodles, eggs, and scallions everywhere. 5 hours later, Yinsen sat alone on a flight to London. Upon landing in the UK, he promptly called Corinne to inform her of his safe arrival and also sent a text to Lorna. After resting for a night in London, he was up early the next morning, hastily leaving the hotel and driving a rented car towards the synth's direction of the Dragon Balls, heading towards the outskirts of the city. At this point, the SHLD had already detected Yinsen's departure from the country and conveyed orders to its UK division that a large black SUV had been tailing him since the moment he left the airport the night before. With his heightened senses, Yinsen was undoubtedly aware of being followed from the very start. However, he paid little mind to it. As long as he was using transportation, his movements were impossible to conceal. He could shake off his pursuers, but not at that moment. After a day of searching, Yinsen pinpointed the exact location of the Dragon Ball in the UK. He parked the rented car at the entrance of a countryside villa, quickly shouldered his bag, and, using the cover of the building, slipped into a dense thicket of trees, disappearing from Shield's line of sight. By the time two SLD agents finally tracked his presence based on the traces he left, Yinsen had already located a 3-star Dragon Ball hidden within the underbrush and stowed it in his bag. When he returned to his car, the agents were still wandering aimlessly in the woods, completely perplexed about Yinsen's purpose in the UK and what he had done. Unwilling to give up, S.H.I.L. remained relentless in their surveillance, ensuring that every time Yinsen arrived at an airport, 2 agents were waiting for him outside. Over the following 20 days, Yinsen, with the SHLD agents in tow, journeyed from the UK to Canada, where he found a 1-star Dragon Ball, then returned to the United States, securing the 7-star and 4-star Dragon Balls. After obtaining the necessary visa, he then flew to Brazil, where he discovered the 2-star Dragon Ball. After traversing tens of thousands of kilometers, he finally returned to New York, content with the 5 Dragon Balls he had unearthed. At this point, only the 6-star Dragon Ball located at Stark Industries remained out of Yinsen's grasp. He had 1,000 methods to conceal the fist-sized orbs. Not a single one had been seen by S.H.I.E.L.D, and he had skillfully evaded detection at airport security each time. Although, to the unknowing eye, the Dragon Balls appeared to be nothing more than ordinary crystal spheres, Yinsen was unwilling to take any risks. This was the one secret he had to safeguard at all costs. No amount of caution was excessive. Thus, until Yinsen exited Kennedy International Airport and hailed a taxi home, S.H.I.L.D had yet to ascertain the true purpose behind his worldwide escapades, let alone formulate a plausible guess. Yinsen sat in the taxi, idly browsing his phone. An outdated news article caught his attention. Stark Industries chairman and genius scientist Tony Stark has gone missing in the Afghanistan region. Yinsen couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the timestamp of the article, realizing it had occurred 5 days prior to in other words. On the day following his flight to Rio, Tony Stark had endured a missile strike from his own company in Afghanistan. Although he had miraculously survived, he had been captured by the 10 Rings and imprisoned in a dark cave. His laughter stemmed not from any personal vendetta against Tony Stark, but rather from the relief that he could now confidently pursue the last Dragon Ball without fear of interference from the future Iron Man for at least 3 months. Initially, Yinsen had merely contemplated that if he were to provoke Tony Stark, it would be best to do so in a manner that allowed him to make a wish upon the Eternal Dragon immediately thereafter. To my astonishment, upon returning to New York, I was met with an unexpected surprise. Although I was eager to rush to Stark Industries at once, I decided to exercise caution. After all, it was a heavily fortified military site where security would undoubtedly be vigilant. It would be far too perilous to infiltrate during daylight hours. After arriving in Hell's Kitchen, I bypassed my home and headed directly to Colleen Wing's dojo. Despite our daily phone conversations, There were certain matters that demanded face-to-face discussion. Intending to deliver a surprise, I found myself startled instead. Upon knocking on the dojo's door, I was greeted by Lorna. If that had been all, I might have merely been surprised. But Lorna had undergone a remarkable transformation since our last encounter. She had not only washed out her black dye to reveal her natural emerald green hair, but had also adopted a wardrobe that emphasized a darker, more austere aesthetic. That moment, I felt as though I had traveled through time. Seeing an 18-year-old girl metamorphose into a future embodiment of Polaris, which was somewhat unsettling. "Boss, you're back?" Lorna expressed her own surprise. 20 days had passed, and our relationship had long since returned to normal, at least on the surface. "Just arrived," I replied casually, gesturing toward her hair. "When did you stop dyeing it?" Instinctively, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and retorted, "Does it not look good?" "It looks fine. I'm just not quite accustomed to it." I shrugged, stepping inside. "Where's Colleen?" Lorna hesitated for a moment, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory, before flatly stating, "Bathroom." I fell silent as well, diverting my gaze from Lorna's head, unable to ignore the striking green hue that inevitably reminded me of that morning's accidental glimpse. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Colleen Wing emerged, rescuing us from the awkward tension. After giving Lorna a discreet gesture to indicate she would step aside, Lorna gracefully retreated into the changing room. Leaving the dojo entirely for Colleen and me, Colleen acknowledged Lorna with a nod before approaching me directly, but her reaction was not the surprise I had anticipated. Instead, she flatly remarked, "You're back. Really, you could have given me a heads up." "I am busy right now. Wasn't I trying to surprise you?" I replied, exasperation creeping into my voice. Glancing at Colleen's white training attire, I inquired, "So, you're teaching Lorna Aikido?" "Yes," she confirmed with a nod, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Now she's my only student. Who else would I teach?" "You made the right choice in closing the dojo. Protecting your students is the only way." I comfortingly wrapped my arm around Colleen. Drawing her closer, "Don't be disheartened. Once the hand is eradicated, you can call them back. It's not as simple as you make it sound." Colleen leaned against me, pouting slightly. "The students I once taught are now part of the hand." "Am I supposed to eradicate them too?" Waving my hand dismissively, I countered, "Where are you going with that?" "As long as you eliminate the leader, the hand will cease to exist." "That's futile," Colleen replied with a bitter smile. Shaking her head, "In truth, I haven't told you something to spare you worry." 7 days ago, the gambler was already dead, but when I checked yesterday, his hideout in the outskirts seemed unaffected, still operating normally. At her words, I furrowed my brow, choosing my words carefully. "Was it you?" "Yes," she nodded slightly, deliberately omitting details, her expression becoming complex. I used the afterimage fist. It was a fatal blow. After a moment's hesitation, I posed a rather peculiar question. "Did you stab him? Or did you decapitate him?" "I stabbed him," she replied awkwardly, tilting her head back to scrutinize me. "Oh, you know something? I find it strange that the hand fought tooth and nail to steal the gambler's body that night. As if he could be resurrected." I completed her thought, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, the 5 fingers of the hand have been modified by Dragon's essence, making them incredibly resilient. They are not easily killed, or else they wouldn't have survived for centuries." "He truly isn't dead." Colleen ground her teeth, her gaze sharpening. "No wonder that hideout remains operational. From your perspective, if I had decapitated him, he would be finished." "Yes, decapitate him, and then set him ablaze. That should suffice." I replied, "Do you think he's a vampire from Twilight?" "Close enough. After all, they're all just ancient, immortal fiends. Saint, when will you take this seriously?" "I'm not joking. It would undoubtedly kill him, I assure you." "Get lost. I need to teach Lorna." "All right. I should keep her waiting in the changing room. By the way, I have something to attend to tonight, so I might not make it back." "Who cares? Just hurry up and leave." "Not very sincere." "Are you? Don't bring a knife." "I'm leaving." That night, at 11 o'clock, I drove a borrowed blue sedan down from the elevated highway, arriving at a factory area belonging to Stark Industries, adjacent to the freeway. After parking in a discreet location, I quickly turned off the engine and retrieved a bundle of black nylon rope and a grinning monkey-faced mask from the trunk. Wearing the monkey mask and slinging the nylon rope over my shoulder, I approached the rear of a multi-story building that bordered the highway. Utilizing an arm-thick drainage pipe, I ascended the building with an agility that seemed impossible for an ordinary person. Upon reaching the rooftop, I scanned my surroundings, finding no security cameras on this 10-meter-high rooftop. Confidently, I strode across the roof toward the direction of the six-star Dragon Ball, and as I reached the edge, the massive cold fusion reactor, towering several stories high, came into view. Estimating the distance between the reactor and my position, I concluded that simply sprinting and leaping across would be a reckless endeavor. However, employing the afterimage fist, with the explosive force generated from my feet combined with my muscular leap, should suffice to propel me across. That it should be manageable. Though my grasp of physics is rudimentary, and my understanding of parabolic equations is largely conjectural, I took a deep breath, adopting a slightly crouched stance. I remained motionless, my expression frozen. In this moment, in the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared in midair between the two multi-story buildings, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before landing on the rooftop of the reactor's building. Only then did my afterimage gradually dissipate into the air, as if it had never existed. With my skin taut and my heart racing, I fought the urge to howl in exhilaration, standing still for quite some time until my heartbeat steadied. Exhaling deeply, I turned my neck and walked toward the massive glass skylight directly above the reactor. The moment my foot touched the glass skylight, brilliant red lights began flashing around the reactor below, accompanied by a piercing alarm. "Damn it!" I exclaimed, cursing under my breath as I pondered aloud. Pressure sensor or motion detector? To contemplate this issue now is evidently futile. Ancient, in a state of frantic urgency, hastily untangled the nylon rope slung across his shoulder. With a decisive blow of rock in a game of rock, paper, scissors, he shattered one of the massive panes of glass in the skylight. After securing one end of the nylon rope to the steel frame supporting the skylight, he immediately grasped the rope and leapt down, descending from the heavens to land atop the arc reactor. Upon reaching a concave section of the reactor's summit, Ancient discovered the rotund six-star Dragon Ball. He swiftly tucked it into his pocket, disregarding the rope that hung from the rooftop. He realized that the factory's rooftop from which he initially came was higher than the arc reactor's, and he decided against leaping back. After descending from the arc reactor, Ancient, utilizing his keen sense of breath detection, sought out a direction with minimal security personnel and dashed towards the factory's perimeter wall. As for the omnipresent security cameras, he paid them no heed. After a reckless exit from the factory area, Ancient destroyed the monkey-faced mask and hurried to the vehicle he had borrowed. Once he returned to Manhattan Island, he parked the car back in its original spot and completed the final few kilometers on foot. Arriving at his family's Chinese restaurant, it was already past 1 in the morning. Ancient quietly opened the back door of the restaurant, careful not to awaken the slumbering Lorna, and silently slipped into the basement, locking the iron door leading to the surface. "Come forth, Shenlong, grant my wish." As Ancient retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls from his backpack and placed them alongside his right hand, uttering this phrase that scarcely qualified as a secret incantation, the basement was once again engulfed in darkness. Aside from the Dragon Balls themselves, any potential light sources in this enclosed subterranean space were suppressed by a mysterious force. The 6 Dragon Balls, along with the tattoo on the back of Ancient's hand, transformed into 7 luminous orbs, coalescing into the radiant Shenlong. State your wish, and any wish can be fulfilled, but only one. After nearly 2 months, hearing the phrase that any wish could be granted again, Ancient couldn't help but smirk, muttering with a hint of resentment, "A boastful dragon." Although he had long since resolved to obtain the physique of a scion, he did not rush to make his wish. Instead, driven by insatiable greed, he tentatively inquired, "Shenlong, if I wish to acquire 99 billion Sinbeans, can you grant that?" Shenlong, seemingly taken aback, remained silent for a long while before responding. "Sinbeans can be provided, but only one." Ancient, maintaining a stoic expression, quirked his lips in annoyance and asked, "Then, if I wish to obtain the seeds of sunbeans and the methods for their cultivation, can that be done?" "Those are 2 wishes. I can only fulfill one at a time." "Stubborn dragon," Ancient cursed under his breath, temporarily dismissing the thought of sunbeans. He shifted his question. "Shenlong, if I wish to acquire Bulma's knowledge to create storage capsules in the Marvel Universe, is that possible?" Shenlong fell silent once more, as if calculating something, and after a while replied, "No. Although there is no conflict in cosmic rules, Bulma is a scientific genius with a brain that far exceeds the norm. Given your cerebral capacity, if you were to obtain her knowledge, it would likely reduce you to a rambling madman under the onslaught of overwhelming information, insulted by the implication regarding his intelligence." Ancient calmly rephrased his request. "Then, What if I simply wish to obtain a storage capsule? In response, Shenlong shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, that cannot be done. Why not? The Marvel Universe lacks the resources necessary for its creation. If you possess zero material from the Dragon Ball world, it could be accomplished. Where am I supposed to get that? Ancient exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard before realization struck. Then, if I wish to obtain zero material, can that be granted? That is quite simple. Ancient let out a cold, skeptical laugh, his paranoia kicking in as he queried, is the amount of zero material granted in a wish sufficient for me to wish again for a storage capsule? That depends on the specifications of the storage capsule. If its internal space is less than 343 cubic units and its weight limit does not exceed 169 tons, it can be done. Exceeding either of these limits is unfeasible. Ancient's expectations were even lower than that, so he felt no disappointment. He pondered for a moment before hypothetically asking, Shenlong, if I wish to acquire a gravity device to assist in training, can that be granted? I'm sorry, that cannot be done. Ancient rolled his eyes, exasperated. What is needed this time? Zero material. Ancient's lips twitched as he finally grasped the situation. The so-called zero material was likely analogous to vibranium in the Marvel Universe, with many of Dragon Ball's advanced technology stemming from it. The thought that acquiring any Dragon Ball technology would necessitate using 2 or more wishes left him feeling distressed. If only I could create it myself. Why am I not intelligent enough? I was never cut out for academics. With tears of frustration silently streaming down his face, Ancient felt he had exhausted all inquiries. He shifted to the main topic. Shenlong, if I wish to gain the physique of a Saiyan, will I be considered a pure Saiyan like Son Goku, or a hybrid like Son Gohan and Son Goten? Neither. Your body belongs to the Marvel Universe. While it is similar to Earthlings from the Dragon Ball world, it is not identical. After integrating Saiyan genes, you will be a unique existence. If it must be named, you would be a Marvel Saiyan. I love hearing that I'm unique. Ancient grinned widely. Shenlong, please bestow upon me the physique of a Saiyan. Your wish has been granted, as he had experienced before. Upon uttering this phrase, Shenlong immediately transformed into 7 beams of light, one darting toward the back of Ancient's hand, while the other 6 radiated outward in distinct directions. This time, Ancient was prepared. He swiftly intercepted the nearest beam of light before it could penetrate the walls of the basement. With hands imbued with chi, he firmly grasped the Dragon Ball-turned light, containing it within his palms as it trembled violently. As time passed, the orb gradually ceased its quaking and dimmed, ultimately transforming into a gray, spherical stone. Having successfully intercepted a Dragon Ball, Ancient exhaled in relief. This way, he would only need to locate 5 more Dragon Balls next time. Moreover, this preemptively acquired Dragon Ball would allow him to actively recharge it by placing it near a certain energy source. While the 5-star Dragon Ball on his right hand could serve a similar purpose, he could not afford to sever his hand if the energy source remained immobile. Rude dragon, you never even say goodbye. You almost left me in the dark? After securing the Dragon Ball, as Ancient muttered aimlessly, he suddenly wore an astonished expression, realizing with wide eyes, something's off. My speed just now wasn't solely due to enhanced physicality. My chi has also increased, by many multiples. While an increase in physicality was understandable, how could his chi have grown? Hadn't that useless dragon said that power could only be cultivated, not acquired out of thin air? Ancient gritted his teeth and activated his breath detection to assess his chi, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Is it really 37 times that of an ordinary person? I can't believe it. With a sudden motion, he raised an arm and slowly clenched his fist, channeling all his strength into rock. A dazzling blue light enveloped his entire fist, even wrapping around his wrist, completely obscured by the chi coiling around his hand. It really is 37 times. Ancient longed to punch the wall to confirm whether he was dreaming. However, at the critical moment, a sudden realization struck him. This was indeed his own basement. Resolutely, he dissipated the azure glow emanating from his fists and, stroking his chin, began to ponder what on earth was happening. Moments later, a look of enlightenment dawned upon Ancient. Having inherited the vast knowledge of Sun Wukong, yet having long been ensnared in a state of high aspirations but low capabilities, he had overlooked a fundamental principle of the Dragon Ball universe. A strong body begets a strong aura. In essence, the knowledge acquired from Sun Wukong represented his ultimate comprehension of strength, and as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, the emphasis shifted to aura strengthens the body. What more could one expect at the climax? Thus, Saint had primarily focused on cultivating his aura to drive his physical growth, never considering that, at this initial stage, a significant enhancement in his physical abilities would correspondingly lead to a dramatic surge in his aura. This was what one referred to as the darkness beneath the lamp. As for the reason behind his substantial increase in physical prowess, Saint was acutely aware. The planet inhabited by the Scions exhibited a gravity 10 times that of Earth. Without sufficiently robust genetic traits, survival would have been impossible. Previously, he possessed an aura over 6 times that of an ordinary human, indicating that after merging with the Scion genes, he had gained an additional aura, amounting to a little over 30 times that of an ordinary individual. Saint calculated this in his mind, unable to suppress his astonishment. The formidable Scions, even without a day of training, possessed strength exceeding that of Earthlings by 30-fold upon reaching adulthood. If one were to transform into a great ape, that strength would escalate to 300 times that of an Earthling. With this thought, Saint instinctively reached behind him to touch his tailbone. Fortunately, the absurd dragon had not lied. Since it would not alter his appearance, he certainly could not grow a tail that he had no desire to transform into a monkey-shaped green blob with uncontrollable power. What use was such strength if it only rebounded upon oneself? Saint also came to understand that power could only be cultivated. It could not be obtained from thin air. This statement, too, was not merely the ramblings of the dragon. While physical prowess could rapidly increase, so could one's aura. However, the techniques to control both required diligent practice. Had he attained Scion physiology without prior training, it would have been akin to an awakened mutant with no ability to manage the sudden surge in physical capabilities and aura, thus failing to genuinely acquire power 37 times that of an ordinary human. Saint mused to himself, if we consider an ordinary individual as having a battle power of 5, then I possess a battle power of 185. I could contend for the championship in the early stages of the World Martial Arts Tournament. With this realization, Saint's eyes sparkled with brilliance. I can fly. With that thought, he could no longer contain himself and dashed out of the basement like a gust of wind, swiftly passing through the back door of the martial arts hall and ascending the fire escape of a nearby residential building, eventually reaching the rooftop terrace. Soon, in the center of the terrace, Saint slowly levitated into the air, rising like a balloon and suspending himself in midair. This was the Kiku. To be precise, this was the initiation of the Kiku, expending the aura within to convert energy and generate an upward buoyancy that counteracted the planet's gravitational pull, placing him in a state of relative weightlessness. In truth, Saint had learned the initiation of the Kiku long ago, driven by an insatiable desire to fly. However, given his previously feeble aura, he could hardly maintain even a brief period of weightlessness, let alone achieve genuine flight. After mastering the initiation of the Kiku, the next step was to expel his aura to propel himself into flight. Saint gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He had never attempted this step before, and the knowledge inherited from Sun Wukong was rather unreliable. Perhaps due to his advanced age, flight had become instinctual for Sun Wukong, resulting in his ultimate comprehension of the Kiku lacking theoretical substance. It could be summarized in a rather frustrating phrase: initiate the technique to float, then fly as you please. As for Sun Wukong's experience with flying, it was extensive. The issue was that, without prior experience, Saint found it utterly incomprehensible. Never mind it. If I must perish, so be it. Saint silently steeled himself, bringing his legs together in midair and aligning his feet, with the tops of his feet and calves forming a straight line. Adhering to the principle of caution, he exerted only 10% of his strength and expelled his aura from the tips of his toes to in the next instant. Accompanied by a cacophony of bizarre cries, Saint shot skyward like a deflated balloon, weaving erratically in a zigzag pattern through the air, moving at a speed comparable to that of birds in the blink of an eye. He had soared to an altitude of 100 meters, continuing to twist left and right in a chaotic manner, darting about the sky. As time passed, Saint gradually managed to fly in a straight line. Through a deepening understanding of Sun Wukong's flying techniques, he learned to utilize movements of his arms to adjust his balance, when he could gracefully carve arcs in the night sky at will. He began to increase the expulsion of his aura, accelerating his speed through the air. Eventually, he found himself enveloping his entire body in aura just to withstand the immense wind pressure rushing towards him. In this state, Saint resembled a blue light bulb. Not only did he become exceedingly conspicuous against the night sky, But more importantly, the consumption of aura was alarmingly high. Consequently, he decided to abandon any plans to test his limits. Using reverse expulsion of aura to abruptly decrease his speed and dissipate the aura enveloping his body, coming to a sudden stop while suspended a kilometer in the air, gazing down at the dazzling urban nightscape beneath him. He could hear the pounding of his own heart, and after catching his breath for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. "That I can fly," feeling euphoric after a brief moment of revelry. Insane made a rough estimation. Without the protection of his aura during flight, he could only withstand speeds of just over 100 kilometers per hour, roughly equivalent to that of cars on the highway. Conversely, with the aura, he could at least double that speed. With the upper limit still unknown. It is worth mentioning that the greater one's total aura, the higher the recovery rate of that aura over time. Previously, Insane could hardly sustain the initiation of the coup for long, but now, if he merely maintained a floating state, the recovery of his aura had already surpassed its consumption. After floating for a while to rest and restoring his aura to its peak state, Insane flew a lap over the city before preparing to descend. Before doing so, he sensed with his aura and confirmed that the two Splendid agents who had watched him remained unconscious, long before infiltrating Stark Industries. Insane had incapacitated those two innocent agents. While this would inevitably link the S.I.E.L.D to the intrusion of the arc reactor to some extent, it was far better than encountering some unforeseen complication while retrieving the Dragon Balls. Everything else could be negotiated, but the secret of the Dragon Balls was an untouchable taboo for Insane. He felt it prudent to keep this matter concealed to avoid provoking his own wrath. After landing back where he had taken off, it was already past 2 in the morning. Having just conquered the skies, he was still in a state of extreme exhilaration, with no trace of sleepiness. He opted to remain on the rooftop terrace, continuously practicing his punches and kicks to acclimate to his surging strength, periodically taking to the air to practice his still awkward flying techniques. As dawn began to break. Wishing to avoid drawing attention, Insane finally returned to the quiet room of his restaurant, sitting cross-legged on the floor, intending to test how much faster his training speed had accelerated after merging with the Scion genes. Strange. Moments later, Insane furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Not only had his speed not increased, but it had actually slowed down considerably. Was it because I had suddenly grown several times stronger, thus diminishing my control over my aura? As Saint murmured to himself, it seems that rapid upgrades are out of the question until I fully adapt to the Scion physique, although a tinge of disappointment lingered. He had recently ascended several levels, leaving little room for discontent. After a brief attempt to test his abilities, he exited the quiet room, intending to catch a bit of sleep in his bedroom. Having been closed for 21 days, he knew it was imperative to resume work today. The unparalleled Marvel Scion must earn a living. He hadn't forgotten that Scions were notoriously voracious eaters. He even harbored doubts about whether his remaining $4,000 would suffice for half a month's sustenance. Moreover, prior to his worldwide quest for the Dragon Balls, Saint's savings had amounted to $29,000. After dispersing a little over $3,000 in wages to Lorna and Peter, he still had more than $25,000 left. This indicated that his upcoming expedition for the Dragon Balls would cost over $20,000. Although one Dragon Ball was no longer needed for his next search, he felt it essential to save a sum comparable to the previous one before the Dragon Balls regained their energy. I should have purchased more discounted tickets. Red-eye flights aren't that dreadful after all. 3 days later, after a considerable expenditure on groceries, Saint's savings dwindled once more. Feeling the sting of poverty, he began to regret his recent extravagance. Perhaps he shouldn't have rented such an extravagant car or stayed in such a luxurious hotel. Fortunately, after reopening, the Lee's Chinese restaurant was thriving, even more bustling than before its closure. Amidst his surprise, it dawned on Saint that he had inadvertently engaged in a clever tactic of scarcity marketing. What took Saint by surprise wasn't just the restaurant's success. He had assumed that, although he had merely rendered a SA agent unconscious without causing any harm, such an act could still be deemed an assault. Even if S.H.I.L.D. didn't wish to escalate the issue over a trivial matter, they should at least voice some condemnation, right? Yet 3 whole days had passed without a whisper from them. Surely, they couldn't be oblivious to my involvement. After concluding a day's work, Saint, before closing the shop, habitually activated his aura sensing to scan the 2 Splendid agents who were keeping an eye on him, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront them and demand, Why haven't you come to trouble me? Despite this impulse, more pressing matters beckoned. After changing out of his work attire, he took a refreshing shower, styled his hair neatly, and donned a brand new outfit. Theoretically, today marked his first date. Indeed, his inaugural date in the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, Colleen Wing stealthily ascended the rusty fire escape. Reaching the rooftop of a brown building she stepped onto the terrace. She brushed off the specks of rust that had clung to her clothes, inwardly cursing Saint for summoning her to such a desolate location. For 3 consecutive nights, he had mysteriously vanished, and now he had the audacity to meet her here. Colleen resolved that when Saint arrived, she would give him a piece of her mind. You arrived so early? I was just 5 minutes early, and yet I'm still late. At that moment, Saint's voice suddenly echoed from behind her, startling her to the point where she nearly jumped. She glanced at the fire escape behind her, her expression one of shock, and turned to look at Saint. How do you walk so silently? Where did you even come from? Over there. Saint gestured toward the direction behind him and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a red rose from behind his back, presenting it to Colleen. This is for you. Well, I suppose I can let that slide. Colleen graciously accepted the rose without minding Saint's frugality and naturally linked her arm through his, resting her head on his shoulder. Now, tell me, what was the purpose of bringing me here? Saint wore a mysterious smile and, rather than answering, posed a question of his own. Do you remember when I first told you that I practiced the turtle school martial arts and you refused to believe me? Of course I remember. Colleen tilted her head back, casting him a sideways glance that it's only been a little over a month. How could I forget? You claimed you could fly. Not quite. Not quite. Saint shook his head, pedantically correcting her. I said, one day, I will be able to fly. Even Colleen, typically oblivious, grasped the implication now. She released her hold on his arm, turned to face him directly, and stared at him intently, demanding, don't tell me today is one day. Clap. Clap. Saint lightly applauded. You're getting close. In fact, I took to the skies 3 days ago. Care to guess why I kept it a secret for so long? Guess what? Colleen playfully punched him. Can you just speak plainly? Saint, momentarily at a loss for words, rolled his eyes and, without further pretense, slowly wrapped his arms around Colleen's slender waist, drawing her close. Hold on to my neck. What are you planning? Colleen's question was cut short as she suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath her feet. With a startled yelp, she clung tightly to Saint's neck, resting her chin on his shoulder, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, pressing her body against his, leaving no space between them. Don't worry, I've been practicing for 3 days. As Saint initiated the takeoff with the flight technique, he whispered in her ear, trust me. I'm not scared, just surprised. With Colleen's ear-piercing scream, Saint soared into the sky, distancing them from the rooftop where they had stood. Propelled upward by the howling winds, heading straight for the star-studded night sky. When they reached an altitude of 100 meters, Colleen's scream subsided. She bit down on Saint's shoulder before yelling in his ear. You jerk. Couldn't you have given me a little psychological preparation first? That would ruin the fun. Saint retorted, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It's exhilarating this way. Colleen wanted to argue but had to concede that the sudden rush towards the inky night sky was indeed thrilling. Saint continued to ascend until they reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, where he finally slowed down, holding Colleen suspended in midair. He twirled like a ballet dancer and proudly declared, this is the place for our first date. Well, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Humph. Colleen huffed noncommittally, her legs entwined around Saint's waist. Hold me tighter. I'm about to let go. Saint, somewhat bewildered, tightened his embrace. His astonishment, Colleen released her grip, performing a risky move by tossing her head back before deftly tying her hair with a rubber band. You're quite the determined one. Your head may be at risk, but your hairstyle is non-negotiable. Once her windblown hair was fashioned into a neat ponytail, Colleen placed her hands on Saint's shoulders and exclaimed, this technique is called flight technique, right? When will you teach me? Saint shrugged his shoulders. I can teach you whenever, but don't get your hopes up. The energy consumption of the flight technique is tremendous, with your current energy levels. You wouldn't last long even floating, let alone flying. Your energy much stronger than mine. Colleen furrowed her brow in confusion. When we first sparred, weren't you weaker than me? Several times stronger. Saint opted for a roundabout answer. In terms of battle power, a typical human's energy is around 5 points. I currently possess 187, while you have 28. Colleen was momentarily speechless. She had believed that after mastering aura manipulation, releasing her energy, and learning the afterimage fist, her strength was finally closing in on Saint's level. Even though I cannot compare to him, I certainly cannot be deemed a burden. However, I was utterly unprepared for the vast disparity between us. In truth, prior to Saint's second wish to the dragon, the situation was indeed as such. The fusion of Scion genes had inexplicably augmented his combat power by over 150. Initially, his superiority over Corinne lay primarily in his diverse martial arts techniques and exceptionally rich combat experience. With his inherent combat strength barely exceeding 30, and noticing Corinne's slightly dejected demeanor, Saint offered her words of comfort. "Corinne, you have made remarkable progress. When we first sparred, your combat power was only in the low teens. Admittedly, this is due to the potential unearthed through your key training, which has rapidly elevated your energy. Nevertheless, you possess a solid 10-year foundation, and there is still an abundance of potential to explore." Upon hearing this, Corinne felt no better. She tightened her embrace around Saint's neck and declared, "Fly as fast as you can. I want to see what your full strength looks like." Very well. Despite the inherent risks, Saint did not refuse that he first released his energy to shield both himself and Corinne, then exerted all his might. Propelling his ki from the tips of his toes that a brilliant blue humanoid energy sphere streaked across the night sky, tracing a dazzling trajectory like a shooting star, soaring above the city before vanishing in an instant. As countless onlookers caught sight of this meteor, Saint had already dissipated his aura, quietly descending to the ground with Corinne, evading the gaze of the public. The remainder of the night was, of course, spent at Corinne's dojo, where he had restrained himself for 3 days in anticipation of this surprise, far surpassing his limits of patience. Some things are indeed worth the wait. The following morning, Saint awoke punctually. Although his actual sleep time the previous night was minimal, he was now a Scion, a naturally combative race, endowed with formidable combat prowess in all aspects, considering that a single meal might deplete Corinne's already scant food supplies. Saint prepared only one breakfast, leaving it on the bedside table before kissing the still slumbering Corinne goodbye and returning to his own restaurant. From the cold storage in the kitchen, he retrieved dozens of pounds of raw meat, skillfully roasting it by hand, shredding it, seasoning it, and then devouring it directly. After finishing his breakfast, Saint calculated his expenses, estimating that he had consumed approximately $60 worth of the cheapest pork and chicken. Calculated at wholesale prices, had he opted for beef or lamb, the figure would have at least doubled that as for grains like rice. Saint felt that such easily digestible options were acceptable as an occasional change of pace. But as a staple, they simply would not suffice. Out of long-standing habit, Saint continued to adhere to a 3-meal routine. This meant that after becoming a Scion, he needed to consume at least $180 worth of food daily. Should he wish to treat himself, he would easily surpass the $200 mark, though he had yet to determine his upper limit. With a deep-seated concern that he might eat himself into bankruptcy in the future, Saint entered the tranquil room on the second floor of the restaurant, sitting cross-legged on the floor, continuing to ponder a significant question that had troubled him for the past 3 days without resolution. If one were to ask Saint why he chose to acquire Goku's knowledge with his first wish, he would unhesitatingly respond that it was because Goku is the protagonist, the only one capable of the Kaioken. In the world of Dragon Ball, apart from the Kaioken, is there any other skill that can exponentially enhance one's strength? Indeed, there is. The Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? Transforming into a Super Saiyan is akin to wielding an enhanced version of the Kaioken that naturally comes with special effects, multiplying one's power 50-fold. The dilemma that plagued Saint was that years after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he improved the original Kaioken, adding enhancements. Few would know what was meant by the modified Kaioken. However, if referred to by another name, it would be familiar to all. This technique is also known as the Saiyan Full Power. The so-called Saiyan Full Power is a unique transformation taught by Goku to his son, Gohan. In the hyperbolic time chamber, that IT retains certain characteristics of a Super Saiyan form while mitigating its adverse effects. That IT is well known that the Kaioken can increase one's strength by up to 10 times. However, the higher the multiplier used over a sustained period, the greater the burden on the body and the more energy it consumes. The Saiyan Full Power transformation can also elevate one's strength by 10 times. Yet regardless of the multiplier, there is no burden or consumption involved as long as one refrains from engaging in combat. It sounds remarkably appealing, does it not? Perhaps even more formidable than the Kaioken. The issue, however, is that both Goku and Gohan mastered this technique only after they were able to transform into Super Saiyans. In the absence of any precedent, Who could predict the outcome of attempting to learn Scion full power without first becoming a Super Scion? If it were merely this, Saint would not be troubled. He could simply choose to postpone learning it. Yet, the predicament was that Goku had forgotten the original Kaioken. If he wished to learn the Kaioken, he could only learn the modified Scion full power. Surely, it would be fine to merely try it out, right? Saint nervously gnawed on his nails, thinking to himself, if it fails, it's no big deal. I probably won't die. The terms exploding body, self-ignition, cellular rupture, and genetic collapse flashed incessantly in Saint's mind. Just as he contemplated giving up out of fear, words like transformation, strength, most stylish hairstyle, and enhanced aesthetics surged forth to tempt him. Damn it. I'm not even aiming for a tenfold increase. What am I so anxious about? Saint gritted his teeth, his expression growing somewhat fierce. I am a Scion. How could I possibly succumb to a mere doubling of power? In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the tranquil room, a sound that, to the unknowing ear, would surely be mistaken for the lamentations of a before her words had completely faded. Youngster found himself once more lost in a trance, striving to re-enter that elusive state of enlightenment he had just experienced. Instinctively, he understood that this was crucial for his future endeavor to transcend into Super Saiyan. A threshold he must cross. Regrettably, after being interrupted by Lorna, Youngster could no longer recapture that sensation, and even the attempt to recall it proved futile. Such a pity, he murmured, a frown creasing his brow. Yet he bore no resentment towards Lorna. Her concern, after all, should not be met with reproach. After a brief moment of lamentation over the distant future, Youngster ceased to dwell on it. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surging power hidden beneath his calm exterior, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Scion full power. Son Goku is truly a genius." Oh wait, Scion full power refers to a tenfold increase. I am still far from deserving that title. Youngster chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then perhaps it should be called twofold Scion full power? No, that would imply a 20-fold increase. It should be termed 2/10 Scion full power. Tenfold of 2/10 indeed amounts to twofold, prior to transformation. Youngster had a battle power of 187, and now it stood at 374. This enhancement was comprehensive: strength, speed, reflexes, all multiplied without any shortcomings. Moreover, without engaging in combat, there was no burden on his physical stamina, nor any consumption of energy. This was the double Kaioken, refined by Son Goku, devoid of any adverse effects. As for higher multiplicative increases, such as the threefold Kaioken's 3/10 Scion full power or the fourfold's 4/10 Scion full power, Youngster believed it prudent not to tempt fate until he acquired the gravitation device. After all, without the device, he could not accurately gauge the limits of pressure he could withstand. Previously, he had naively assumed he could endure the transformation process merely based on conjecture. Given that Scions could acclimatize to tenfold gravity, he thought that after merging with Scion genes, the minimal twofold Kaioken increase should not pose a problem. Now, having gambled correctly, he considered himself fortunate if he sought further satisfaction. Would that not be akin to courting disaster? After thoroughly experiencing the state of 2/10 Scion full power, Youngster exited the quiet room, intending to check his reflection in the bathroom mirror. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Lorna gazing at him expectantly, evidently awaiting the explanation he had promised. That I am not a mutant, Youngster asserted firmly, then paused momentarily before continuing. Lorna, I do not wish to deceive you. In a certain sense, I am special like you, but the specifics are best left undisclosed, as knowing would only burden you. Upon hearing this, Lorna rolled her eyes. Aren't you just a Scion? Is it a bit late to be secretive now? At her remark, Youngster displayed a look of incredulity. How did you find out? Lorna shrugged, a mischievous smile gracing her face. It's not like I was eavesdropping. You were just talking to yourself quite loudly in there. Youngster silently scoffed. Was the term quiet room merely for show? He had personally modified it, adding a layer of soundproofing foam. Surely he understood its efficacy. If Lorna was not pressed against the door, it would have been improbable for her to overhear his musings. Thus, what exactly is a Scion? Upon Lorna's inquiry, Youngster offered a rather dismissive response. The original inhabitants of Scion Planet were called Scions. What? Lorna's eyes widened, entirely missing the significance of the word were. Boss, are you an alien? Of course not. I am a native of Earth. Youngster internally added another Earth that was far more normal than this one. while outwardly shaking his head. I merely merged with Scion genes. Much like how you possess an extra X gene compared to ordinary individuals that I in light of this. Lorna furrowed her brow in confusion. Then why did SHLD collect your blood sample and determine you to be normal? Did you employ some sort of aura shielding technique? Not at all. It was simply because at that time, I had yet to integrate the Scion genes. Due to the involvement of Dragon Ball's secrets, Yincent refrained from elaborating further. Instead, steering the conversation, Lorna, why did you suddenly ask this? Is someone suspecting your identity? Not exactly, Lorna sighed with a hint of melancholy. Well, it's better to be cautious. From what I know, those of my kind, once their mutant identity is exposed, either vanish without a trace or are forced to live in hiding, fleeing from place to place that I certainly do not wish to meet a similar fate. Lorna, you seem to have misunderstood something. Yincent frowned, speaking with conviction. I taught you aura shielding not to hide yourself, but to help you learn to control your mutant abilities. Lorna, I have already informed you that your power is immense. If you can stabilize and unleash 100% of your strength, you need not cower in the shadows. Neither SHLD nor the Sentinel Special Operations would dare to provoke you lightly. Easy for you to say. Lorna shot him a glare. It's not that simple. I have been learning to adjust my aura shielding for nearly a month now. Yet even now, I struggle to control even 10% of my mutant power. At this rate, when will I ever be able to unleash my full potential? In response, Yincent stroked his chin thoughtfully, then asked, how have you been practicing your mutant abilities? Like this. Lorna extended an arm. And with her slender, fair fingers, a dazzling array of colors began to glow. A metallic thermal cup rose silently from the coffee table in the living room, floating towards her palm, and then began to drift around her in a mesmerizing dance. Is that all? Yincent regarded Lorna with disdain. Could you perhaps exercise a bit more imagination? Never mind. Let me teach you a technique that go by several pounds of iron sand, and remember to get 2 different colors. Then, control both types of iron sand at the same time to create art on the floor. Once you've finished, sort the 2 types of iron sand apart again. Repeat this process, and when you feel ready, you can increase it to 3, 4, or even 5 colors, and so on. Initially resistant, Lorna's eyes brightened at the latter suggestion, clearly finding it a good idea. However, she did not offer Yincent any gratitude for his disdainful remarks. This method doesn't sound that great. But fine, I'll give it a try. If it's not that great, then why bother trying? Yincent thought to himself, but he refrained from calling out Lorna's stubbornness. Instead, he patted her shoulder. In truth, you need not rush. Remember, you are now part of the Lee's Chinese restaurant, no longer alone. Whoever wishes to trouble you must first pass through me. Upon hearing this, Lorna paused, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Boss, while I appreciate your words, you do realize my power is several dozen times greater than yours. Even if I can only unleash less than 1/10 of my strength, you seem to be weaker than I am. What gives you the confidence to speak so boldly? Hey. Yincent let out a cold laugh, lightly pressing his toes against the floor, causing his body to levitate approximately 1 meter above the ground. Then he unleashed the aura of his battle power, which soared to 374. Oh, naive mortal, you possess no knowledge of my true strength. A vast expanse of golden light erupted from Yincent's being, enveloping him like a roaring flame, while an invisible pressure manifested, distorting the air around him and stirring up a fierce wind that Lorna's verdant eyes widened to their fullest, instinctively causing her to take a significant step back. Her expression tinged with fear. Although she knew Yincent would never harm her, she could not suppress the primal dread that arose from the depths of her being. However, this fear did not linger for long. In the next moment, Lorna watched in astonishment as Yincent, radiating golden light, glided past the living room and into the bathroom. Hey, boss, where are you going? To check my reflection that I can hardly bear it. How can you, a grown man, be so vain? Hee, can you honestly say that I don't look handsome right now? After admiring himself in the mirror for a while, Yincent concluded that if he transformed using just 20 of his Scion power and deliberately enveloped himself in energy, he could easily impersonate a Super Saiyan. The only difference was that one had an inherent aura, while the other was artificially added. After indulging in self-admiration for a time, Yincent dispersed the energy enveloping him and returned to his normal appearance. With black hair and eyes, as he walked out of the bathroom, why have you reverted to your original form again? Is that even possible? In response to Luna's inquiry, Yincent innocently shrugged. Did I ever say that I couldn't change back? Big liar. You clearly concealed that fact, Lena pouted. So, when you looked like that just now, was that your strongest state? Exactly, Yincent nodded. However, even in that form, my total energy is still somewhat lower than yours, merely over 70 times that of an average person. Just imagine, what if you could unleash your full potential? What are you doing? Luana shouted from the stairs, not looking back as she descended. I'm going to buy iron sand. Yincent watched Luana's retreating figure in silence. Muttering to himself, forget it, Luana is a mutant herself. There's no need to emphasize secrecy. She must already be aware. 3 hours later, Yincent stood at the foot of the stairs, shouting towards the second floor. Luana, come down for dinner. Just a moment. I'm separating the two types of iron sand. Half an hour later, Luana still had not made an appearance. Yincent shouted again from the same spot. Luana, come down to work. Don't rush me. You jerk. They got mixed together again. Yincent suddenly felt that his earlier suggestion might have triggered Luana to develop some remarkable hidden attributes. Would the future Miss Polaris really be reduced to an extreme case of obsessive-compulsive disorder because of him? After a good 15 minutes of slacking off, Luana finally descended from the restaurant's second floor, where the number of customers had significantly increased. Busy as a bee, Yincent hadn't even had the chance to scold her before she preemptively complained. Black boss, it's all your fault. If you hadn't startled me, I wouldn't have been late for work. It's your fault. Don't deduct my pay. Yincent was left utterly confused, thinking, what did I say? Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Who is the boss here? Today, until Yincent's restaurant closed, H.I.L.D. had not come to trouble him. Using his energy sensing, he scanned the two agents surveilling him and suddenly raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of astonishment. The troublemakers had not come to find him, but unexpectedly, those who should not have come were approaching him. Through his energy sensing, Yincent detected 4 powerful auras rapidly converging towards him, one of which he recognized immediately as Danny Rand. The other 3 were not unfamiliar either. Although he hadn't formally met them, he had sensed the presence of these 3 Hell's Kitchen street heroes before. What is happening? Why are they gathering at this hour? Yincent furrowed his brow and swiftly stepped outside the restaurant, instructing Luana, who was obsessively rearranging the tables. Luana, lock the door and don't come out for now. Boss, Luana began, but Yincent paid her no mind as he exited the door. Upon turning around, he saw a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, dashing towards him under the dim streetlight. The leading figure, a curly-haired blonde, was Danny Rand. Following closely was a masked Caucasian, bizarrely wrapped in a scarf that covered the upper half of his face, leaving only the lower part visible. Yincent recognized him immediately. Aside from the blind daredevil, Matthew Murdoch, no one else would be running down the street in such an outfit. The only woman in the group had long black hair and a fair complexion. With a slender and tall figure exuding an air of darkness and despair, Yincent knew well that despite her delicate appearance, she was far stronger than the average person, embodying the hero who was anything but. The immensely powerful Jessica Jones. Bringing up the rear was a tall and burly black man, clad in a tattered t-shirt that revealed his metallic-hued dark skin. Luke Cage, impervious to harm, even to his very eyes. Just as Yincent intended to approach them, he took a step forward, only to raise his eyebrows in surprise as, under Danny Rand's lead, the 4 suddenly veered right and darted into a familiar brown building, which housed Colleen Wing's dojo on the 3rd floor. So, they are going to Colleen, Yincent thought. Feeling slightly foolish, he resumed his stride, heading forward. Although the troublemakers had not sought him out, now that Colleen was involved, he had no choice but to seek them out. Upon reaching the 3rd floor where the dojo was located, he heard intense arguing seeping through the door. Frowning, he approached and knocked firmly. Colleen, it's me. At the sound, the dojo fell silent, and when Colleen Wing opened the door to welcome him in, an unwelcoming voice echoed, "Who is this?" Yincent glanced at Jessica Jones, who bore an unfriendly expression, ignoring the psychologically wounded woman as he turned to greet Danny Rand. Long time no see, Danny. Their last encounter had ended quite unpleasantly. Although they had since resolved the misunderstanding, the guilty Danny Rand still wore an awkward smile, nodding to Yincent. Good to see you again. Yincent. After greeting the only familiar face, Yincent disregarded the others and took Colleen Wing's hand, asking, "What is going on? Why didn't you inform me?" Colleen displayed a helpless expression. "They just showed up uninvited. I don't even know what to tell you." Upon hearing this, Danny Rand's embarrassment deepened, and he interjected, "I'm sorry, it's an emergency." I couldn't think of any other place to go. We don't have time for chit-chat. Just then, Matthew Murdoch stepped forward. We must devise a plan immediately. The hand 1T let us off easily. The fact that they haven't pursued us yet only means they are gathering reinforcements. We? Jessica Jones stepped forward. There's no we here. If you're dealing with the hand, that's your concern. Don't involve me. Give me back my scarf. I'm leaving. Jess, Luke Cage chimed in. You can't leave, whether you like it or not. We're all in this together now. Being alone will only lead to greater danger. Seeing this, Danny Rand had no choice but to join in. Listen, both of you, trust me, if we don't eliminate the hand, they won't rest. It's not just about us. Our loved ones, friends, will be in immense peril. His words set off a firestorm. The previously calm Matthew Murdoch grew agitated. What are you waiting for? Come with me to join the main forces of the true pure society. As for those two who are unrelated, let them stay here. Who is staying here? Give me my scarf. I'm leaving right now. Jess, calm down. Yin observed the four of them erupting into chaos again, unable to suppress a smirk. Is this truly the Future Defenders Alliance? The identities, statuses, and personalities of these four individuals are starkly distinct, and the journey to forge them into a cohesive team is undeniably arduous. At this moment, Colleen gently tugged at Danny Rand, leading him aside, and whispered in his ear, "These people seem rather peculiar. They don't resemble ordinary folks, and aside from the one with the hood, they don't seem to have martial backgrounds either. Do you know anything about them?" Danny nodded, adopting an attitude akin to that of a spectator at a reality show, and began to introduce each person to Colleen. "You haven't made a mistake. Apart from Danny Rand, who possesses the Iron Fist, the other three individuals also possess unique abilities. The woman is Jessica Jones. Despite her slender frame, she possesses extraordinary strength. She's several times stronger than an average person and can toss cars around with ease. However, she hasn't undergone any formal training. Thus, although her raw power theoretically surpasses yours, she likely wouldn't stand a chance against you in a fight. The tall man is her ex-boyfriend, Luke Cage. Not only does he have considerable strength, but he also boasts exceptional durability. Even your most powerful strike wouldn't leave a scratch on him. However, this very trait can be a vulnerability. Accustomed to being impervious, his instinctive reaction to an attack is to withstand it. If you wield a sufficiently sharp blade capable of cutting through his skin, he would be unable to fend off your strike. The hooded figure is connected to Jessica. He serves as her attorney. His full name being Matthew Murdoch. You might not have noticed, but he is actually blind. Despite lacking sight, his hearing, smell, touch, and taste are vastly heightened, making him a true biological radar. Furthermore, like Danny Rand, he is a highly skilled disciple from K. Unluin, with his master being the leader of the hand, stick. However, due to ideological differences, he cannot be considered a member of the hand Dada, and you may not be familiar with the name Matthew Murdoch. But you certainly know him by his other title, the Daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing the last sentence, Colleen's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at Matthew Murdoch, exclaiming, "He is the Daredevil?" Danny nodded again, about to elaborate further when he suddenly paused, patting Colleen's hand and releasing her grip. "That we can discuss this later. It seems something has happened." Cough, cough. With that, Danny turned toward the still quarreling Danny Rand and the others, clearing his throat loudly to capture their attention. He then approached the window and pointed toward a distant direction, saying, "Danny, there is a significant disappearance of Chi several kilometers from here. This indicates that many lives have been lost. Is there any connection to you all? This is bad. We've been deceived." Danny Rand's face paled as he followed Danny's gesture, instantly recognizing the location he indicated. The hand's target was never us. It was the chased all along. At this moment, Matthew Murdoch had removed his hood, revealing a handsome face. His brow furrowed as he directed his unfocused eyes toward Danny, asking, "How could you possibly know what is happening over 10 kilometers away?" Danny's ability to sense Chi allowed him to detect human energy from afar. Danny Rand interjected to explain for Danny, his expression grim as he addressed Matthew. "You needn't doubt him. If he says something is amiss, it undoubtedly is." "Erica!" Matthew exclaimed anxiously, snatching the scarf he had just given to Jessica and wrapping it around his head before rushing out of the dojo. "Matthew!" Danny Rand attempted to intervene, but had no choice but to follow him. Leaving two of the four unexpected visitors behind, Danny's expression turned contemplative, piecing together the information he had just acquired. He could surmise why SA had neglected him. That it must be due to a massive conflict between the hand and the chased unfolding in New York. potentially on the very day of their decisive battle. Lost in thought, Jessica Jones approached abruptly, asking, "So, you're also a freak? What are your abilities?" "A medium." Danny shot her a bemused glance, thinking to himself, "Sister, I understand you've faced hardships and deep emotional wounds. But there's no need to lash out at everyone. Why must you label me as a freak? Furthermore, medium is practically a synonym for fraud, hardly a flattering term." After a moment's hesitation, Danny chose to ignore Jessica. He wasn't a psychologist capable of exorcising inner demons, and whatever he might say would likely only exacerbate her irritation, something he excelled at. Resolute in avoiding conflict with Jessica, he turned to Colleen and asked, "Shall we join the fray?" Given the commotion the hand has stirred, the gambler might also make an appearance. While I cannot recognize his chi signature, there are 3 notably strong chi sources over there. One of them should be stick. Even if the hand has only 2 fingers left, the odds are still considerable. Colleen hesitated momentarily, then gritted her teeth and nodded firmly. "Let's go. If he's there, he won't escape this time. If he is present, you must exercise caution. He is your mentor and possesses greater chi than you do. Having already suffered once from the phantom fist, he will undoubtedly be on guard this time." Danny offered this warning before adding, "While I promised not to interfere in your conflict with him, I will not stand idly by and watch you get hurt. That I will win," Colleen declared with determination. Retrieving a white katana from her bag, donning a white hooded sweatshirt, and wrapping a white ninja mask around her face, Danny observed her appearance, revealing only her eyes, and couldn't help but think, "Dear, I know you love the color white. But it is nighttime. Could you be any more conspicuous?" After changing, Colleen tossed Danny a spare mask, asking, "Can you wear this? If not, wrap it around your scarf." "No need," Danny replied, tossing the mask back to her. "I don't require it." Before Colleen could speak again, Danny activated a fraction of his psion power, a pained grunt escaping his lips as his golden hair stood on end, transforming him into a dazzling figure once more. "Motherfucker. Holy shit." The exclamations, each a curse from Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, echoed simultaneously, showcasing their undeniable chemistry as former lovers. They both recoiled in unison, their eyes fixed on the dramatically altered Danny. They regarded him as if he were a monster. "Come on, you two are not exactly normal yourselves. Can we not overreact?" Danny inhaled sharply, still feeling the lingering pain from his transformation, particularly the sharp sting in his eyes, which persisted even after he finished his quip at Jessica and Luke. Frowning, he blinked forcefully a few times before beckoning to Colleen. "Climb onto my back. We'll fly directly over." Colleen gritted her teeth, suppressing her surprise, and walked forward impassively, leaping onto Danny's back. With one arm around his neck and the other twisting at his waist, she fiercely demanded in his ear, "Tell me, how many other strange abilities are you hiding?" "Ah, that's it. I just learned this today. If you don't believe me, ask Lorna." "Lorna knew before I did. She lives with me." "Where did you sleep last night?" "Isn't it obvious?" "Here, then think carefully. Who exactly do you live with?" Jessica Jones and Luke Cage exchanged bewildered glances as Danny carried Colleen, bickering all the way to the window before leaping out into the night. "Jessica, I'm beginning to feel that the real oddity isn't us, but this world," Luke remarked. "Then let us go see for ourselves," Jessica replied. "All right. I am indeed curious to see what other ghastly entities might emerge today, aside from the blind man who can hear the neon lights, the foul brat whose fists can inflict harm upon me, and the shape-shifting medium that can fly. Come, you borrow the vehicle, and I shall drive down." "No, it must be who borrows who drives." TSK. On the other side, after Yinsent carried Corinne for a while, he suddenly spotted Danny Rand and Matthew Murdoch sprinting along the path beneath them, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are these two utterly thick-headed? A distance of several kilometers, and they choose to run. They are clearly in flight. Corinne peered out from behind Yinsent's shoulder, voicing her opinion. They are running here. What else would they do? Why not borrow a car? From whom? Are there not vehicles lining the roadside? That constitutes theft. Not returning it is theft. Returning it is merely borrowing. Why such agitation? Have you stolen before? I said it was borrowing. You have indeed stolen. Yinsent found himself at a loss for words, and could only fly silently ahead. Moments later, a barrage of gunfire echoed from a distance. Gunfire? Yinsent furrowed his brow slightly. Both the He and the Jinchuan factions wield martial arts passed down from Kunlun. Their members not only skilled in combat, but also adept in assassination techniques, predominantly employing various cold weapons. Even in scenarios necessitating ranged weaponry, they would, akin to Hawkeye, silently utilize hidden projectiles and bows. The presence of gunfire signified but one possibility. Esahil had finally taken action. Corinne, Vincent adjusted his flying posture and shouted loudly. The situation has changed. Hold on tightly. Tuck your head behind me. Press your face against me. I will accelerate. In a state of full psion power, with his combat prowess doubled, Vincent could withstand the maximum air resistance with his body, significantly enhancing his limits, even without using energy to shield himself. He could soar at speeds akin to that of a sports car. However, without him shielding the way, Corinne would struggle against such intense wind pressure. His previous speed, though seemingly swift, was barely half of his maximum. Just a few minutes later, Vincent, at a speed exceeding 200 yards per hour, arrived at the battlefield, which was an abandoned construction site, commonly referred to as a half-finished building. Gazing down, he was immediately struck by the sight of blood pooling on the ground and countless corpses. To be precise, this was no longer a battlefield. The entire site was devoid of any living soul. These gruesome scenes did not elicit a negative response from Vincent. Rather, they ignited an exhilarating sensation within him, akin to blood ablaze, evidently a consequence of his psion heritage. After lightly landing on the ground, he set Corinne down and remarked, "With Shield's arrival, those three potent presences have now scattered, fleeing in three distinct directions." After pointing out the three directions, Vincent furrowed his brow and said, "Apologies, Corinne, but I cannot take you to pursue them." Hearing the distant sounds of gunfire, cries, and screams, Corinne displayed an expression of understanding. "You wish to aid the innocent civilians caught in this turmoil?" Indeed, under Shield's surprise assault, the He faction's forces have been routed. They are quite clever, or perhaps one should say, quite professional. Indeed, they are all heading towards residential areas, yet SLD appears intent on not letting them escape, even if it might result in collateral damage. Vincent nodded. Although he was fundamentally a self-serving individual, reluctant to go out of his way to save anyone, should the opportunity arise, he would, out of respect for life, choose to protect the innocent. In his current state, he had every capability to do so. "You go ahead," Corinne, with a shared sense of purpose, smiled as she gently nudged Vincent, saying, "I will follow shortly. In truth, like you, my first choice is also to help them." "Very well." Vincent nodded again. Flying with Corinne amidst the potential for combat was not a prudent choice. With a slight push from his toes, he soared into the air, and before departing, he cautioned Corinne, "Be careful. Do not overexert yourself." "You too." Following the sensed energy, Vincent flew towards the nearest apartment building, crashing through a window on the third floor, voluntarily embroiling himself in a standoff. "WHA, WHA." Accompanied by two exclamations, a group of 6 SHLD agents at the stairwell's entrance all turned pale, 3 of them pivoting their weapons to aim at the levitating Vincent. Vincent cast a glance at the dark muzzles of the guns, instinctively releasing his energy, creating a flickering aura around him. After securing his own protection, he disregarded the increasingly tense SLD agents and turned his gaze elsewhere. Opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. stood a man clad in a black and red ninja outfit, wielding a black katana, with a black and red mask obscuring his face. In his unarmed left hand, he held a 10-year-old white girl hostage, while his right hand positioned the blade menacingly against the child's throat. From the red-trimmed black ninja attire, Vincent recognized him as a member of the He faction. In truth, at this juncture, the Jinchuan faction was all but extinct. Even if they had not been entirely wiped out, only a few remained. Among the factions ambushed by S.H.I.E.L.D., only the He faction was still desperately struggling. The ninja holding the hostage tightened his grip on the katana, and unlike the anxious S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his demeanor remained remarkably composed, clearly articulating his threat to Vincent. "No matter who you are, let me go. I promise, once I leave, I shall not harm this child. I believe you." As Vincent nodded, he suddenly raised his arm, extending his palm towards the ninja, making a grasping motion as if to pull. In the next instant, the katana slipped from the ninja's grasp, soaring into the air. As he, with a look of horror, attempted to tighten his bloodied right hand around the girl's neck, Vincent, who had been several meters away, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. In the following moment, the ninja felt a sharp pain in his head, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Youngster effortlessly lifted the unconscious ninja and tossed him towards the I shall reiterate. After Saint left the apartment building, he found himself amidst a chaotic gunfight, where he heroically rescued 2 unfortunate civilians caught in the fray and subdued 3 ninjas from the hand, adhering to his previous restraint by merely knocking them unconscious. Just as Sald began to consider him an ally, he unexpectedly descended from the skies, delivering a powerful kick to an agent poised to fire. The agent's companions immediately turned their weapons towards him, only to discover that the intended target was not only a ninja from the hand, but also a young black boy concealed in the shadows. The necessity of a black individual wearing shiny accessories at night was evident. Half an hour later, Saint had traversed several locations, rescuing more than a dozen civilians. Following his instinctive sense of direction, he arrived at a narrow alley nestled between 2 apartment buildings, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Initially, he had presumed that this was yet another encounter with a team of 6 SLD agents pursuing a ninja from the hand. To his surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. A solitary female agent was in pursuit of no less than 6 ninjas from the hand. And by the time he arrived, 3 lay defeated on the ground. The female agent, clad in a form-fitting black suit, possessed cascading curly red locks and an alluringly voluptuous figure. Her perfect hourglass silhouette, ample bosom, slender waist, and rounded hips could only be described as breathtaking, complemented by her captivating oval face and plump crimson lips, rendering her a veritable embodiment of allure. She was none other than Natasha Romanoff. Saint swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the source of his distracting desires. Gazing at her iconic cascading red waves, he mused, even the Black Widow has made an appearance as HLD. S operation must indeed be all-encompassing. Hey, handsome up there, are you not going to lend me a hand? Natasha called out. Saint glanced at the 3 incapacitated ninjas on the ground and shrugged, retorting, I do not believe you require my assistance. But I do, Natasha exclaimed, leaping into action. With her powerful thighs, she ensnared the neck of one ninja, and, using him as a pivot, executed a dazzling maneuver that sent him crashing to the ground. Completing her earlier statement, I wouldn't mind your help. Very well. It would be my pleasure to assist you. As Saint's words faded, he landed on the ground, employing sheer force to effortlessly dispatch the final 2 ninjas with a single punch each. Natasha, silently comparing her struggles to his ease, pouted and remarked, I take back what I just said. I actually do mind. That so? Saint shrugged once more. If there's a next time, I shall leave one for you. Farewell. Wait. Natasha hurried forward, extending her right hand towards him before he could take flight. Let's introduce ourselves. I am Natasha Romanoff. Saint first utilized his instinctive sense to scan the area, realizing that SLD's pursuit of the hand was nearing its conclusion. He then turned back, grasping Natasha's fingertips gently, and introduced himself without reservation. I am Saint Li. It was not that Saint wished to conceal his identity. He understood that his transformed state was sufficient to impress most. However, to hide from SHLD was an exercise in futility. Rather than incite suspicion only to be exposed later, he opted for candid acknowledgement. Is it truly you? Natasha arched an eyebrow, clearly familiar with Saint. You can actually fly? How did you transform into this form? Your hair and eye color have changed, and even your features bear subtle differences. You know me. Saint sidestepped Natasha's question, countering with one of his own. Though internally he was taken aback by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s level of awareness regarding him, it appeared that even the renowned Black Widow had perused his dossier. Although he had surmised much, he chose not to reveal it, stating instead, I believe we have yet to meet. Agent Romanoff, not be formal. You may call me Natasha. With a flirtatious glance, Natasha continued, while this is indeed our first encounter, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. Saint Lee, the sole disciple of the Turtle Sage, a remarkable martial artist. Within our agency, your clearance level is the highest, a 10. Coincidentally, aside from our director, I am the only other 10-level agent. Should I express my honor? Summoning immense willpower, Saint resisted the allure of her gaze. He contemplated his response to Natasha's earlier inquiry. In that case, you should be aware that I have mastered numerous techniques utilizing chi, one of which allows me to fly, the sky dance technique. As for my current appearance, it is not permanent. I can revert to my original form at will. Natasha nodded in understanding. So, you are saying that your ability to fly is derived from a martial art. The change in your appearance is merely a disguise. You could interpret it that way. Saint had no intention of elaborating further and bid her farewell. It was a pleasure meeting you, Natasha. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. As Natasha watched Saint descend into the inky night sky, she furrowed her brow and muttered, strange. This young man seems to have recognized my identity long before. Moreover, when I revealed that I am a 10-level agent, he exhibited no surprise, suggesting he is quite knowledgeable about me. How did he acquire that information regarding the turtle sage? I should inform Fury. Rather than using the public communication channel, Natasha retrieved a secure military phone, dialed the number, and began. I have encountered the flying anomaly. You will not believe who it is. Meanwhile, Saint followed his instinctive sense, soaring towards the direction of Colleen Wing. The urgency of his departure stemmed from the fact that, through his senses, he detected that Colleen had reunited with the 4 members of the Defenders, and a considerable amount of energy had begun to gather around them, indicating that something was amiss. 5 minutes earlier, Colleen Wing and Danny Rand had sprinted through a street, ducking into a narrow alley, seeking refuge behind a corner. Matt, as they halted, Danny Rand seized the collar of the civilian-clad daredevil, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you attack SHLD agents?" Matt Murdock did not resist, revealing a bittersweet expression masked partially by his scarf. Because the individual they were targeting was Erica, your ex-girlfriend? Is she not associated with the true Pure Society? Why is she dressed in Han's attire? I do not know, but I would never mistake her for anyone else. Ironically, a blind man claimed he would never be mistaken. And Danny Rand found himself unable to refute this, only able to grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, we're in serious trouble. And oh wet tea. Jessica Jones chimed in with a curse, echoing Danny Rand's sentiment regarding the serious trouble. Then turned to Luke Cage. What did I say? Letting them hitch a ride was bound to lead to trouble. Luke Cage, at a loss for words, replied with a weary expression. Jess, now is not the time for I told you so. We need to think of a solution. Even though we did not engage, I do not believe SHLD will easily let us. Who is that shameless bastard's accomplice? Jessica interrupted, her tone defiant. That's not for you to decide. She added, casting a pointed gaze at Colleen Wing, who had remained silent. Hey, the girl in white. Why do you seem so detached? You personally took down 2 SHLD agents. You bear your share of the blame for this mess. I merely incapacitated them. Colleen Wing furrowed her brows, clearly disapproving of Jessica's tone, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Those 2 agents are preparing to fire at you. Are you truly willing to take 2 bullets? Come on, they are undoubtedly aiming for my not-so-blind lawyer. What does that have to do with me? You've brought this trouble upon yourself by meddling. Don't think you can shift the blame to me. Saint was entirely correct. You are indeed a madwoman, utterly unreasonable. What did you say? Enough shouting. Matthew Murdock barked, shoving Danny Rand with force. You all need to leave. I can hear a multitude of footsteps approaching. SHLD has already discovered us. I will go out to distract them. And you take the opportunity to break through from the opposite direction. If we're leaving, we leave together. Danny Rand shook his head, illuminating his right fist. I'm the Iron Fist guarding Kunlun. And you are the disciple of the stick. Whether you admit it or not, you belong to Kunlun. Jessica Jones rolled her eyes, exclaiming in frustration, Ugh, blind man, I'm not doing this for you. I simply feel that after today, I will genuinely need a defense attorney. Luke Cage silently stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Matthew Murdock, silently affirming his stance. From a distance, Colleen Wing displayed a profoundly surprised expression. These 4 individuals, who could hardly go 3 sentences without arguing when together, were inexplicably united in this critical moment, which was truly perplexing, just as Colleen hesitated, contemplating whether to call Saint. An entire squad of SHLD agents had already approached the alley's entrance, each raising their rifles and engaging the safety, clearly having received orders to fire, their fingers poised on the triggers. It must be said that this was indeed a colossal misunderstanding. The agent team previously assaulted by Matthew Murdock and the others had only managed to report a hostile attack before going completely off the grid and under the premise of a hostile attack. Being unaccounted for was practically synonymous with being presumed dead. Thus, SHLD's extreme response was hardly surprising. However, Matthew Murdock and the others had not anticipated this. Faced with a warning to surrender immediately or face gunfire, they felt that SLD was being excessively domineering. They had shown restraint, yet still faced the merciless barrels of guns. Given this, how could they possibly surrender? When Saint arrived at the scene, he found Colleen Wing, and the other three utterly suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of S. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of one less person. Rather, Luke Cage, impervious to harm, felt no pressure at all when confronted with ordinary firearms. He didn't even bat an eye, let alone lower his head. Of course, in his current situation, while he could defend himself adequately to protect Jessica and the others, launching an offensive was another matter entirely. Even from a distance, upon hearing the gunfire, Saint had already ignited his radiant energy. Unleashing his maximum flying speed, he made no attempt to slow down before landing, crashing heavily onto the street at the alley's entrance with a thunderous boom, sending a cloud of debris and dust into the air. His presence strikingly formidable, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The once dense gunfire gradually dwindled until no one dared to shoot. Upon concluding his remarks, he still harbored a sense of resentment and added, "That loquacious scoundrel, when we first met, he even deceived me into believing that if I summoned Iron Fist, he would be no match for me." Upon hearing this, Colleen Wing displayed a rather peculiar expression. As someone intimately acquainted with Danny Rand, she was fully aware that he was indeed quite weak at that time. The only conceivable explanation for his astonishing growth and strength must be some grand secret he harbored. Of course, while she understood this perfectly, Colleen Wing and Danny Rand were essentially one and the same. His secrets were also hers, and thus she could never divulge them to others. Just then, Jessica Jones suddenly licked her lips, approached Colleen Wing, and inquired, "Hey, the girl in white, is that guy your boyfriend?" Although neither Danny Rand nor Colleen Wing had yet established a definitive label for their relationship, Colleen Wing nodded without hesitation at Jessica's question, proudly proclaiming, "Indeed, that is my man, Danny Rand." Danny Rand. Jessica echoed the name, the unusual glimmer in her eyes making Colleen Wing feel quite uncomfortable, prompting her to narrow her gaze. "Hey, you crazy woman, why do you ask that? Who are you calling crazy?" "Jess." Luke Cage stepped forward, intervening to prevent Jessica from escalating the situation with Colleen Wing. Having witnessed Danny Rand's destructive capabilities, he had entirely lost his previous absolute confidence in his own physical defenses and had no desire to test whether he could withstand Danny's wrath. Meanwhile, on the street in front of the alley, Danny Rand, after watching a large contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents vanish from his sight, lightly pushed off the ground with his toes and soared directly towards Colleen Wing. Upon landing before the group, Danny Rand ignored Danny Rand and the others, focusing solely on Colleen Wing. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Colleen Wing smiled as she stepped forward, claiming her territory by embracing Danny and resting her head against his chest. "Rest assured, I don't even have a scratch." Danny Rand appeared somewhat taken aback by her reaction in his eyes. Colleen Wing wielding a blade was perfectly normal, but her displaying such tenderness was rather unexpected. After a quiet embrace lasting several seconds, they finally parted. He grasped Colleen Wing's hand and, with an air of indignation, turned to Danny Rand. "Speak up. Danny, what mischief have you all been up to?" If I hadn't arrived in time, Colleen could have been implicated. Hey. Jessica Jones, seemingly out of sorts, interjected before Danny Rand could respond, bluntly stating, "That's not fair. We were attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the girl in white bears some responsibility too. If it weren't for her." "Jones, shut your mouth," Matthew Murdoch interjected sharply, pushing Jessica aside, sincerely apologizing to Danny Rand. "I'm sorry, don't pay her any mind. I was the one who first engaged S.H.I.E.L.D. Ms. Wing merely acted out of goodwill to assist us and got caught up in this turmoil. The chaos that ensued was entirely my fault, and I truly apologize. I am willing to offer any compensation." Danny Rand shot a glance at the impoverished lawyer, expressing no interest in his verbal sincerity, and continued to address Danny Rand. "Danny, if I'm not mistaken, this blind lawyer is also one of your Kunlun associates, right? Are you willing to take responsibility for his mistakes?" Danny Rand gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words that he didn't comprehend Danny Rand's implication. The phrase "take responsibility" was too blatant to misunderstand. However, the stark contrast between Danny Rand's earlier formidable demeanor and this sudden display of commonality was jarring. "You truly are the most foolish Iron Fist in history." Danny Rand believed Danny Rand had not grasped the situation, casting him a frustrated look and bluntly demanding, $100,000, compensation for my emotional distress. Hurry up, hand it over. At this, 4 out of the 5 individuals present had their perceptions shattered. While Colleen Wing merely felt embarrassed, instinctively pinching Danny Rand's waist. Danny Rand, seemingly in a daze, pulled out his phone and transferred $100,000 to Danny Rand. He was not particularly concerned about the money. To him, the heir of Rand Enterprises, that amount was insignificant. His true issue lay in the psychological trauma inflicted by Danny Rand's abrupt shift in demeanor. Fortunately, having extorted a considerable sum, Danny Rand no longer had to worry about future poverty. And his behavior became somewhat more rational. He turned to Matthew Murdoch, earnestly inquiring, "You mentioned you attacked H.I.E.L.D. Did it result in any casualties?" "None." The casually dressed daredevil quickly shook his head. "That I merely incapacitated 2 of the 6S HLD agents without inflicting any lasting harm." Colleen Wing nodded in agreement. "I also only incapacitated 2 agents." Danny Rand, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to catch up. When the others turned their attention to him, he echoed Colleen Wing's words. "I also only incapacitated 2 agents. Are you all sharing experience points?" Danny Rand silently mused, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Strange then, has SHLD gone mad? Their reaction seems excessively heightened." "Wait, everyone, stop talking." Matthew Murdoch suddenly raised an arm, pointing a finger to listen intently. After a brief moment, he displayed a look of realization and explained to Danny Rand, "I just heard the HLD agents on the public comm say that Team E actually suffered no casualties. They are merely missing because everyone is unconscious. That I believe they were mistaken earlier." Upon hearing this, Danny Rand scoffed. To issue a combat order without verifying intelligence. For a global intelligence agency, such a blunder is quite unacceptable. "That's not fair." Matthew Murdoch, for reasons unknown, defended S.H.I.E.L.D. For them, this is a battlefield. Any unforeseen circumstances must be responded to immediately if they wait for intelligence verification. It may already be too late. Danny Rand shot him a bemused glance. "Do you have Stockholm Syndrome or something?" "I don't consider myself a victim." Matthew Murdoch shrugged, unflinchingly countering, then suddenly added, "Someone from S. Point, I point, E point, L point, D point is coming." I heard 2 sets of footsteps, while Danny Rand could sense the air currents. Although he couldn't match Daredevil's radar-like awareness in detail, his range far surpassed it. He had already detected this earlier and, noticing the anxious expressions on the others' faces, reassured them. "It's fine. They are all acquaintances. You stay here. I'll go talk to them." On the battered street in front of the alley, Phil Coulson, having just traversed a half-spherical crater, was met by the dramatically transformed Danny Rand soaring towards him, gently landing before him with a wry smile. "Mr. Lee, you've kept quite the secret from me. Call me Danny Rand, Coulson." Danny Rand casually initiated a more personal rapport, only for Coulson to display a touched expression, prompting Danny Rand to continue. "If I keep calling you Agent Coulson, I might start to think your first name is Agent and your last name is Coulson." "Named Agent, last name Coulson? Are you serious?" Coulson inhaled deeply to restrain himself from retorting. "My last name is already Coulson. Phil is my first name, you scoundrel." After uttering this, he turned to Natasha Romanoff, who was accompanying him, and received a confirming nod of "You handle this," before finally addressing Danny Rand. "Danny Rand, you still enjoy cracking jokes. Your sense of humor has improved." Danny Rand replied with a pleased expression, patting Coulson on the shoulder. "I never expected you to understand my jokes. My efforts in nurturing you were not in vain." "What exactly are you feeling gratified about, you scoundrel?" Coulson struggled to maintain a smile. "Likewise, I hadn't entirely anticipated that, given your character, you would choose to become a superhero." "Superhero?" Incente grimaced, as if experiencing toothache, his expression one of disdain. "That jest is hardly amusing. I merely possess a modicum of compassion. If I encounter a starving stray dog, I might spare some scraps." That being said, Coulson began to elaborate, but Incente suddenly turned away, addressing Natasha Romanoff beside him. "Ah, we meet again, Agent Romanoff. I thought you might have forgotten me." "The captivating Black Widow," she replied with a smirk. "Why not call me Natasha? Has my name become Agent now?" Incente clapped his hands, gesturing towards Natasha as he said to Coulson, "See, there's a sense of humor worth emulating." Coulson's lips twitched, entirely uninterested in engaging with that remark. Fearing Incente might conjure some mischief, he laid his cards on the table. "Incente, we can overlook your and your companion's aggressive actions against H.I.E.L.D. provided you agree to one condition." "Aggressive actions?" Incente's demeanor shifted to one of contempt. "Trust me, Coulson, had I truly engaged in aggressive actions, none of your agents would have survived." The party that should be held accountable for aggressive actions is me. We do have our faults, and I appreciate your leniency. Carlson graciously acknowledged the error and expressed his gratitude before abruptly changing his tone. However, tonight, you and your companions have collectively violated 13 federal laws, including assaulting an officer, obstructing justice, damaging public property, and aiding criminals in evading punishment. If you refuse to compromise, we will reserve the right to prosecute. Incente paused, unafraid of Shield's intimidation tactics, but wary of their silent legal threats. He muttered, "You drive a hard bargain." Before conceding, "Go ahead, tell me your terms." "That it's quite simple." Carlson shrugged. "If you accompany me to SHLD headquarters to meet our director, we can consider tonight's events as if they never occurred." Nick Fury. Incente blurted out the name of the one-eyed, bald figure. "What does he want to see me for?" Both Carlson and Natasha were taken aback, with Natasha instinctively adopting a combat stance, fixing a cold gaze on Incente. "How do you know that name?" "People like you." Incente pointed at Natasha, "and the likes of Nick Fury are not unknown to us." A gunshot rang out, interrupting Incente's words. Natasha aimed at his head, revealing a half-smile that showcased her silver teeth. "Call me old man one more time, and see what happens." Incente released his clenched fist, allowing a deformed bullet to slip from his fingers and clang to the ground. "My apologies. I was merely addressing One-Eyed Jack, not intending to expose your age." With a swift motion, Incente caught another bullet aimed at him, discarding the heated projectile and blowing on his palm. "Sister, that hurt. Do you really think I'm foolish enough to fall for such blatant provocation? You've tested me twice. I warn you. Third time's a charm. Such a petty man," Natasha remarked as she holstered her gun, tilting her head alluringly. "Catching bullets isn't an everyday sight. I merely wish to witness it a few more times." Incente clenched his teeth. Internally lamenting his inability to endure this, he turned to Carlson, who appeared utterly stunned, and stated, "Fine, I agree to meet One-Eyed Jack, but not right now." Carlson snapped back to reality, frowning. "When then?" "After I take Colleen home." Incente replied disdainfully, glancing at Carlson, "That I have a girlfriend, unlike you single VIPs. Let's meet half an hour later at Colleen's dojo." Carlson watched Incente vanish around the corner, then turned to Natasha and asked, "What does single VIP mean?" "It sounds rather appealing, but I can't shake the feeling that, coming from Incente, it can't be a compliment." Natasha, just realizing the implication, felt a surge of impulsive aggression. A VIP stands for very important person, but it's also a term for a dog. Meanwhile, Incente dismissed the 4 members of the defenders with a casual, "You all can leave He won't pursue any charges." He then beckoned to Colleen Wing. "Come on, Colleen, let's head home." Danny Rand and the others watched as Incente lifted Colleen into his arms and soared into the dark night sky. Faced with such monumental matters being resolved so effortlessly, each of their expressions varied, yet their hearts swirled with mixed emotions. After a prolonged silence, Luke Cage, who had already entered the fray, clapped Danny Rand on the shoulder. "Hey, tough white guy, I think your 100 grand was well spent." Danny Rand shrugged off Luke Cage's hand, irritated. "Big guy, can we not bring that up?" Hearing their exchange, Matt Murdock paused, then patted Danny Rand on the shoulder. "Danny, it was my fault today. I will repay you. Blind man, don't overestimate yourself. His last name is Rand. Does he really care about that little money?" Jessica Jones yawned, stretching. "Let's go. What a day. Finally over." "Hold on, Jones. You're due in court tomorrow as the defendant, and you still need to prepare for trial with me." Half an hour later, waiting outside Colleen Wing's dojo, Phil Carlson leaned against a cherry-red convertible. AS Incente emerged from the building, his true appearance restored, black hair, black eyes, resembling an ordinary person. Carlson suddenly entertained a peculiar notion that the earlier form was his true self, and this guise was merely a fade. Incente approached Carlson, observing the antique convertible, its gaudy magenta paint gleaming. "Carlson, please don't tell me you plan to take me to see One-Eyed Jack in this old clunker." "Her name is Laura," Carlson replied, patting the antique car before opening the door and taking the driver's seat. "Trust me, Incente, she will astonish you. You even named the car after a woman." Incente rolled his eyes, walking around to the passenger side and sarcastically stating, "I'm not the least bit surprised." Carlson ignored the jibe, turning the key to start Laura and confidently declaring, "We're off." "Hold on tight," Incente chuckled. "Hold on tight. Are you afraid I might leap out if I find this car too slow?" Carlson replied with a chuckle of his own. Refraining from further verbal sparring, he drove into an abandoned street. He grasped the steering wheel with one hand while opening a hidden compartment and pressing a concealed circular button. In the next moment, the four steel rims of the vintage car emitted a soft blue glow as the wheels slowly rotated inward, transforming into a peculiar shape. The entire vehicle transitioned from a relic of the past into a futuristic sci-fi design. Laura hovered off the ground, and as Carlson pulled back on the steering wheel as if piloting an aircraft, the car's nose lifted, and soon, they soared into the sky. "How intriguing," remarked the traveler, Vincent, as he beheld the vehicle named Laura. Contrary to what Carlson had anticipated, Vincent did not display a look of astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he elucidated the car's origins. "Is this not the prototype concept car that Howard Stark showcased at the 1943 Stark Expo? It is said that the very moment this vehicle appeared in our world marked the first encounter between Captain America and Howard Stark." "You truly are observant," Carlson acknowledged, though many flocked to the Captain America Museum. "Few possess your keen eye for detail." He then turned to Vincent and unabashedly expressed his admiration for the car. "Rest assured, the current Laura is neither a mere prototype nor simply a concept. She is exceedingly safe and remarkably fast." "Worried?" Vincent scoffed. "Carlson, it seems you've forgotten one crucial detail. Within this vehicle, the only person likely to meet an untimely demise is you." Half an hour later, as Phil Carlson piloted Laura to the entrance of the Triskelion, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, had been waiting for quite some time. She approached Vincent as he exited the vehicle, her smile radiant as she greeted him. "Welcome to the Triskelion." With that, she turned to Carlson, instructing, "From here on, I will take over." Carlson nodded in understanding. "Please convey my regards to the director." "Wait," Vincent interjected, pointing at Carlson. "The condition I agreed to was to meet Nick Fury with him." Carlson paused, feeling an unexpected twinge of emotion, and explained to Vincent, "I apologize, but your security clearance within our agency has been elevated to level 10, while I am merely a level 7 agent. Thus, it falls to Agent Romanoff to assist you from this point forward." "That's your concern," Vincent retorted dismissively. "The terms I accepted are non-negotiable." Carlson exchanged a resigned glance with Natasha, conveying a silent handle-it message before adopting a posture of indifference. Natasha furrowed her brow, stepped aside for a moment, and after a brief conversation into her earpiece, returned to assert, "The director has granted approval. Let's proceed together to no." Vincent shook his head vigorously, reiterating his point by gesturing to Carlson and then to Natasha. "He takes me to see Fury. You stay behind." The intent behind his words was unmistakable, and Natasha was keenly aware of it. If she could swallow her pride, she would not be the Black Widow. With her brows arched, she confronted him. "Vincent, what do you mean by that?" "I simply do not wish to be in the presence of someone who might draw a weapon on me at any moment," Vincent replied candidly, arms spread wide in a gesture of exasperation. "That makes me anxious, and when I am anxious, I tend to act inappropriately." "Anxious? You can literally catch bullets with your bare hands. Do ordinary firearms truly pose a threat to you?" "I have spent my entire career as an agent and have never encountered someone with such a grudge," Carlson thought to himself, stepping forward to mediate. "Vincent, you are overreacting. Agent Romanoff will not draw her weapon again. If it truly concerns you, she can remain unarmed while accompanying you, correct?" His last remark was clearly directed at Natasha, who let out an annoyed huff. Though her expression was far from pleasant, she nodded in silent agreement. "No," Vincent insisted resolutely, shaking his head once more. "The infamous Black Widow is a living arsenal of lethal weapons. Does it really make a difference whether she is armed? As long as she is near me, I will remain on edge. What if my powers go out of control? For the sake of Nick Fury's safety, it is best you keep her at a distance." "Out of control? Are you serious? Wasn't it stated that after a decade of rigorous training, every ounce of your energy is under your control? When you simultaneously engage 24 of our agents, you manage to keep your strength at a non-lethal level." Carlson contemplated, preparing to argue when Natasha, her expression frosty, turned away, leaving them with a notably tense back. "The rest is up to you," she declared at this point. Carlson had little else to say that he stepped towards the entrance of the building, gesturing for Vincent to follow. "Please, after you." Meanwhile, Natasha, having distanced herself, spoke into her earpiece. "Fury, the information we have on Vincent is severely flawed. They describe him as somewhat unpleasant, kind-hearted, Even. Who made this absurd assessment? He is nothing short of a complete rogue. 5 minutes later, Carlson stood at the entrance of an expansive office, informing Incent, "The director is inside. I can only take you this FAR.AS." Incent nodded and pushed open the office door. Nick Fury had only just finished listening to the Black Widow's complaints. In his haste, he had not even had the chance to adopt a mysterious pose with his back turned to the entrance. "Eye patch," Incent announced as he entered the office, awkwardly performing a fist salute while speaking in Mandarin. "I have long admired your reputation. It is a pleasure to meet you." Although he had learned of the title Eye Patch from Carlson and Natasha, Nick Fury was taken aback that Incent had the audacity to address him so directly. The latter part of his Mandarin was entirely lost on him. So, Nick Fury took a moment to regain his composure, adopting the calm demeanor expected of a leader. "You have known about me and all along. I am aware of you, the Black Widow, and that you are veterans of an intelligence agency." Incent shrugged nonchalantly, fabricating a lie with an uncanny flair. "However, prior to this evening, I was merely speculating. It was only after my encounter with Natasha that I confirmed you are indeed allied with Carlson.IC." Nick Fury replied, skepticism evident in his voice, before abruptly posing a question. "Previously, you concealed your abilities quite well. Why choose to reveal them now?" "To demonstrate." Incent's display of raw power was overt and left little to the imagination. "That I have a request regarding H.L.D. Without showcasing my strength, I would have no leverage. Initially, I believed your agency's distant observation was acceptable, but I was mistaken. It has become clear that I cannot tolerate it. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see your agents every morning. That if you have business, come to my establishment. Otherwise, keep your distance. Your demands are negotiable." Nick Fury swallowed the words "keep your distance" with a stoic expression, shifting his tone. "However, our interest in you is not an affront. It is simply protocol. Surely, you do not expect us to make exceptions for you. Then let us negotiate." Incent shrugged indifferently. "But allow me to make one thing clear. If your terms are excessive, do not be surprised if I retaliate. Fear not. For you, it is merely a minor inconvenience." Nick Fury leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk, fixing his solitary eye on Incent. "However, before we proceed, I must inquire about the range of your aura sensing. Under normal circumstances, it extends approximately 19 kilometers from my position. Under special conditions, it doubles," Incent replied, seemingly forthright, even rounding up the decimals. However, in reality, he concealed an ultimate technique far more advanced than mere aura sensing. If it were someone he was intimately familiar with, he could even perceive that person's aura from anywhere in the world. This was precisely the initiation of instant teleportation, akin to the classic pose of Sun Wukong, who presses 2 fingers against his brow. True instant teleportation, however, is something that Saint cannot possibly achieve at present. But if it is merely the initiation, then that poses no issue. In other words, the range could extend to a circle with a radius of 38 kilometers. Nick Fury, suppressing his inner astonishment, picked up a high-definition photograph from his desk, pointing to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure with spiked hair. "Saint, if I am not mistaken, the special state you refer to is this." "Correct, indeed," Saint replied. "To be precise, it is a state of explosive aura." He did not hold back, but rather convincingly misled Nick Fury. Demonstrating, he raised an arm, wrapping it in a brilliant azure flame. "In a normal state, my aura appears like this, but in the explosive state, it transforms into a golden hue, altering my appearance, and more importantly, it becomes immensely powerful. Regardless of the technique employed, both efficacy and might are significantly amplified. I understand." After silently committing this crucial intelligence to memory, Nick Fury finally articulated his conditions. "I would like to request your assistance in Afghanistan, utilizing your aura sensing ability to help us locate someone." Saint raised an eyebrow, affirmatively inquiring, "The missing Tony Stark?" "Precisely." Nick Fury nodded, showing no surprise at Saint's deduction. "Should you assist with this task, I can certainly acquiesce to your request. He has been missing for nearly 10 days. After stating this fact, Saint posed a rather uninformative question. "While he is undeniably the most valuable hostage, if I may ask, do you genuinely believe he is still alive, given the absence of any news from the kidnappers?" "That is for you to reveal," Nick Fury replied, unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. "Whether he is alive or dead, my offer remains unchanged." In response, Saint smirked, playfully feigning ignorance. to see him alive or to see his remains. It seems that this American, indeed the world's arms king, holds great significance for your SLD. How much of your armament does Stark Industries provide? Not in the manner you presume. Nick Fury shook his head. His father, Howard Stark, was actually one of the founders of SLD. We are merely honoring that legacy. With a dismissive Saint reiterated Nick Fury's conditions. So, if I agree to search for him, you will immediately withdraw your surveillance over me? Regardless of the outcome, Nick Fury nodded without hesitation. Effective immediately. When you depart from the Triskelion and return home, you will not encounter a single one of our agents. Very well, I agree, Saint nodded readily. Then abruptly added a stipulation, provided that the timing is not immediate. I shall not be able to depart for Afghanistan for at least half a month. Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly as he tersely queried. Why? With an expression of obvious rationale, Saint confidently explained, my restaurant has only been closed for 21 days. It has only been open for 4 days. How could I possibly close it again? I need at least a fortnight to prepare my customers mentally. You need not worry. We can arrange for a chef to ensure you do not have to close. That simply will not do. Saint shook his head vigorously. My clientele primarily comes for the Kung Fu barbecue. Aside from myself, no one possesses that skill. That is not an issue. In fact, several restaurants in Manhattan have already become your imitators. With the aid of disguised induction cookers, they can effectively replicate your offerings. Isn't that deceiving the patrons? Absolutely not. At this juncture, if Nick Fury had not realized that Saint was merely fabricating excuses, he would hardly be worthy of his position as the director of SLD. Understanding that Saint was not inclined to yield, he contemplated briefly before speaking. So, if in half a month, our troops in Afghanistan have located Tony Stark. Dream on, Saint thought to himself, yet nonchalantly shrugged. If that were the case, consider it a favor owed to you. Upon receiving this promise, Nick Fury wasted no time in decisively stating, very well. Half a month it is, deal. Pleasure negotiating. Saint stepped forward, extending his right hand to Nick Fury. His desire to delay for a fortnight stemmed from the fact that, after becoming a scion and mastering a fraction of his full power transformation, he had yet to fully comprehend the surge in his own strength. Furthermore, he was concerned that if he went too early, it might deprive Tony Stark of the opportunity to transform from a super playboy into the superhero Iron Man. With nearly a month to spare, he believed it would be sufficient for Tony Stark to recover from his despondency, piecing together a miniaturized arc reactor and sketching out the blueprint for the iron suit. Saint considered this, nodding inwardly, recognizing that the key point he needed to wait for was merely the conceptualization of the iron suit in Tony Stark's mind. Whether the Mark I, this groundbreaking creation, would emerge from the dark confines of a cave was of no consequence to him. He was utterly indifferent. Nick Fury and Saint shook hands. A question unexpectedly arose from Fury. You once claimed that among the Turtle School, you were among the weakest. Is that truly the case? Do you doubt it? Saint released Nick Fury's hand, chuckling. If you think I am already strong enough, I can only inform you that you are utterly ignorant of the true power in this world. Having lived nearly a century, with a career spanning over 6 decades as an agent, Nick Fury was certainly not one to take offense at the term utterly ignorant. However, standing before him was a living example. Even if he wished to retort, he could only swallow his indignation and follow Saint's lead. Are you implying that there are many existences like your Turtle School in this world? When the time comes, you shall know, Saint remarked mysteriously, winking. Or, you might consider this. If Chinese legends can come to fruition, then are the more familiar local myths any less real? For instance, the ancient tales of the Norse gods. Are they merely fabrications? Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. Then, with barely concealed frustration, spoke. Are you now suggesting that Odin, the All-Father, Frigga, the goddess of love, Thor, the god of thunder, Sif, the goddess of harvest, and Loki, the god of mischief, are all real beings? Take a guess, Saint shrugged, not providing a definitive answer. Instead, he seemed intent on further ensnaring the one-eyed agent. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Are you certain you wish to inquire further? Do you wish to know if hell is real? Agent Coulson, show him out. No need for that. I can transform and fly back myself. That still requires him to escort you. Where do you think you're going? That glass won't open. Stay right there. With a resounding crash, the piercing alarm blared throughout the Triskelion. My apologies. I may have overdone it. Ahem, I shall take my leave now. Coulson, shut off that infernal alarm. Get someone to fix the glass. Over an hour later, in his transformed state, Incent quietly descended behind the Lee's Chinese restaurant, muttering to himself, I should have had Carlson deliver this. Given my sustained flight capability, my speed pales in comparison to that of his vehicle. Silently entering through the back door, Incent remained in his transformed state, not alerting Lorna upstairs, and made his way directly to the restaurant's basement. From a nondescript storage box, he retrieved an inconspicuous gray stone, the very Dragon Ball he had intercepted after his last wish. As for how many stars it possessed, he was unaware until it regained its crystal sphere form, filled with energy. 4 days later, Incent lamented his misfortune. Not a single Dragon Ball had landed near any high-energy source, leaving him reliant on others to recharge them. The answer to what would serve as a power bank was evident. The enormous cold fusion reactor of Stark Industries, which had previously powered the Dragon Balls. After all, they had lost nothing, and 4 days had passed. Surely, no one would still be monitoring the arc reactor. Muttering to himself, Incent stealthily exited the restaurant and flew toward the industrial area beside Stark Industries. This time, he felt less apprehensive. Firstly, his strength was incomparable to before. Secondly, he had already provoked Tony Stark, so inciting him once more bore little psychological burden. Moreover, in half a month, Incent would be heading to Afghanistan with H.I.E.L.D. to personally rescue Tony Stark. Given Iron Man's notoriously brash personality, it was uncertain how grateful he would be to his savior. However, becoming familiar with each other would certainly ease many interactions. 20 minutes later, as Incent soared through the sky, he found himself within a 7-kilometer radius of Stark Industries when an unexpected event occurred. The Dragon Ball, nestled in his pocket, suddenly transformed from its material form into energy, becoming a streak of light that shot through his clothing and flew away. Caught entirely off guard, Incent had no immediate reaction. By the time he understood what was happening, the swift streak of light had already darted several hundred meters away. Instinctively, he enveloped himself in a protective aura while simultaneously unleashing his energy. With a resounding bang, a white sonic boom cloud erupted where he had just stood. Clearly, he had broken the sound barrier and was now flying at supersonic speed. Yet, despite this, Incent could not catch up with the fleeing Dragon Ball. Just as he reached his maximum speed, he saw the streak of light dive toward the ground, where the massive cold fusion reactor awaited. Realizing the situation, Incent quickly dissipated the energy surrounding him, extinguishing the conspicuous glow, and silently ascended several meters, concealing himself in the dark night sky. The sound of the sonic boom he had just created would have undoubtedly alerted residents within several kilometers, and he could only wonder how many were now gazing skyward. Damn it! Incent cursed under his breath as he stealthily hovered above the arc reactor, through the large glass skylight, which had been repaired. He clearly saw the Dragon Ball he had lost from his pocket resting atop the reactor, precisely where the 6-star ball had been during his last visit. What the hell are you in such a hurry for? I intended to return you there, he thought. Feeling a surge of irritation at the Dragon Ball's unpredictable behavior, he began to comprehend that when approaching a certain high-energy source, all Dragon Balls likely gravitated toward it spontaneously, with the sole exception being the 5-star ball he possessed, which remained tethered to his soul. Another evident fact was that one of the 6 Dragon Balls, scattered after his first wish, did not fortuitously land on the arc reactor, but rather passed overhead, drawn in by its energy, just as this one had. Given this, should I wish near the arc reactor next time, perhaps all 6 Dragon Balls would be attracted, sparing me the trouble of searching for them. After musing on this, Incent paused briefly to confirm that no one had noticed the arriving Dragon Ball before he turned around and began to fly back at a normal cruising speed. Close to half an hour later, Incent returned to Hell's Kitchen. However, instead of going back to his restaurant, he stealthily slipped into Colleen Wing's dojo. Moments later, a surprised exclamation echoed from Colleen's bedroom. Hey, you little rascal. How did you sneak in here? Through the window, of course. Have you mastered your air dance? How long can you float? Why are you asking that now? Just trying out zero-gravity clap for love. Are you out of your mind? Have you learned it or not? I won't tell you. The next day, at 11:15, at Lee's Chinese restaurant, Incent lounged at a table with his legs crossed, engrossed in a newspaper for an unprecedented moment. Golden Boy. As Incent read the headline, he pondered the title. Golden Boy? Wasn't that synonymous with Golden Child? Quite catchy. I like it. That's not fair. Lorna Dane stormed over, snatching the newspaper from Yinson's hands, indignantly exclaiming, "We're all superpowered beings. Why do you get so much praise while we mutants are treated like pariahs? This article highlights my altruism that warrant commendation. Meanwhile, news about mutants typically revolves around your uncontrollable abilities. Incent feigned innocence. Unlike me, your powers are given without merit. And unfortunately, there isn't a school dedicated to teaching mutants how to manage their abilities to school. Lorna's eyes lit up as she set down the newspaper. Looking at Incent. Boss, you taught me about energy shielding. Not a chance. Incent interrupted, raising his arm to cut her off. For me, anyone who learns energy shielding and can evade detection becomes a vulnerability. One of you is already enough? Am I your only weakness? Lorna raised an eyebrow, contemplating the truth of her statement. Indeed, besides her, no one else could approach Incent undetected. With this thought, a peculiar expression crossed her face as she asked, "Haven't you taught Master? What do you think?" Incent shot her a glare. Colleen isn't a mutant. How would energy shielding benefit her? Why would I teach her a technique to counter my own abilities? Am I just bored? Don't worry, boss. Lorna assured, her expression serious. When you taught me, I swore an oath that no matter what, I will never betray that vow to you. What do I have to worry about? Incent scoffed. Without my energy bestowal providing the energy sense, no mutant can perceive their own energy. Knowing full well I can't teach them energy sensing. Do you really think I would bother? Lorna shot him a wordless look, feeling her earlier sentiments of gratitude were wasted. Just as she was about to call him a black-hearted boss, the door chimed as someone entered. Peter Parker burst through the restaurant doors like a whirlwind. Compared to his usual visits, he arrived earlier and appeared more hurried. Sprinting over to Incent and leaning in close, scrutinizing his face, Incent frowned and slapped Peter's forehead. What are you staring at? If this were a burly man from northeast China, he would likely retort with a "what are you looking at?" And a brawl would be inevitable. Meanwhile, the still unscathed Peter Parker, deemed insignificant, let out a pained cry, clutching his forehead and stepping back. He then pulled out his phone from his pocket, pointing at a news article on the screen with a face full of excitement. Asking, "Boss, is that you? The golden boy mentioned there is you, right? Upon hearing this, Incent momentarily froze, thinking to himself that even if Big Soups changed his hairstyle and donned glasses, it would be a remarkably successful disguise. So how could he, with such a drastic transformation, be recognized at first glance? It's him, Lorna, ever the instigator, mercilessly exposed Incent's identity, handing the newspaper to Peter. Here, our golden boy was just basking in his glory while reading the paper. Incent, not one to hold grudges, typically retaliated immediately that he pointed at Lorna and said to Peter, "She claims her hair is dyed. That's a lie, she's actually a mutant." After a prolonged silence, Lorna's hands suddenly radiated a spectrum of colors. And as she exclaimed, "You jerk," a pair of forks and knives on the dining table abruptly levitated and shot towards Incent with a whoosh. "Are you insane?" Incent exclaimed. His face paled. He disregarded the flying cutlery and swiftly seized Lorna's shimmering hands, concealing them behind his back. Only then did he shift his gaze towards the street outside the restaurant. It was imperative to note that Lee's Chinese restaurant not only had a transparent glass door, but also featured unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving Lorna's peculiarities visible to any passerby. Incent and Lorna engaged in their mutual exposure and ensuing conflict. Peter Parker, who had already been rendered speechless, witnessed the self-propelled cutlery pierce Incent's cheek, creating two tiny indentations, only to be repelled by his resilient skin. What remarkable skin! Even steel couldn't penetrate it. It was merely deflected. After this realization, Peter Parker suddenly recognized that the unfortunate individual standing opposite Incent's impenetrable visage was none other than himself. "Ah!" Peter Parker screamed, crouching down and cradling his head as the forks and knives sailed over him, clattering to the ground. At that moment, Lorna, having momentarily lost her composure, regained her calm and anxious under the guidance of Colleen Wing. "I have been practicing various joint locks and throws in Aikido, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with the martial arts novice, Peter. It is worth mentioning that even without employing her variant abilities, Lorna can effortlessly outmaneuver Peter with her remarkable skills. The path of the school bully for the little spider is long and arduous, requiring relentless pursuit of mastery. The dojo frequented by Colleen Wing has gained a new regular in Peter Parker, while a certain Chinese restaurant, run by a rather intriguing character named Jessica Jones, has also acquired a new patron. She is not merely a regular, but also a troublesome one. It's not that Jessica comes to cause chaos. Rather, Each time she dines, she casts a tantalizing gaze that provocatively flirts with the otherwise committed instinct, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. One cannot deny that, despite her immaculate appearance and slender figure, Jessica Jones possesses an undeniable allure. Her large, doll-like eyes effortlessly captivate those around her. If it weren't for Instinct's involvement with Colleen Wing, he would have undoubtedly found it difficult to resist her charms. Regarding Jessica's sudden display of interest, Instinct, though taken aback, has surmised to some extent that this tall, slender beauty, while capable of surpassing 90% of women in terms of physique, is also stronger than nearly all men. Even the iconic Captain America pales in comparison to her physical prowess. In an era before superheroes became commonplace, Instinct takes pride in believing himself to be the first man stronger than Jessica Jones. In fact, even when heroes are plentiful, there are few who can match her in strength. As for her ex-boyfriend, Luke Cage, let us just say that if an ordinary man were to be toppled onto a bed by Jessica, it would not only break the bed but also leave Luke in a precarious situation. Ahem. Anyway, on the third day of Jessica Jones becoming a regular at the Lee's Chinese restaurant, a jest made by Instinct 2 months prior turned prophetic. Colleen Wing, having closed her dojo well over 10 days ago, has truly come to work for him, taking on the role of the restaurant's manager. Instinct is well aware that Colleen's assistance at the restaurant is not merely due to a lack of students to teach, nor because she is idly passing the time. Having recently instructed her in the air dance technique, she has acquired 4 advanced skills in utilizing chi from Instinct. Unlike him, she does not possess the knowledge and experience akin to Sun Wukong to assist her in her training. Even with ample time, her progress would still be insufficient, and her presence at the restaurant is purely an effort to discourage Jessica. However, Colleen's presence has not diminished Jessica's enthusiasm. Rather, it seems to have emboldened her. By the 7th day, Instinct has even begun to suspect that Jessica is not merely flirting with him, but is specifically provoking Colleen Wing. In the original storyline of The Defenders, how was their relationship portrayed? Although Instinct cannot recall the details, he is certain that it was never this bizarre. As the male lead in this 2 women vying for one man scenario, one cannot deny that he feels a sense of satisfaction. Yet it remains an exasperating predicament for any man. Does one not understand the concept of not eating the grass near one's burrow? Couldn't she entice him from a distance instead? Perhaps then he would cough. Instinct finds himself in a state of simultaneous pleasure and pain, deeply ensnared in this complicated situation. By the 14th day, Jessica Jones has not relented. Throughout these 2 weeks, she has come to the restaurant daily, whether for lunch or dinner, or sometimes both. Instinct does not harbor strong aversion to Jessica's persistent advances, obviously. But what truly vexes him is that nearly 20 days have passed since he integrated Scion genes. And despite his rapidly increasing physical abilities and aura, his training speed remains unchanged, having slowed to less than half of what it was prior to becoming a Scion. In terms of battle power, when he was still a pure Earthling, he could increase his strength by 4 to 5 points weekly. Now, during those 2 weeks, he has only averaged a meager 2 points per week. Although, if one accounts for the 20% increase from his Scion potential, he indeed has surpassed 4 points weekly. However, that is a misrepresentation. One cannot calculate it that way. At this juncture, Instinct has come to the realization that training should inherently embody a balance of movement and stillness. While he previously thrived on stillness, becoming a member of the warrior race known as Scions necessitates a focus on movement. Only through frequent combat can his prowess ascend swiftly. Damn it. In this day and age, where am I to find someone to spar with? There are no worthy opponents. Instinct, in his audacious confidence, believes that in the face of his approaching 400 battle power, who could rival him if Iron Man remains absent? Who could contend if Thor is not present? Who could stand against him if Hulk is out of the picture? As for Captain America, his most formidable ability lies in his leadership and character. Even if he were to appear, he could not rival him. Regarding the Scion's notable power-up upon near death, Instinct asserts that without an ample supply of senza beans, he would not be willing to tempt fate. Thus, for the time being, he must accept the slow growth of his strength, as even without transforming, he struggles to find a suitable sparring partner. Well, in terms of overall energy, there is indeed a Miss Polaris with a battle power exceeding 500. However, under normal circumstances, Lorna can only unleash a mere 50 or 60. Even if she were to tap into her full power, it remains questionable whether she could achieve it, and even if she could, She would have no control, making sparring with instinct out of the question. Yet, she certainly could wreak havoc on several streets in moments. As for the remaining two individuals in Instinct's circle, Colleen Wing possesses a battle power of less than 40. While Peter Parker barely registers with a pitiful 4. And one of the 4 members of the Defenders, Danny Rand, the strongest fighter from Kunlun, boasts a battle power just over 100, of which over 80 stems from Iron Fist's enhancement. His offensive capability is commendable, yet aside from the immortal Iron Fist, his defense is woefully inadequate. Instinct could eliminate him with a single strike at this point. Conversely, Luke Cage possesses a similar battle power. Yet over 80 of that is dedicated to defensive prowess, allowing him to withstand a couple of Instinct's blows. However, his remaining 20 points of offensive talent are more than sufficient against ordinary folks. But for Instinct, they hardly qualify as a tickle. Matthew Murdock, the professional daredevil, indeed stands apart from the other 3 street-level heroes, not only due to his extensive combat experience, but also his martial arts prowess, which rivals Iron Fist's. His inherent radar-like ability makes him an unparalleled tactical genius. However, excluding the combat power enhanced by his extraordinary senses, both his offense and defense barely exceed 10. If one were to speak of the most well-rounded, it would undoubtedly be Jessica Jones, boasting a genuine battle power exceeding 100, capable of enduring, striking, running, and jumping. Yet this civilian has not undergone any systematic training and merely relies on brute strength to fight. To Instinct, she appears to be the easiest to deal with among the 4. Who else is there? Invincible. Invincibility is such a lonely existence. Instinct, now ensnared in the depths of self-adoration, has completely lost the ability to extricate himself, selectively forgetting that not far from him lies the New York sanctum of Camartage, where worthy opponents undoubtedly await him, should he possess the audacity to seek them out anyway. Over the past 2 weeks, aside from the aforementioned trivial matters, 2 significant events must be mentioned. Firstly, on that fateful night 2 weeks ago, the long-planned strike by Splendid dealt a devastating blow to the hand, although they did not succeed in eliminating the 5 fingers as intended. The hand was poised for a decisive battle against the true Pure Society that night. Deploying their elite forces in the ensuing chaos, they suffered substantial losses, rendering them nearly annihilated. Compared to the now nearly defunct True Pure Society, they fared slightly better, yet they too were severely weakened. To restore their former glory would take at least a decade. Following their successful strike, it did not cease their efforts. 2 weeks later, nearly 90% of the hand's various strongholds across New York have been swept away. Among these matters, there exists the charity organization that Corinne has long cherished, situated in the suburbs of New York, after the thorough purge of this training ground belonging to the Hand Association. The majority of its preparatory members were incarcerated for rehabilitation, with a few minors sent to juvenile facilities for reformation. At this point, the emotional burden weighing on Corinne was significantly alleviated, as she awaited the day when the true mastermind, the gambler, would be eradicated, allowing her thoughts to finally attain clarity. Furthermore, it is essential to recall the night 2 weeks prior, when, under the guns of SHLD and the blades of the Hand Association, a multitude of civilians were rescued by Saint, who suddenly rose to fame. To be precise, it was not he who became the sensation, but the superhero known as Golden Boy. After 14 days of fermentation, while the situation in other regions remains uncertain, within the entirety of New York State, Saint's transformed visage, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, with hair standing on end and exuding a golden aura, has already taken root in the hearts of the populace. And the name Golden Boy has become a household term. A quintessential immigrant nation, the United States boasts a remarkably diverse array of races and ethnicities, though it continually strives for the principle of equality. It is undeniable that racial prejudice still pervades every corner of this country, regardless of whether one belongs to the Asian, African, Latino, or Native American communities. Varying degrees of discrimination are inevitable. The sole exception, of course, is the white population, which has historically dominated the elite class and comprises over half of the world's total population. Coincidentally, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed appearance epitomizes the most representative characteristics of Caucasians, the quintessential national idol. Captain America embodies this very image, which explains why Saint's transformation into Golden Boy garnered immediate acclaim and skyrocketed him to stardom in such a short time that it is noteworthy that the combination of the two English words golden boy is inherently used to describe someone of great value. And the fact that Saint was bestowed this title from the outset speaks volumes. Moreover, the visual of people discovering that their newly revered idol, golden boy, is actually a typical person of Chinese descent would certainly be a sight to behold. On the 15th day, Saint, in accordance with his agreement with the one-eyed man, returned to the Triskelion, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, donning his transformed golden boy guise. Waiting for him was Coulson, who promptly led him to a helipad where a uniquely designed fighter jet awaited. Unlike ordinary aircraft, this small plane featured wings that curved downward, resembling the wings of a bird more than conventional airplane wings, evoking the image of a raptor poised to swoop down on its prey. The Quinjet. Saint immediately recognized this primary fighter jet developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. excluding the vibranium black technology from Wakanda. The Quinjet is arguably the pinnacle of aircraft in the Marvel Universe in the future. The exclusive vehicle for the Avengers would also be a Quinjet modified by Tony Stark. Consequently, after witnessing the luxurious version of the Quinjet created by the financially affluent Iron Man, Saint held the civilian version before him in rather low regard. Noticing his dismissive expression, Coulson, who inherently possessed a reserved nature, could not help but interject. This is our unique Quinjet, and it is also the world's first jet fighter capable of vertical takeoff and landing. The first? Saint refrained from further comment, instead pointing at the Quinjet before him and mercilessly exposing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s shortcomings. This jet employs the same turbojet engine as that car of yours, right, Howard Stark? One of your founders proposed the concept as early as 1943 and provided experimental research results. Now, as we approach 2009, you have only just developed a finished product. What is there to be proud of? Coulson, left speechless, turned away, silently vowing not to initiate conversation with Saint unless absolutely necessary. As they approached the rear hatch of the Quinjet, the pilot awaited at the entrance to the cockpit, none other than Melinda May, Coulson's longtime partner, infamous for her formidable reputation. Upon seeing her, Saint was more astonished than at the sight of the Quinjet itself, exclaiming without so much as a greeting, "Goodness, you've actually learned Chi? Thanks to you." Melinda May replied coldly in Mandarin, her tone akin to that of a rival, offering a terse expression of gratitude. "If it weren't for the Chi sensation you provided, I wouldn't have been able to master the Chi Gong of Kunlun." "Thank you." Seeing Saint's surprise, Coulson immediately broke his earlier vow, proudly proclaiming, "May possesses remarkable talent. After the director granted her access to all the Kunlun materials, she developed her own Chi in just one day. What do you know?" Saint shot Coulson a disdainful glance that "I detest you outsiders who spout nonsense without understanding. This has nothing to do with talent. She has trained in Bejiquan and Wing Chun for decades, honing her martial arts cultivation to such a degree that she can grasp the subtleties of Chi. If I am not mistaken, she is your only successful case, right? Is there truly no one else in the vast S.H.I.E.L.D. with comparable talent?" Coulson again found himself at a loss for words, given that Saint's silence could be taken as acquiescence. He pointed at May and bluntly declared, "Coulson, you once asked me if I could guide your agents that I now unequivocally state that I can instruct her." Upon hearing this, May's eyes lit up, her eagerness piqued. Yet, Saint abruptly shifted his tone. "Of course, this cannot be without compensation." Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a glance with May before inquiring on her behalf. "Saint, could you specify what kind of remuneration you desire?" "I have quite a list," Saint shrugged, "but can you make the decisions? Instead of asking me, you might as well consult the one-eyed man to see what S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to offer to secure my services as your instructor." "I understand," Coulson nodded, temporarily setting aside the matter as he turned to May and said, "May, we should be on our way." Though reluctant, Melinda May, as a seasoned professional agent, understood the primacy of duty. She turned and walked toward the cockpit, tossing back a parting remark. "The hatch will close in 1 minute, and we will take off in 3.3 minutes later." The Quinjet's engines erupted with blue flames, creating a whirlwind around the aircraft. Subsequently, this eagle-like jet began to ascend vertically like a helicopter. After reaching a sufficient altitude, the rear engines ignited with fire, propelling the jet forward into the cloud-laden sky. Meanwhile, in a cave located within the arid deserts of southwestern Afghanistan, a series of metallic clinks resonated from the innermost depths of the cavern that a handsome middle-aged man sporting a small mustache, drenched in sweat, tirelessly wielded a hammer, striking a piece of metal resting on an anvil. This charming figure, capable of captivating countless hearts, was none other than the unfortunate playboy, the chairman and heir of Stark Industries, a brilliant scientist and engineer, a great inventor and philanthropist, the current arms king of the Marvel Universe, and the future energy mogul, superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. One suddenly realizes that this fellow's multitude of titles can only be rivaled by Mother of Dragons. The term billionaire seems too trivial, as it might detract from his overall prestige. In stark contrast to his usual polished appearance in a tailored suit, Tony Stark now looked quite disheveled. However, compared to a bearded mixed-race middle-aged man beside him, who wore metal-framed glasses and sported a receding hairline, he appeared relatively tidy. "Jensen," Tony Stark called out to the bespectacled man. "Needle-nose pliers." The man named Jensen handed over the requested tool and, with a hint of concern, gestured toward a stack of blueprints in the corner of the cave. "Stark, at our current pace, it will take at least another month and a half to produce all the components on those blueprints. I don't think they'll grant you that much time. Then let us seize the moment." Tony Stark meticulously adjusted the curvature of a metal piece with his precision pliers, responding without lifting his gaze. "Son, I assure you, we will make it out alive." "You assure me?" Son replied with a wry smile. "On what grounds do you make such a promise?" "Because I am Tony Stark," he declared. Tapping his chest with a clang to the sound, he glanced at the white light emanating from his chest, piercing through his clothing, and was plunged into memories that a month ago, in a desolate region of Afghanistan. After showcasing Stark Industries' Jericho missile, he was ambushed on his return to the military base. Ironically, the terrorists known as the Ten Rings employed Stark Industries' own weaponry in their assault. The very missile that had detonated near him bore the unmistakable Stark Industries logo. Thanks to the protective high-tech armor, Tony Stark miraculously survived, yet numerous sharp shrapnel had penetrated the armor and lodged into his chest. Had it not been for the skilled hands of Dr. Son, he would not have lasted a day. Through an intricate surgery, Son extracted most of the shrapnel, but some minuscule fragments had already entered his bloodstream. With no other recourse, Son, both a doctor and a scientist, fashioned an electromagnet in Tony's chest to attract the tiny metallic shards, preventing them from traveling through his veins and reaching his heart. Thus, upon awakening, the first thing to based on the scenes depicted in the film, Saint contemplated to himself, while outwardly waving his hand dismissively, "Do not concern yourself with this. My sense of breath will undoubtedly be accurate. Inform the military to head this way. By nightfall, I shall infiltrate to safeguard Tony Stark. Once I signal you, you may commence your assault." "Are you truly planning to assist us in rescuing him?" Coulson exclaimed, elated and filled with newfound confidence. However, recalling Saint's nature, he hesitated and queried, "Aiding us without compensation? How is that possible? How could it be without remuneration?" Saint cast a glance at Coulson that conveyed a hint of incredulity. "I have invested time and effort. Naturally, I must be compensated. However, fret not. My concern is Tony Stark, who possesses far greater wealth than you." Coulson, with a knowing expression, turned to Melinda May and said, "Mel, find a secluded place to land. I will contact the military point 10 minutes later." The Quinjet maintained its cloaked state as it descended into a ravine several dozen kilometers away. Subsequently, Coulson entered the cargo compartment of the jet, setting up a hammock between the large cargo box and the cabin wall. Before settling down to rest, he empathetically inquired of Saint, "We must wait at least 6 hours. Do you require some rest?" "That would be acceptable." Upon hearing this, Coulson intended to offer the hammock to Saint and rearrange himself, only to witness Saint lightly springing up, floating within the cabin as if in a weightless environment. Adopting a supine position, Coulson stepped forward, curiosity evident in his voice. "If you fall asleep, won't you tumble down? Will you stop breathing while asleep?" Saint retorted with a warning, "By the way, once I fall asleep, do not come within 2 meters of me. My reflexes are not something you can withstand." 6 hours later, Coulson crouched behind a large cargo box, cautiously calling out, "Saint, Saint, Saint." Having turned in midair, landed gracefully and addressed Coulson. "There is no need for such anxiety. I am not prone to waking up grumpy. The military has arrived within 10 kilometers of the target. We should join them to discuss our battle strategy." "What does that have to do with me?" Saint snapped, shaking off his drowsiness. "I am here to protect Tony Stark. You should execute your assault as planned. It is not as simple as you suggest." Coulson emerged from behind the cargo box, We are speaking of Tony Stark. Should anything happen to him during the operation, the responsibility is too great for anyone to bear. Every step of our battle plan must be meticulously scrutinized. No errors may occur. That is your concern. Saint remained obstinate, turning away as he headed towards the cabin door. I shall infiltrate the cave. Once I have located Tony Stark, I will contact you. Wait, Coulson hurriedly followed. Retrieving a dark rectangular device from his pocket, a high-frequency communication device, he extended it towards Saint. How can you possibly make a call, even if those terrorists do not employ a signal jamming device? There won't be any cell service in the cave. Saint, his intelligence challenged, turned expressionless and accepted the communication device. How does this work? Coulson was about to explain, but Saint waved him off. Never mind. Tony Stark is an exceptional engineer. He will surely figure it out. I am off. With that, Saint propelled himself into the night sky, disappearing into the inky darkness, where visibility was limited to 10 meters, following the trail of his breath-sensing ability. Saint swiftly reached the cave's entrance. After confirming its location, he gazed at a security camera mounted above the entrance, musing to himself, once I enter the cave, there should be no other cameras aside from the one in the chamber where Tony Stark is held. After all, this cave has only one entrance. There is no need for more. For Saint, as long as it was a living being's precautionary action, everything was transparent under his breath-sensing ability, easily circumvented. However, for inanimate objects like cameras and sensors, he could not ascertain their presence beforehand. Enough pondering. Let us proceed. Saint extended his arm, fingers splayed, mimicking a grasping motion, and forcefully crushed the camera at the entrance before swiftly darting into the cave. Gliding silently along the ceiling. Long before, Saint had already sensed two ordinary human presences lingering deep within the cave. If he was not mistaken, they were likely Tony Stark and Dr. Jensen. Upon encountering a rusty iron door and a camera above it, he was immediately certain that Tony Stark was behind that door. Repeating the action, he smashed the camera and yanked the latch off the locked door. Inside the cave, Tony Stark, who was still hammering away, looked up in astonishment as the iron door imprisoning him swung open. Then, a golden-haired boy floated in effortlessly. Oh my God! Dr. Jensen exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, this was a reaction befitting an ordinary person. As for Tony Stark, from any angle, he could scarcely be deemed ordinary. His first words were, "Wow, how much gel did you put in your hair? That's a crime, you know." Violating the laws of gravity, Saint was momentarily speechless. Then asked with utmost certainty, "Tony Stark?" It was hard not to recognize him, considering Tony's globally renowned handsome visage, not to mention the glowing arc reactor on his chest. Indeed, that would be me. Tony Stark dropped the hammer in his hand, tilting his head back with a signature charming smile. "Gelled hair kid. Who are you?" At that moment, Saint had to concede that although this man was over 40, he still possessed remarkable charm, evoking a desire to punch him. Don't just randomly assign nicknames. Lightbulb man. Saint, true to his impulsive nature, waved his hand and slapped Tony Stark on the forehead. Compared to the likes of Thor's explosive point male protagonist, Captain America's Sentry Popsicle, the Hulk's severe anger management issues, and Spider-Man's Pajama Baby, Gelled Hair Kid was quite an acceptable nickname, and he held no objections. Meanwhile, Coulson and Melinda May entered a tent recently erected in the desert. Surrounded by a heavy tank, 2 armored vehicles, 3 large troop carriers, 5 military jeeps, and a radar communication vehicle, in the more distant, unseen area, 3 armed helicopters were also present. Within this makeshift command center, the highest-ranking officer was a white brigadier general. Strangely, however, even among numerous junior officers and the brigadier himself, a black colonel seemed to hold a prominent position. The first to greet Coulson and May was this black colonel, who extended his right hand for an introduction. James Rhodes, Air Force Colonel. Had Saint been present, he would have recognized this as Colonel Rhodes, Iron Man's best friend and future war machine. Coulson shook the colonel's hand. "Phil Coulson, CA." Following this, Colonel Rhodes exchanged greetings with Melinda May, and a group gathered to formulate their battle plan. Their discussion had hardly begun when an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." The middle-aged brigadier, who had long been relegated to the background, suddenly asserted his presence and pointed at Coulson, stating, "All our strategies revolve around your so-called external aid. Is it simply because he is some superboy? Isn't that rather frivolous? The only reason he managed to locate Tony Stark is that he possesses some peculiar abilities, akin to those damned mutants. That hardly validates his capability to accomplish everything you claim. After this lengthy tirade, the gray-haired brigadier turned to survey the room and, with a resonant voice, retorted, "On what grounds should we place all our hopes on a mere 19-year-old brat?" Upon hearing this, several lieutenants and captains nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with his sentiment. They placed their faith in their comrades within the army, rather than some mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. "General, I understand your concerns," Coulson replied, unperturbed, as he raised his head defiantly to advocate for the boy. "But you do not possess the same comprehensive understanding of the Golden Boy's capabilities as we do that I can stake my life on the certainty that he will locate and protect Tony Stark without alarming the enemy. We simply need to await his news." "Ridiculous," the brigadier scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "Your verbal assurances mean nothing to me. Staking your life? Does your life hold any weight compared to Tony Stark's?" Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, his tone cooling by 3 degrees. "In truth, our debate here is futile. The Golden Boy is neither our subordinate nor bound by anyone's authority. He is already in the cave where Tony Stark is located." "What?" At this revelation, Colonel Rhodes, who had been maintaining a neutral stance, suddenly sided with the gray-haired brigadier, exclaiming, "Agent Coulson, do you even comprehend what you are doing? If something were to happen to Tony because of this, I will see you court-martialed." With the 2 highest-ranking officers having spoken, the captains and lieutenants beneath them could no longer contain themselves, launching a barrage of condemnations at Coulson. Amidst the cacophony, a sudden sizzling sound emerged from Coulson's pocket, followed by a rather irreverent voice asking, "Hello? Is anyone there?" The moment it reached their ears, every officer who had been targeting Coulson immediately fell silent. "Tony?" Colonel Rhodes instantly recognized the voice, pushing the brigadier aside to rush towards Coulson, shouting, "Tony, is that you? No matter how loudly you shout, it won't help," Coulson remarked as he retrieved a high-frequency communication device from his pocket, shaking it slightly in an attempt to assert himself. "If I don't press the call button, he won't hear me." At that moment, the device emitted Agent Sitwell's voice. "Why is no one responding? Hey, lightbulb guy, are you capable of anything?" Then, Tony Stark's characteristic brash voice chimed in. "Shut up. You hairspray kid. I have 7 PhDs. How many do you have?" "Oh, my apologies. I shouldn't have set my sights so high. May I ask, did you even graduate middle school?" In the ensuing silence, Coulson stood momentarily stunned before twisting the device to reveal a row of buttons. He pressed one and spoke, "Mr. Stark?" Immediately, the device resounded with Tony Stark's unmistakably abrasive tone. "Who are you?" "Tony." Colonel Rhodes, now understanding how to operate the device, snatched it from Coulson's grasp, exclaiming, "It's so good to hear your voice." "Rhodey?" Tony Stark's voice dropped an octave, taking on a serious tone. "You've been looking for me all this time." "Bound by military orders, what choice did I have?" Rhodes replied, his eyes glistening with emotion, though his words belied his true feelings. "Otherwise, do you think I would remain in this godforsaken place?" Clearly unconvinced by Rhodes' excuse, Tony Stark let out a derisive "ha," and replied in a chilling tone, "Rhodey, take out those punks outside. We're going home." "All right, I'll come for you now. We'll be in touch." After temporarily ending the call, Colonel Rhodes slammed his fist on the table and began issuing a series of tactical commands. At this point, everyone in the tent understood that time was of the essence. Though this was merely their personal belief and did not necessarily reflect the reality of the situation, that on the other end of the communication device, Tony Stark, having concluded the call, retrieved a concealed soil bomb from a hidden corner of the cave. Just as he was about to affix the bomb to the iron door, Agent Sitwell abruptly snatched it away, asking, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Stall for time?" Having learned from previous misfortunes, Tony Stark was acutely aware that his combat capabilities paled in comparison to Sitwell's. Thus, he refrained from attempting to reclaim the bomb and logically reasoned, "Once Rhodey launches the attack from the outside, those 10 Rings terrorists will come looking for me." Agent Sitwell scoffed at Stark's reasoning, pointing to the damaged cameras he had destroyed earlier. "What kind of genius are you? The moment I entered, the 10 Rings had already detected something amiss. In less than 30 seconds, someone will appear at the cave entrance." Disagreeing with Sitwell's assertion, Tony Stark shrugged. "That's merely a possibility. If that is indeed the case, we have even more reason to stall for time, don't we?" "Wrong, wrong, wrong, all wrong. It's not a possibility. There are no ifs, and we certainly do not need to stall for time." Agent Sitwell shook his head emphatically, pushed open the rusted iron door, tossed the soil bomb outside, and clenched his fist, declaring, "If the 10 rings want to come to their demise, then let them come. This kid is even more reckless than I am." Tony Stark squinted slightly, unable to determine whether Agent Sitwell was a foolhardy madman or genuinely possessed the audacity to back up his bravado. Bomb! Just then, a startled shout rang out from outside the opened iron door. Just as Sitwell had predicted, the 10 Rings terrorists had not only arrived on schedule, but the bomb he had flung was now directly in front of them. Is this a coincidence? Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his engineering instincts honed by experience alerting him that, after Sitwell's proclamation, it had taken no more than 30 seconds for the 10 Rings to appear. What kind of shabby bomb is that? Agent Sitwell turned to Tony Stark, inquiring. It fell to the ground. So why hasn't it exploded? In response, Tony Stark covered his face with one hand, utterly losing faith in Sitwell. Did you really not graduate middle school? Who told you that solid bombs can be detonated by impact? Bullets don't even set them off? Whatever. Agent Sitwell shrugged nonchalantly, walking toward the door. I just thought that bomb was in the way. Whether it explodes or not is inconsequential. This kid is definitely insane. Tony Stark watched in disbelief as Agent Sitwell swaggered out, as if the deadly weapons in the hands of the surrounding terrorists were mere sticks for kindling. In the next moment, as Tony Stark peeked his head out of the cave entrance, he witnessed an astonishing scene. The leading bearded man raised his submachine gun, only for Agent Sitwell to swat the air as if shooing away a fly. Instantly, before he could even pull the trigger, the bearded man was sent flying backward as if struck by an invisible hand, colliding with 3 or 4 other terrorists who followed closely behind. Resulting in a chaotic pileup, Tony Stark instinctively rubbed his forehead, realizing that the force Agent Sitwell had just displayed was likely less than 1% of what he had felt when Sitwell had earlier tapped him on the forehead. The shock on his face had yet to dissipate when he saw Agent Sitwell raise his right arm, his palm shaped like a claw, making a gesture as if lifting something upward. Then his 5 fingers, previously spread apart, gradually curled inward to form a clenched fist that in stark contrast to Yin Sen's movement. The 4 or 5 terrorists, including the bearded one, huddled together in a grotesque mass, slowly rising into the air. Accompanying their frantic screams, these living beings were mercilessly crushed into an unrecognizable amalgamation of flesh and bone by the colossal force converging from all directions. I have taken a life. That it was only at this moment that the thought emerged in Yin Sen's mind, exhibiting a certain delayed realization. What filled him with trepidation was that, in his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had personally snatched away a fellow human's existence. Yet, instead of feeling any discomfort, he was invigorated to the point of wanting to shout, "Damn Scion genes." Yin Sen gritted his teeth, preparing to suppress the boiling fervor coursing through his veins when a barrage of continuous gunfire erupted in his ears. A swift glance revealed the last 2 terrorists frantically firing at him. His brow furrowed. A vibrant golden flame surged around him. Steel projectiles struck against the golden aura, creating ripples. Then, a shower of metallic fragments cascaded around Yin Sen. The protective flame enveloping him possessed a characteristic akin to rock in rock, paper, scissors. At the moment of impact, it transformed into a burst of energy, shattering the already force-laden bullets into powder under the opposing forces. Witnessing this, the 2 terrorists, now paralyzed with fear, could only continue to pull the triggers in desperation. The relentless barrage of bullets ignited Yin Sen's fury that he strode forward, step by step, towards the oncoming projectiles, scattering plumes of golden dust in his wake. With an unstoppable momentum, he reached the 2 terrorists, effortlessly grasping their necks, lifting them as easily as one would pick up 2 chicks. The continuous gunfire abruptly ceased, and the 2 terrorists, acutely aware of the looming threat of death, instinctively threw down their weapons, attempting to pry open Yin Sen's ironclad grip. However, shielded by his protective flame, they could not even graze his skin. Without hesitation, Yin Sen gently twisted his wrists outward, and with a pair of sickening crunches, he extinguished 2 vibrant lives with the utmost ease. In this grim tableau, not only the enemies were struck dumb. Tony Stark and Dr. Wilson, allies in the fray, instinctively took a step back as they watched Yin Sen discard the lifeless bodies as casually as one would dispose of trash, turning to stride back with purpose. This reaction had nothing to do with trust. Rather, it was a primal instinct inherent in higher beings to evade danger. Yin Sen, unfazed by the spectacle, briefly scanned the area with his senses, and advised, "You two should step back a bit more. There are more coming, and I'd prefer not to be distracted by your safety. This kid is undoubtedly a madman. He crushed those people as if they were mere insects." Not even a flicker of emotion. Hearing Yinsen's words, Tony Stark mentally branded him as extremely dangerous before suddenly recalling that when he had previously provoked Yinsen, the boy's reaction, while not normal, had merely been that of an irritating brat. So, does he only go insane in battle? Tony Stark keenly perceived this and adjusted Yinsen's label from extremely dangerous to relatively dangerous, instantly feeling more at ease. No one wishes to linger near a maniac with such terrifying lethality. However, if he was merely a battle enthusiast, that was somewhat more acceptable. Just then, Colonel Rhodes' anxious voice echoed through the cave, rousing Tony Stark from his thoughts. "Tony, how's it going over there? We're about to engage." "You must hold your ground." Tony Stark retrieved a communication device from his pocket, casting a peculiar glance at Yinsen, his tone oddly hesitant. Rhodey, I'm perfectly safe. In fact, you don't need to rush. Just take your time coming in." "Tony, put away your arrogant attitude. This is not the time." Tony Stark glanced at Yinsen once more, his tone unexpectedly serious as he spoke into the device. "Rhodey, trust me, in my 40 years of life, I have never felt as humble as I do now." "Damn, your acting skills have improved again." Tony Stark. "Humble, such a monumental lie, and you can deliver it so sincerely that I almost believed you." A quarter of an hour later, when Colonel Rhodes, along with Phil Coulson, Melinda May, and over a platoon of armed soldiers, stormed into the deepest part of the cave, they were met with a horrifying sight. At the entrance of the cave lay a mountain of corpses, blood flowing like a river, bodies in grotesque states, their numbers beyond counting. Dr. Wilson, who had already vomited several times, stood pale and unsteady, while Tony Stark, suppressing his nausea, bore an expression devoid of his usual irreverence, his demeanor somber in stark contrast. Yinsen remained clean and untainted, his countenance calm and composed, akin to a neighborly youth. Yet, regardless of how deceptively innocent Yinsen appeared at that moment, no one dared to doubt that the sea of corpses before them was not his handiwork. In the suffocating silence that ensued, none among them could muster a word. Even Coulson, who knew Yinsen best, could only describe his feelings as tumultuous. Previously, during several confrontations with SH.INL.D, Yinsen had never resorted to excessive force. Even when facing numerous firearms, he had shown restraint, causing no casualties among SH.INL personnel. Thus, Coulson had never anticipated that the boy he had personally assessed as kind harbored such a monstrous brutality within. It was worth noting that among the countless corpses, over half were grotesquely disfigured remains. Coulson could hardly bear to contemplate how that massive, irregular mass of blood and flesh had come into existence. Ugh! This was Tony Stark, unable to restrain himself after reuniting with Colonel Rhodes, his nerves finally fraying. Yinsen cast a glance at the bent-over Tony Stark, doubting if this fellow would still have an appetite for hamburgers upon returning to the U.S. Colonel Rhodes, having supported Tony Stark, finally grasped why, during their last communication, Stark had vaguely said, "Indescribable, such a brutal scene, one that could only exist on ancient battlefields, could only be truly comprehended by witnessing it firsthand. Let us get out of here." Tony. As Colonel Rhodes assisted Tony Stark out, he simultaneously inquired through his earpiece, "Has the armored vehicle reached the cave entrance yet?" Soon after, the hurried group escorted Tony Stark away, none daring to cast another glance at the corpse-laden cave entrance, nor did anyone remember that in the ominous depths of the cave, the invaluable design sketches Tony Stark had painstakingly drawn still lay quietly in a corner. 8 hours later, at the U.S. military base in Afghanistan, before a sleek white jet, Tony Stark, now dressed impeccably in a tailored gray pinstripe suit, his former radiance restored, spoke with evident displeasure. "What? You're not planning to take my private jet? How's that? You think you can fly back on your own, golden boy? It's not impossible." Yinsen shrugged, swallowing the thought that it would take several days, and even longer if he got lost, gesturing toward another direction on the tarmac. "However, I actually have my own private aircraft." Those two CIA agents. Throughout the life of Tony Stark, the instances of rejection are few and far between, and naturally, he is not one to concede easily. What aircraft could possibly rival mine? Remember my words, you gel-haired boy. You will surely regret this. When it comes to the realm of comfort and luxury, none could possibly surpass you. O beacon of light. Stent, after a moment of affirmation, shrugged once more and replied, However, in terms of technological advancement, their aircraft does indeed outstrip yours. Not only can it take off and land vertically, but it also boasts superior speed. Impossible. Tony Stark unabashedly exhibited his narcissistic nature. Gelled hair kid. You're boasting if there truly exists an aircraft of such advanced caliber in this world. It must surely have been created by me. Who else could it possibly be? Your father, Stint shrugged for the umpteenth time. Explaining to the wide-eyed Tony Stark, I'm not insulting you. The core technology of that Quinjet was provided by Howard Stark. Tony Stark was not oblivious to his father's contributions, yet his prideful disposition forbade him from acknowledging borrowed brilliance. Especially regarding his father, whom he held in both love and disdain. Otherwise, he would not have only recently modified the arc reactor, which was also a product of Howard Stark's research, when he contemplated the phrase's vertical takeoff and hovering. He immediately connected the dots. The Stark Expo in 1943, that vintage vehicle equipped with a turbojet engine. I must investigate. Disregarding his own aircraft, Tony Stark strode directly toward the direction indicated by Stent. I don't recall my father ever granting the CIA permission to utilize his research. At this moment, Stent suddenly realized he may have revealed too much. Spoiling the plot was exhilarating. Yet now he had no choice but to follow in Tony Stark's wake toward the location of the Quinjet. A moment later, Colonel Rhodes, dressed in a solemn military uniform adorned with numerous honors, stepped out from the door of a private aircraft. Tony? Where's he? At this point, on the expansive tarmac, both Stint and Tony Stark had vanished, leaving only Colonel Rhodes standing alone on the boarding platform, his hair disheveled in the wind. You son of a bitch. You made me wait 5 hours when you arrived. And now you can't even be still on your way back? Not again. Meanwhile, under the disapproving gazes of Coulson and Melinda May, Stent led Tony Stark into the open rear cabin of the Quinjet. Ahem, Stent cleared his throat and spread his hands. I inadvertently revealed to him that the core technology of this aircraft was actually provided by his father. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Coulson and his companion shifted from disapproval to a deadly seriousness. Had it not been for the realization that they could not overpower Stent, they might have already resorted to violence. Simultaneously, Tony Stark, clutching a high-tech personal communication device, had successfully infiltrated the Quinjet's main system. To put it simply, he had effectively hacked the aircraft with what resembled a high-end smartphone. Indeed, it is father's turbojet engine. Tony Stark lifted his arm, showcasing the personal device. Provide me with an explanation. Immediately, right this instant, or prepare for Stark Industries to serve you with a subpoena. In response, Stent interjected, there is a rightful party to blame. Do not confuse the targets. They are not the CIA. He nearly blurted this out, but, recalling the consequences of his earlier indiscretion, managed to rein himself in at the last moment. I am not authorized to explain that to you. Coulson shook his head and then attempted to placate Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, please hold on. I must consult my superior. After a brief moment, having stepped a short distance away to call Nick Fury, Coulson returned. Mr. Stark, in fact, we are not the CIA. We are a global intelligence agency known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, or SHLD for short. Your father, Howard Stark, is one of its founding members, which is why he contributed his research. Stint interrupted Coulson, blurting out a multitude of English words in one breath before exhaling with a look of immense relief. Proclaiming loudly to himself, wow, finally said it. Almost suffocated myself. Tony Stark, momentarily speechless, then stepped forward, placing a hand on Stint's shoulder, and earnestly stated, Gelled hair kid, you need treatment. Fix your outrageous narcissism first. Oh, beacon of light. I warn you, if you call me beacon of light one more time, I will certainly lose my temper. Beacon of light? Why aren't you losing your temper? You just wait. 3 days from now, the summit of the Forbidden City. Is this Mandarin? Jarvis, translate the highest point of the Forbidden City for me. Gelled hair kid. What does this mean? This refers to an ancient legend in the martial arts community, where two unparalleled masters have arranged a duel atop an imperial city 3 days hence. Unparalleled masters. I quite like that term. Gelled hair kid. You have a discerning eye. I forgive you. When I mention unparalleled masters, I refer to myself and my challenger. Me. Fine. This was truly an unintentional slip. Why do you speak Mandarin? Because I am Chinese, as he spoke. Stint reverted from his Super Saiyan form, returning to his natural appearance with black hair and eyes, extending his right hand toward Tony Stark. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Stint Lee. Tony Stark paused momentarily, then realized he was not particularly surprised. After the series of events in the cave, he felt that even if Stint transformed into a dragon before him, he would be entirely accepting of it. Tony Stark stated his full name solemnly, extending his hand to shake Stint's. Your identity must be classified. Why are you willing to divulge it to me? Because it's about to be impossible to keep it hidden. Stint shrugged, then pointed at Coulson. You hacked their Quinjet in about 3 seconds, right? With that as a springboard, it should be only a matter of time before the SLD data center housing intelligence is compromised too. In a matter of time? Tony Stark raised an eyebrow in retort. I completed that 3 minutes ago. In fact, I found no information regarding Golden Boy. Stint displayed a pained expression, turning to Coulson. You didn't store my information on a connected server. Did you? Having long since lost track of the conversation, Coulson instinctively replied, classified information above level 8 has a special storage protocol. You're level 10. Upon saying this, Coulson suddenly realized, stepping forward. Mr. Stark, please cease your illegal hacking activities immediately. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark shot Coulson a glance, openly addressing his personal device. Jarvis, copy all data and store it in my private data center. Coulson, momentarily shocked, then shouted at Tony Stark's personal device. Mr. Jarvis, you are illegally acquiring national secrets. Cease all actions immediately. Otherwise, a prison term of over 10 years awaits you. Stint could only cover his face, unable to watch, silently thinking. Coulson, if you can imprison an artificial intelligence, I will not only write your name backward, but also bestow upon you a grand salute. Tony Stark's expression grew even more entertaining as he studied Coulson with a sympathetic to the foolish gaze. His tone equally filled with pity. Jarvis is my intelligent assistant. Do you comprehend what that entails? He is merely a line of data capable of independent thought. Coulson, having made a blunder, felt a twinge of embarrassment but remained steadfast in fulfilling his duties. Mr. Stark, my previous remarks apply to you as well. My legal team is waiting for you. Tony Stark waved dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face. Since the old man is your founder, if I wish to see what he left behind, no one shall prevent me. Coulson pondered for a moment, then turned to Melinda May, pointing at Tony Stark. May, prepare for takeoff. We're bringing him along to the Triskelion. Melinda nodded, then suddenly darted in front of Tony Stark, effortlessly twisting his arm and subduing him in the blink of an eye, commanding in a tone of authority, surrender control of the Quinjet. Tony Stark refrained from futile struggles, instinctively turning his head to gaze at the most formidable individual present, only to find that Agent Sitwell had turned away. Gazing skyward. 10 minutes later, the Quinjet ascended, cruising at high altitude within the stratosphere. Tony Stark, a captive of SH.I.L.D, found himself seated uncomfortably on a folding passenger seat pressed against the cabin wall, securely fastened by a seatbelt that truly felt like a bind, one he could not undo. Irritated, Tony shifted in his seat, observing Sitwell, who was lying in a rather reckless manner atop a cargo container, and voiced his complaint. Boy, you actually want to help me. You've truly wounded my heart. Come on, you are Tony Stark. Do they really dare to do anything to you? Sitwell replied, completely lacking the awareness of being the culprit. Besides, you brought this upon yourself. It's not my concern. Figure it out on your own, kid. Tony Stark found a strange logic in his words, rendering him momentarily speechless, even fostering a subtle recognition that this kid was rather to his liking. At that moment, Phil Coulson, acting as the co-pilot, irresponsibly left the cockpit and entered the cargo hold where Sitwell and Tony were situated as a mere decorative mascot. This fellow exhibited a profound lack of responsibility. Why are you lying on the cargo container? Coulson inquired, prompting Tony, who was already discomfort and feeling quite off balance, to respond in agreement. However, Coulson continued, can't you float while lying down? Upon hearing this, Tony Stark instantly abandoned his initial thoughts and, preempting Sitwell's response, schooled Coulson. Good heavens, how did you come up with such a foolish question? We are currently hurtling forward at nearly 2 Mach, just like this aircraft. If he were to float now, he would immediately lose his inertia and relative speed, no longer synchronized with the plane below. Once he disrupts the existing balance of relative stillness, the tail of the aircraft would crash into him at a Mach speed, turning him into a pancake. Everything you said is accurate, Sitwell affirmed, acknowledging Tony Stark's lengthy exposition, yet refuting his concluding remark. If I were to float, I would indeed collide with the tail of the aircraft. However, I estimate that it would create a sizable hole in this plane instead. Would you like me to test that theory? After nearly 9 hours, having departed the Quinjet after almost 2 days, it returned to American soil, landing on the helipad of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion building, resuming its original position. The moment the Quinjet's landing gear touched the ground, Sitwell, who had been napping atop the cargo container, jolted awake, instinctively leaping into a combat stance. "Wow, wow, wow," exclaimed Tony Stark, sitting not far from the cargo container, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Gel boy, don't freak out. We just landed." Sitwell blinked rapidly, activating a fraction of his psion power, the sudden surge of pain jolting him fully awake. After hissing a couple of breaths, he turned to Coulson, who was exiting the cockpit. "Why did you bring me along? Get me back home." "Who told you to fall asleep? It's dangerous to wake you up, you know. The potential for catastrophe is far too high," Coulson thought to himself, though he stated aloud, "This is a combat aircraft. Under non-emergency circumstances, it cannot fly into the city." Sitwell rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of this excuse, though he did not press the matter. "Fine, I'll fly back myself. See you another day, Coulson. Goodbye, Lightbulb boy." As Tony Stark began to utter a word starting with W, Sitwell propelled himself forward, his toes barely touching the ground, gracefully tracing an arc through the open rear door of the Quinjet. Vanishing into the obscured sky above, Tony Stark would never admit that while Sitwell was present, he had not worried at all about his safety. However, after Sitwell departed, "Mr. Stark," Coulson unfastened the seatbelt binding Tony and gestured for him to follow. "Come. Our director wishes to see you. Do not fret. He is actually an old acquaintance of your father." Half an hour later, within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion, Tony Stark emerged from Nick Fury's office, his brow furrowed and his demeanor heavy, clearly burdened with revelations of long-buried truths. Coulson, waiting at the office door, immediately approached him, pointing to Melinda May behind him. "Mr. Stark, Agent May will escort you to Kennedy Airport. Your private jet will be landing there shortly. In fact, you are returning on your own aircraft." This. Tony Stark pursed his lips, his tone laced with indignation. "It's nothing but theatrics, hiding in the shadows. With your kind of behavior, how dare you call yourself S.H.I.E.L.D.? You ought to change the name." Coulson paid him no mind, uttering, "May, the rest is up to you," before stepping into Nick Fury's office. "Director," Coulson greeted as he approached, crossing the desk to acknowledge Nick Fury. "I apologize. My work has encountered a significant oversight. The issue is considerable." Nick Fury's stern expression concealed his inner turmoil, revealing no hint of his true feelings. After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively. "However, I also understand that this is primarily Agent Sitwell's doing. You did not handle it particularly well, but to label this as solely your mistake would be unjust." With that, Nick Fury rapped his knuckles against the desk, delivering a final judgment. "I have reached an understanding with Tony Stark. This matter shall be considered resolved." Coulson exhaled in relief, foregoing any customary expressions of gratitude, and promptly shifted to work-related matters. "Director, have you reviewed the operational report I submitted to the agency?" "Yes," Nick Fury nodded, slightly furrowing his brow as he began to question. "In your report, you mentioned that Sitwell killed over 30 terrorists in the cave where Tony Stark was held, employing exceptionally brutal methods. His demeanor post-murder was notably calm, even cold-blooded, suggesting he may have killed before. Please elaborate on this." "Certainly." Coulson recounted his observations in meticulous detail, then summarized. "Regarding Agent Sitwell, I maintain my previous assessment. But I must add that he has drawn a line for himself. He will abide by laws and ethics only if they do not cross this line. Should someone overstep it, he will resort to any means necessary." After swallowing hard to dispel the nightmarish memories, Coulson continued, "In truth, given Sitwell's capabilities, he need not have resorted to such bloodshed. Yet, he did so deliberately, akin to that previous energy beam. It serves as a calculated deterrent, warning us not to test his boundaries. I concur." Nick Fury initially expressed his agreement before mentioning something seemingly unrelated. "You might not be aware, but during the past 2 days since Yin's departure, his restaurant has remained open." "Director, I do not comprehend your meaning," replied Coulson, his expression one of confusion. In response, Nick Fury directly picked up a tablet from the table and handed it to him, saying, "Have you forgotten what his restaurant's signature dish is?" "Director, Haven Tea. We already dismantled the surveillance." Coulson glanced at the video on the screen, furrowing his brow immediately, and this was recorded inside his establishment. "This was not the work of our agents. Nick Fury's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was found on a YouTube video. Coulson instantly grasped the situation. Over 2 months ago, when Youngster had just launched his Kung Fu barbecue, several videos had surfaced online, and virtually no one who had watched them believed in his genuine skills. They all labeled him a fraud. Colleen Wing can actually project her aura, if I am not mistaken. It seems she has burnt the meat. Is that truly sellable? That is not the crux of the matter. Nick Fury shot Coulson an exasperated glare. Youngster deliberately displayed his fangs on 2 occasions. This is likely connected to this matter that he imparted the unique techniques of the turtle school to Colleen Wing. This fellow truly is a romantic, likely aware that he cannot keep this from us for long. Therefore, he is willing to expose his own capabilities, even sacrificing dozens of lives to serve as a warning. I still do not fully understand. Coulson, putting aside his jesting, voiced his lingering doubts. Is this matter truly of such significance to Youngster and to us? Nick Fury pursed his lips, urging Coulson to comprehend. The relationship between Youngster and Colleen Wing is a recent development, and Colleen has previously studied chi manipulation techniques taught by her master. Rooted in Kunlun Do, I need to remind you what this signifies. Upon hearing this, Coulson suddenly understood. I see. This means that for those who have already developed their own chi, learning turtle school martial arts is not particularly difficult and can be grasped quickly. Unlike ordinary individuals without a foundation who would require a decade just to get started. Precisely, Nick Fury nodded. If we could acquire a portion of the turtle school's teachings from Colleen Wing and assemble a group of suitable candidates akin to Melinda May, then, within a few months, we could cultivate a disciplined and organized supernatural force entirely under our control. The temptation is simply too great. Director, Coulson asked, somewhat apprehensive. We wouldn't actually proceed with this, would we? The turtle school's teachings are not something we should covet at this time. However, we can begin preparations for suitable candidates immediately. Nick Fury raised his gaze to Coulson and said, did Youngster not mention before going to Afghanistan that he could provide instruction for a fee? Sighing, Nick Fury added, this young man is truly remarkable. Not only does he master the art of intimidation well, but he also understands when to compromise and is willing to adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. It is astonishing. One often forgets he is merely a 19-year-old. Is that so? Coulson's expression showed skepticism. What about when he acts capriciously? At this question from Coulson, Nick Fury instinctively glanced at the newly replaced glass in his office. A slight irritation flashing across his face, he chose to bypass that topic and instructed, Coulson, your next task is to bring Youngster on board as our instructor at all costs, whatever he demands. As long as we can fulfill it, we shall provide, at all costs. Coulson raised an eyebrow in surprise. Director, Youngster's notion of guidance cannot possibly include the unique techniques of the turtle school. Is it truly worth our efforts? Just because something seems impossible now, does not mean there won't be opportunities in the future. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and slammed his fist on the table. Once he is in S.H.I.E.L.D., we will undoubtedly find a way to secure him to our cause. I understand. Deep down, Coulson was not entirely in agreement, but still complied with Nick Fury's orders that I will expedite this matter. After a brief hesitation, Coulson finally asked, Director, may I inquire what you mean by suitable candidates? To my knowledge, there are very few Chinese individuals in our agency, and Melinda is the only one who has practiced martial arts for years. Not permissible. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively. I will personally oversee the selection of candidates. You only need to know that these individuals will ultimately report to Melinda May. Upon hearing this, Coulson felt a slight sense of relief, his tone turning a bit sardonic. So, does this mean Melinda is getting a promotion? Indeed, to level 9. Level 9? What about me? Youngster's clearance has already risen to level 10. Shouldn't I also? You remain at level 7. However, if you utter another word, you might find yourself at level 6. Meanwhile, Youngster, soaring through the skies in his transformed state, had already reached Hell's Kitchen on Manhattan Island. After sensing with his aura, he descended directly into an empty alley. Reverting to his original appearance and walking toward his restaurant, it was lunchtime. Yet upon reaching the entrance of Lee's Chinese restaurant, he found the locked front door adorned with a sign indicating it was closed. It appears things have indeed gone awry, Youngster remarked, seemingly unfazed. Although Colleen Wing had confidently declared her mastery of aura projection and assured him that barbecuing would pose no issue, Youngster believed that while she could effectively use her aura in combat, applying it to cooking was another matter entirely. Ultimately, He had left without wishing to discourage Colleen. Locked out of his home, having left the key behind, Youngster found himself unable to enter, but it was broad daylight, and he could not resort to climbing through a window. He decided to use his aura-sensing abilities once more to locate his partner. Youngster raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face as he pulled out his phone and muttered to himself. Not within 19 kilometers. Where could she be? The phone isn't connecting. Frowning, he began to sense that something was amiss. After hanging up on the busy line, he dialed another number, the name displayed on the screen being Lorna Danch. This lady was adept at aura concealment. Without her phone, he would truly have no way of locating her. Boss? Fortunately, the call connected after only 2 rings. Youngster responded with a nonchalant hum and immediately said, Lorna, I'm back. Are you home? Come down and let me in. I'm out. Why don't you go to the dojo and find your master? Youngster instinctively shook his head and spoke through the phone. She's not at the dojo, and the phone isn't connecting. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? The master didn't mention going out. She sent a message last night saying she would take the day off today. Sent a message? Youngster's expression turned skeptical, unease creeping into his heart. Yet he maintained a calm facade as he said, I understand. You handle your business, I'll figure it out. After hanging up, Youngster decisively turned around. Retracing his steps to the alley, confirming that no one was around, he transformed back into his golden boy form and scanned the area with his aura-sensing ability, discovering that Colleen Wing was still beyond his reach. Over 38 kilometers away in a direct line. With no other options, he reluctantly prepared to employ a certain technique. Youngster raised his right arm with a reluctant expression, placing his joined index and middle fingers against his forehead. Initiating the instant transmission stance in contrast to aura sensing. This technique had virtually no limits in range, capable of covering the entire globe with ease. However, the intricacies could not be managed, as it involved scanning through an immense number of auras measured in the billions. If not for Saint's profound familiarity or the extraordinary nature of the aura itself, it would be akin to a solitary droplet of water lost in the vast expanse of an ocean, utterly indistinguishable from the myriad of other droplets. Saint grimaced in pain, his brow furrowed. Feeling as though his head might explode, he gritted his teeth against the intense agony, striving to locate a singular essence amidst the ocean of sensations he was attuned to. Amongst the overwhelming auras, the presence of Corinne stood out like a black stone on a pristine white beach, drawing Saint's attention with remarkable clarity. Once he focused on her essence, pinpointing her location became a trivial task. At that moment, Saint felt a surge of relief, recalling that he had previously instructed Corinne in the cultivation of her aura. Out of billions across the globe, only she possessed the unique traits reminiscent of the Dragon Ball world, closely mirroring his own aura. Otherwise, even with his familiarity with Corinne's essence, locating her would have proven exceedingly difficult. The incident had transpired at least several hundred kilometers to the southwest. Saint abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction he sensed, fully aware that if Corinne were to embark on a journey, she would undoubtedly inform him or Lorna first. This was decidedly abnormal. After firmly committing Corinne's location to memory, Saint withdrew his fingers from his forehead, halting the initiation of instantaneous movement. Though he longed to teleport directly, he was unable to do so. The intensity of his aura was insufficient to fold and tear through space, and his physical strength was inadequate to endure the process of traversing dimensions. In the deserted alley, Saint vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to overcome the lingering drowsiness caused by the initiation of instantaneous movement. After a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself skyward, soaring into the heavens. Upon reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, radiant flames erupted from his body, followed by a resounding boom. As a white sonic explosion cloud manifested above Manhattan. Simultaneously, not far from his position, a small white jet descended from the skies above Kennedy Airport, landing on the runway and taxiing towards the private helipad designated for Stark Industries. Minutes later, a scowling Colonel Rhodes emerged from the entrance of the stationary private jet. He strode down the boarding ladder and glared at Tony Stark, who stood on the helipad. I swear, one day, I will commit a capital offense due to your reckless behavior. Whatever. Tony Stark stepped forward, shrugging nonchalantly. Just remember, I actually returned with you on my private jet. These words. Colonel Rhodes furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. In fact, I've already been contacted by some CIA agents. What on earth happened? Why did you come back on their military aircraft? Was it because of that Superboy? Don't ask. Trust me. You wouldn't want to know. Tony Stark rolled his eyes, turning away. Let's go. Pepper has been waiting outside for a while. I've been anticipating your arrival. You mean your plane, right? Don't sweat the details. Shortly thereafter, outside Stark Industries' private helipad, Tony Stark patted Colonel Rhodes on the shoulder, signaling their parting, before striding towards a tall, slender blonde beauty. With a playful expression, he teasingly remarked, "Why are your eyes puffy? Have you shed a few tears for your long-lost boss? Those are tears of joy." The blonde beauty smiled, her eyes reddened, and just as Tony Stark felt a tug at his heartstrings, she tilted her head and added, "I despise job hunting. Pepper Potts, your vacation is over." Just then, a vintage luxury armored car slowly came to a stop beside them. As they opened the doors and settled into the back seat, the bespectacled driver, wearing sunglasses, turned halfway and asked, "Mr. Stark, welcome back." "Ms. Potts, where to?" Pepper Potts closed the car door and leaned forward slightly, instructing, "Happy, please take us to the hospital. No. Pepper turned to Tony Stark, her eyes filled with reproach. "Tony, you must get your health checked." "Must? Do I look like I have health issues?" Tony Stark shook his head. "I was imprisoned for an entire month. There are only two things I want to do right now. First, I want an American cheeseburger. Second, I want you to immediately help me convene." "That's impossible." Pepper interrupted Tony, rolling her eyes. "I will not help you convene. Not what you think." Tony Stark calmly cut her off. "Though your suggestion is amusing and quite tempting. In reality, I need you to assist me in organizing a press conference. A press conference? For what?" Hogan. Without offering any explanation, Tony Stark loudly called out the driver named Happy, turning to give instructions. "Drive. First buy a cheeseburger." Happy Hogan clearly understood who the boss was, starting the car without further ado and gradually driving towards the airport exit. Damn it. 10 minutes later, accompanied by Tony Stark's expletive, a half-eaten cheeseburger flew out of the rolled-down window, along with a vehement curse. "Damn you, hair gel kid. Damn you, golden boy." If Captain America, who had yet to thaw, were to hear this, he would undoubtedly admonish, "Mind your language." Half an hour later, across major television networks in the United States, the unified voice of Tony Stark resonated. "I never had the chance to say goodbye to my father. Recently, I've learned a great deal about his past, and I can't help but wonder if he, too, ever felt conflicted or doubtful about Stark Industries as I do now that I have witnessed countless young Americans fall victim, wielded by the very weapons I manufactured, meant to protect them. That I have opened my eyes, awakened to the realization that what I can offer this world is far more than mere explosive devices. Therefore, I announced the immediate closure of the weapons manufacturing department of Stark International Group." As these words left Tony Stark's lips, the media in the United States and around the globe erupted in a frenzy. The Arms King, renouncing the arms trade, was a dramatic and explosive revelation not encountered every day. One might say it was a once-in-a-century event. Who wouldn't welcome such news? Oh, aside from those holding Stark Industries stocks. Meanwhile, in a nondescript low-rise building located in the secluded outskirts of Washington, D.C., something far less welcome was about to transpire. This seemingly ordinary building concealed a world of advanced facilities, exuding the essence of a secret military base. Within a core room of the facility, a comatose Asian woman lay on the floor, none other than the missing Korean one. "Release her handcuffs." That a middle-aged Caucasian man with a stubbly jaw pointed first at the unconscious Korean, then at the steel interrogation chair in the center of the room, instructing a young soldier clad in black tactical gear. "Make her sit in the chair. I will prepare the truth serum." "Understood," the young soldier replied, and before the middle-aged man exited, he inquired, "Director Langley, is it almost time? Should I give her another sedative?" "No need." Upon hearing the words, Brock Rumlow, a man who had already surpassed half a century yet still appeared remarkably robust, showed no signs of aging as he turned and waved his hand dismissively. "If we administer another sedative, we will have to wait several hours before we can apply the truth serum on her. Since Saintly has returned to the homeland, we must complete our mission swiftly. Then we shall dispose of her, lest we invite further complications." "That I understand, Commander." The young soldier respectfully watched Rumlow exit the room before crouching down to unlock Corinne Wen's handcuffs. Just as he prepared to drag her to the interrogation chair, a delicate white hand suddenly appeared before him, expanding rapidly in his line of sight. Immediately thereafter, an excruciating pain, unlike anything he had ever felt, surged from his throat. "Ugh!" The young soldier pressed his hands against his bleeding neck, unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide with horror. In the preceding moment, Corinne, who had been utterly still, abruptly opened her eyes and struck him with a swift chop. A splatter of vivid crimson erupted before him. Corinne, her fair face splattered with blood, bore a fierce expression as she grasped the young soldier's chin, silencing his unheard cries for help, while her other hand seized the back of his head. With a sinister look, she forcefully intertwined her arms, snapping the young soldier's neck and ending his suffering. "Where am I?" Corinne silently laid the corpse on the floor, her gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Despite having awakened well before Rumlow and the young soldier began their conversation, the scant details of their exchange were insufficient to piece together the entire sequence of events. The only certainty she held was that these men deserved death. Especially that scoundrel named Rumlow. Corinne clenched her teeth in fury, muttering to herself in silence, "Dispose of me. Don't let me encounter you again. I need weapons." With this thought in mind, Corinne rifled through the lifeless body at her feet and retrieved a military knife. Approximately half a foot in length, the soldier's rifle and handgun, which she had no skill to use, were disregarded entirely. Holding the knife, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, although it was true that, fueled by rage, her bare hands had already become lethal weapons. The familiarity of wielding a knife, something she had trained with for nearly a decade, brought her comfort at that moment. Brilliant red lights suddenly flashed in the corridor outside the interrogation room. Accompanied by an urgent wailing alarm, Corinne furrowed her brow and scanned the room, soon discovering a surveillance camera in one corner. "I cannot remain here and wait for my demise." With that thought, she dashed out the door. After only a couple of strides down the corridor, she spotted a brown-haired soldier armed with a rifle around a distant corner. The moment he noticed her, he aimed the dark muzzle of his weapon at her. His finger poised on the trigger. There's no time. Corinne quickly assessed the distance between herself and the soldier, abruptly halting in her tracks. If one were to observe closely, they would see her expression freeze in that instant. Appearing particularly rigid, the next moment, a series of rapid gunshots echoed through the corridor. From the trajectory of the rounds fired by the brown-haired soldier, it was evident he was aiming for Corinne's legs. Clearly instructed to shoot but not to kill. However, where the soldier aimed was inconsequential. The bullets erupted from his gun, effortlessly passing through the illusion of Corinne and hitting the wall behind her with a series of muffled thuds. Just as confusion flickered across his face, he registered the sudden appearance of another figure beside him. Before he could turn to identify who it was, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a familiar-looking standard military knife pierced through his bulletproof vest and into his heart. Corinne forcefully shoved the lifeless brown-haired soldier aside and withdrew the bloodied knife, her expression darkening. With her physical condition, she could only utilize her afterimage fist once in battle. Otherwise, if she forced it again without allowing her body to recuperate, the consequences would be dire. Having expended her trump card so early, it was impossible for her to feel any joy. To make matters worse, as Corinne pressed on, she found no windows along the way. With her unfamiliarity with the terrain, she soon found herself cornered by a multitude of heavily armed soldiers, trapped in a dire predicament with no path forward and pursuers behind. Corinne had never been one to concede easily. Even fully aware of her perilous situation, she refused to lose her fighting spirit. She charged toward an open room amidst the hail of bullets, just as she was about to leap inside. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she stumbled, nearly collapsing within. With a resounding crash, she slammed the metal door shut behind her and locked it. Corinne quickly surveyed the office she had entered, limping a few steps away before toppling a metal filing cabinet to block the entrance. She then pressed herself against the wall, examining her severely aching right leg. A bullet had embedded itself in her thigh, fortunately lodged in the muscle without damaging the bone. With a swift motion, she tore a strip of fabric from her shirt, hastily bandaging the wound before meticulously scanning the office for an escape route. The only feasible option appeared to be the ventilation duct in the ceiling. However, the louvered vent covering the duct was made of solid alloy, making it nearly impossible to pry open, and the soldiers outside were already beginning to batter the door, leaving her little time. Just as despair threatened to engulf Corinne, a tremendous explosion reverberated from beyond the door, causing the wall against which she leaned to tremble violently. A bomb. The thought flashed through Corinne's mind. Yet, as she observed the partially twisted but still intact metal door, she quickly dismissed this idea. Soon after, she heard a barrage of gunfire outside, mixed with the chaotic sounds of clattering and anguished cries. What was happening out there? As Corinne stood against the wall, her face etched with confusion, the cacophony outside gradually subsided into an eerie silence. Knock, knock, at that moment, as Corinne's anxiety began to mount. Someone tapped on the door, followed by a voice that instilled immense relief within her. Corinne, it's me. It's safe outside now. Open the door. Before she could process the words, she forcefully pushed aside the metal cabinet blocking the door and yanked open the deformed entrance. Throwing herself into the arms of Saint Lee, who stood waiting just outside. All is well. All is well. Saint Lee embraced Corinne, gently patting her back. That it's all right. I'm here. After a moment of vulnerability, Corinne lightly pushed Saint Lee away. Stepping back from his embrace. How did you know to come find me? I just returned to the homeland. After arriving home, Saint Lee was explaining when his pupils suddenly constricted. He crouched down to inspect Corinne's blood-soaked thigh. You've been shot? It's nothing. Corinne shook her head, placing her hands on Saint Lee's shoulders as she reassuringly patted him. It's not a vital area, and it hasn't hit the bone. It's not a penetrating wound. Saint Lee furrowed his brow. The bullet is still inside, right? Without waiting for Corinne's response, he unwrapped the makeshift bandage from her leg, revealing a wound shaped like a hole. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and slapped the reverse side of the injury. With Corinne's pained cry, the metal bullet lodged in her thigh erupted from her body along with a spray of blood. Clattering to the ground with a distinct clang, she inhaled sharply, a frustrated slap landing on Saint Lee's head as she scolded, "You idiot! You could have given me some warning. Why make me tense for no reason?" Upon receiving a response from Incent, he promptly rebandaged Corinne's wound, then extended his arms up and down, lifting her horizontally and placing her on a chair in the office, with a voice that was chillingly cold. He stated, "You sit here and wait for me. After I have eliminated everyone in this building, I shall return for you. Wait. Do not leave." Corinne grasped Incent's arm firmly, emphasizing her seriousness as she called out his full name. "Incent Lee. I do not permit you to kill for my sake." "Corinne," Incent replied, extending his other arm to gently remove her hand from his arm, speaking slowly yet resolutely. "Trust me, this is not for you. It is something I must do. Whoever has harmed my family must bear the consequences of my wrath." With those words, Incent released Corinne's arm and, under her somewhat dazed gaze, resolutely turned and exited the office. Outside the office door lay a chaotic scene, with a dozen bloodied corpses sprawled out, those very armed soldiers who had just surrounded Corinne. Each of these individuals bore a strange similarity. They had all fallen victim to a single punch from Incent, but there was a slight distinction. Some had received a kick instead. Through a gaping hole, more than 3 meters in diameter, bright sunlight poured into the corridor where Incent stood. A result of his hasty decision to breach the wall with a fiery aura enveloping him, rather than searching for a proper exit. Having launched himself supersonically from New York, Incent had consumed more than half of his energy before settling into a cruising speed where recovery equaled consumption. By the time he reached Washington, D.C., several hundred kilometers away from New York, he still retained about half of his energy. After breaking through the large hole and dispatching those soldiers, he had approximately 40% of his energy remaining. Scanning with his energy perception, Incent discovered that the remaining 20 or so individuals had congregated in another corner of the building. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Perfect. I shall take you all out." Once again igniting his fiery aura, he launched himself forward, simultaneously initiating the aerial technique, negating gravity, and using the resulting force to propel himself like a cannonball. Meanwhile, in the armory of this secret base, over 20 fully armed soldiers anxiously aimed their weapons at the armory's sole exit. Notably, 3 of them wielded rifles that were markedly different from the others, heavier and exuding a futuristic technological style. Clearly, these 3 held the highest status among the group. One of them, a scruffy white man, was none other than Brock Rumlow, a devoted agent of Hydra, notorious as Crossbones. It must be noted that the lack of personal strength severely limited the imagination of Crossbones and his comrades, who said that entering this large armory could only be done through the existing exits. Within mere seconds, Incent had barbarically forged a new entrance for himself. With a tremendous crash, a cloud of thick dust erupted in the armory. As dozens of shattered concrete fragments, broken steel bars, and heavy metal plates burst forth from the gaping hole Incent had created. The debris overwhelmed much of the armory, instantly reducing the soldier count by a third. With several unfortunate souls meeting grim fates, impaled by sharp steel or crushed under heavy concrete, the most tragic of them, struck by a massive metal plate, found themselves nearly severed in two, yet still clung desperately to the embedded metal with bloodied arms. Their cries of despair mingling with the wails of others, creating an atmosphere of chilling helplessness. Incent, the battle-mad warrior, remained unaffected by the lamentations of the deceased. Rather, their cries only fueled the scion blood within him to burn more intensely. Fire! Fire! Brock Rumlow, who had been the first to drop to the ground, scrambled to his feet while shouting orders, lifting his high-tech rifle to eye in the next instant. A deep blue energy beam abruptly appeared amidst the chaotic barrage of bullets. If one overlooked its short and slender characteristics, it bore a resemblance to the Kamehameha technique Incent employed in his base form. Though in his transformed state, his energy was golden, and thus his energy wave was likewise golden. Energy weapon? Where did it come from? Isn't the Tesseract still in the Arctic? Yinsent's expression shifted to one of mild surprise, but he quickly deduced that these soldiers, ostensibly agents of SHL.D, were in fact covert Hydra operatives. Wielding remnants of Red Skull's technology, it was evident that this Nazi leader had utilized the Tesseract during World War II to produce a vast number of energy blocks, and it appeared that not all of these had been destroyed. Attacking me with energy? Foolish mortals, Incent scoffed, his expression one of sheer arrogance. Enveloped in his fiery aura, he not only disregarded the metallic projectiles hurtling toward him, but also made no attempt to evade the incoming energy beam. Swiftly, he waved his arm and reached out to grasp it in the next moment. To Rumlow's horror, the energy beam he had hoped would be decisive vanished into Yinsent's palm without even a splash. As if absorbed, his assessment was correct, though the beam had actually been absorbed by the 5-star Dragon Ball on Yinsent's right hand in its stone form. The Dragon Ball absorbed all lifeless energy entities to restore its wish-granting capabilities. Thus, for Incent, who was essentially a Dragon Ball himself, any pure energy attack was merely a gift. Without waiting for Rumlow to recover from his shock, Incent became a blur, darting around the spacious armory. Depending on the angle of his strikes, bodies either flew through the air or skidded across the ground, creating a truly spectacular scene. To Rumlow, Incent appeared invincible. The dense, lethal barrage of bullets felt inconsequential, turning upon contact with him into scintillating golden dust. Each punch, elbow strike, or kick exacted a fatal toll, and even a simple charge from him proved unbearable for any soldier, in the span of merely a minute. The once crowded armory was left with only 3 survivors, Brock Rumlow and his 2 subordinates. Their continued existence was owed to their distinct weaponry, not because Incent feared their energy rifles, but rather because he figured that since their equipment was of a superior grade, they must have some residual value to exploit. Recognizing their lack of any viable options, Brock Rumlow, aware that his chances were utterly hopeless, wisely discarded his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. One of his subordinates, however, less astute than Rumlow, suddenly fired a shot at Incent as he slowly approached. Incent laughed coldly, casually raising his right arm to block the deep blue beam. After absorbing its energy, he swiftly retaliated with an overhead slap directed at the reckless gunman. With a sickening thud, a vivid crimson bloom erupted on the armory floor, the remnants of the ill-fated subordinate serving as the flower's core. In light of this, the last remaining subordinate of Rumlow was gripped by sheer terror, casting away his energy rifle and throwing up both arms in surrender. Incent approached and inquired, "Which of you is in charge?" Upon hearing this, the aide to Brock Rumlow instinctively averted his gaze, directing it towards his superior. This almost imperceptible movement cost him his life. In a swift motion, Sinister kicked the aide away, watching him collide with the metallic wall with a resounding thud. His body painting an abstract mural with his own blood and flesh. After taking a moment to admire his handiwork, Sinister turned to Rumlow and inquired, "So, you are the head. What is your name?" "Rumlow, Brock Rumlow," the man replied, who had long considered himself a ruthless individual. At this moment, however, he displayed no trace of bravado. After willingly providing his name with a bitter smile, he remarked, "Are you truly human? We have endeavored to overestimate your strength, yet we have still woefully underestimated you." "Brock Rumlow, that name rings a bell," Sinister mused, tilting his head in contemplation, unable to recall which Hydra operative Rumlow was. He felt a surge of irritation and was ready to dismiss the infamous Crossbones as an inconsequential minion when a shrill siren pierced the air. Tiste, Sinister grimaced, realizing that due to the gaping hole he had created in the building's exterior, someone nearby had undoubtedly alerted the authorities. He fished out his phone and pointed at Rumlow, saying, "You, do not make any movements or utter a sound." Rumlow nodded silently, although Sinister had not specified the consequences of defiance. The surrounding carnage made it abundantly clear. "Hey, Coulson, triangulate my current location," Sinister said as he dialed Phil Coulson's number, maintaining a calm tone despite the circumstances. Suddenly, he erupted into a furious shout, "Get over here immediately." On the other end of the line, Coulson nearly recoiled from the volume, gritting his teeth as he distanced the phone from his ear. He stepped forward to a communal desk and patted a young, handsome white man, saying, "Fitz, locate the number I'm calling from." Inside the Triskelion, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Coulson, donning a cautious expression, confirmed that the call had subsided in volume before bringing the phone back to his ear. "Sinister, what is going on? Find out my location before talking to me," Sinister retorted, leaving no room for discussion. Without waiting for Coulson's response, he glanced at Rumlow and decided to spare his life for the moment, intending to hand him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation. Previously, when Hydra hadn't provoked him, "Are you still capable of teleportation?" "No, not even the initial gesture. I'm struggling as it is, and my head still aches." "Then why do you still put on a brave face?" Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of New York, at the industrial district of Stark Industries adjacent to the highway, lies the facility housing the colossal arc reactor. At the entrance of this facility, an elderly Caucasian man, his head gleaming bald save for a ring of white whiskers, puffing on a cigar, inquired of the security personnel at the door, "Where is he?" Inside, upon hearing this, the gray-bearded elder extracted a white access card from the pocket of his impeccably tailored suit, swiped it at the door, and stepped through the automatically opening bulletproof glass. Within, beneath the massive arc reactor, stood a dapper middle-aged man with a small mustache, none other than Tony Stark, who had just publicly severed ties with the world. The old man strode purposefully towards him. "Tony, what am I to make of you?" Obadiah, casting a glance at the arc reactor, Tony Stark turned to say, "If you're here to inform me that I've just installed a target labeled Attack Me on my head, spare me the lecture." "Your head?" Obadiah Stane, the second largest shareholder and CEO of Stark Industries, with a cigar clenched between his teeth and hands on his hips, retorted, "Why don't you talk about my head? How much do you think our stock will plummet?" "Optimistically, 40 points. You are indeed optimistic. At LLB at least 50. Tony, we are arms manufacturers, a military-industrial group that doesn't produce weapons. You're turning Stark Industries into a laughingstock. Obi, I refuse to witness more corpses piling up due to the weapons we manufacture." "Tony, manufacturing weaponry is our business. It's what we do. My name is on the building. What we do is my decision." After a heated exchange, Tony Stark took a deep breath and softened his tone. "Obi, we haven't done enough. We can do better. We can." "Do what?" Obadiah Stane interrupted Tony Stark, his face a mask of derision. "What do you propose we create instead of weapons? Do you want us to start making baby bottles?" Tony Stark paused momentarily before voicing his innermost thoughts. "I believe we should consider restarting the arc reactor project. For heaven's sake, the arc reactor? That's merely a publicity stunt." Obadiah pointed at the arc reactor before them with his cigar. "Tony, are you joking? We created this just to silence certain critics. This thing is useful, but it lacks economic viability. We knew this was a dead end before we even began, didn't we?" Maybe. In terms of breakthroughs. We haven't achieved anything significant in 30 years, have we? That's because," Tony Stark raised his head and turned, emphasizing the word I have not participated in that research." Obadiah Stane fell silent. Tony Stark's reaction deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated that a few words would spur Tony Stark's pride to unveil his latest innovation. "Obi, your poker face is absolutely dreadful." Tony Stark shrugged, exposing Obadiah's probing tactics. "Just say it. Who informed you? Who told me is not important. Show me, Rhodey or Pepper. I want to see the physical object." "All right, so it seems it was Rhodey." Tony Stark confirmed his own guess, simultaneously unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a miniature arc reactor, no larger than a fist, nestled against his chest. Obadiah Stane silently grinned, glanced around, and personally buttoned Tony's shirt back up, concealing the small arc reactor. What was I just saying? The arc reactor is very... Before Tony Stark could finish his thought, he suddenly froze, witnessing the towering arc reactor before him undergo a startling transformation. The electric arcs that had been pulsating within its transparent chamber flickered as if losing power, then extinguished entirely. Obadiah Stane blinked. Did you just say this thing is very useful? Tony Stark gazed incredulously at the massive arc reactor, and just as he uttered "this is impossible," a brilliant beam of light erupted from the top of the reactor, hurtling directly towards him. Whoa! Tony Stark, not yet donning the Iron Man suit, immediately recognized it as an energy beam and yelped, diving to the ground in a roll that he then watched, wide-eyed, as the beam veered and continued charging straight towards his chest.